This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Season 3, Episode 1 of the Electric Playground. Now, I got this crazy idea in my head. See, I'm thinking because this is Episode 1, and you know, you got the whole Star Wars Episode 1 thing, I figured we'd dedicate the entire show to Star Wars and Episode 1.
I created the original Star Wars. I was very interested in creating a modern myth to replace what I'd seen had been occupied by the Western.
What does it mean to you to have been involved in these huge movies?
It's very strange because, in a way, I can't see them as huge. They are a job I do, and because I never saw them like everybody else does, I kind of know behind the scenes, which is great fun. So I have a totally different experience from most other people, but it's great to be a part of it, and very nice to be asked back on The Phantom Menace.
I didn't know what the third one was going to be. The main thing I remember finding out about the third one was I had to get in really good shape because I had to wear the iron bikini.
Point at the deck!
That was pretty good.
Thank you. Is that going on the air?
You know, the Nintendo systems have always had some pretty killer Star Wars games over the years.
NES Star Wars, NES Empire Strikes Back, Super Star Wars, Super Empire Strikes Back, Super Return of the Jedi, N64 Rogue Squadron, Shadows of the Empire, and Pod Racer.
Ooh. So Vic got this crazy idea in his head. Hey, let's go see all the guys who make the games and go talk to them. Yeah, great idea, Vic. We've never done that before.
Hey, I'm with one of the coolest teams in the universe. This is the Rogue Squadron team from Factor 5 and LucasArts.
Are you the guy responsible for making the AT-AT so freaking hard to kill? I gotta take the thing and you're doing the cables. You're doing the cables around
He's a
like
snowspeeder, I got you.
It's
close to the ground.
Yeah, but it's hard.
Tommy's got to be the loudest whiner if he can't play a game, isn't
Are you kidding me? What is it, tough guy?
What are the codes?
Tough guy, I give up, anything self-humiliating, and you've got it.
Are there any, like, Easter eggs or hidden things in the game that maybe everyone doesn't know about yet? That you'd like to now release to the public?
Let's say there are always Easter eggs.
Yeah, right.
And they've not all been found yet.
And they haven't all been found yet.
What's the background with Factor 5? Where do you guys come from?
Germany, which you hear now, thick accents. We did Indiana Jones on the SNES actually for LucasArts, and that was our first contact.
Well, Rogue Squadron took about 18 months to develop.
Yeah.
And we were very lucky to have some great people working with Factor 5 and also LucasArts. And it was very much a shared kind of experience between the two teams. It wasn't like all Factor 5 or all LucasArts. It was really a mixture of both companies.
Was George Lucas looming over your shoulder the whole time saying, nope, nope, yep?
Well, you know, George isn't a games player, he's a movie maker. Yeah. The good thing about George is he makes this nice universe for us, and then he lets us play in it. You know, and we can pretty much do what we want within certain guidelines, but hey, what a great place to be.
We're here at the Nintendo release party for Pod Racer. I'm standing here with Brian.
What's up, yo?
What's going on? Tell me about this sucker.
It's got 23 different pods, 25 different tracks. You know, kind of gets you into the movie a little bit, the movie atmosphere. Get you racing some Star Wars stuff, you know. It's just chill.
Now, what are characters here? I see this is, take that's Anakin?
Yeah, this is Anakin. You know, there's other characters like...
he grows up to be Darth Vader. I just want to...
And did you know he's Luke's father?
No, he's not.
Yeah, oh man, I'm telling you.
So who else we got? What other characters?
Well, this is the guy that he races against, Saboba. He's bad.
What's the hardest character to earn? What's like the last of the last?
There is Ben Quadraneros, and he's probably the toughest. He's on the Abyss track in the Invitational. It's a double level track, and if you don't stay on the top, you lost. These are all damaged parts.
Is this like run by Jawas, this junkyard of used parts?
It's run by Watto.
Who's his name?
Watto.
Watto.
Yeah, I'll actually show you here. That's Watto.
You gotta hold the microphone while I play.
Oh, no, I can't be at a disadvantage.
What? Why not? What disadvantage? You've been playing the game for what, a year now?
Give me the mic, I'll play it. Get out of here. You know I'm still gonna win, right?
Yeah, right. Where are you?
I'm going, see? You don't know where I'm at.
Where are you? You're not using that.
There I am.
Level. Can I die? How do you slow down in this game?
B. You want to slow down? Yeah, I know you're gonna scare.
Oh, no.
So go ahead and slow down.
All right,
you can't handle the speeds. That's fine. I understand.
This guy's cheating. He's cheating.
I got the bike in my hand. How am I cheating?
You haven't died once.
No?
You haven't even hit a wall yet.
What'd I say? Because I'm the man, yo.
Oh, man, this is ridiculous. This is embarrassing.
You want to stop now?
Anyways, I can't deal with this.
Hi, I'm Ray Park. I play Darth Maul from the episode 1 movie Star Wars The Phantom Menace, and you're watching The Electric Playground.
The 2-digit date code written in the 1960s has doomed us. With the year 2000 quickly approaching, it is time to prepare ourselves.
Maybe a software bug or a glitch at best. I think you're overreacting.
All of the world's artillery will detonate at once. Fast food ice cream machines will fail to deliver. The stock market will crash. It will be martial law. But I digress. Okay, catch you tomorrow. Bye!
Okay, bye. Phew, that guy is shook. You don't buy into the whole Y2K mass hysteria, do you? You know, the idea that the formatting and storage of digital calendar data will somehow create a bug that will undo the world New Year's Eve 1999. Completely ridiculous. Hey, you still going to the grocery store later? Yeah, maybe like an extra can or two of soup and some batteries?
You know, LucasArts has always prided itself on doing amazingly adventurous, intense, and complex Star Wars games for the PC. Take Yoda Stories, for example. Well, hold on to your bantha fodder, because we sent Zobi-Wan Kenobi to go talk to the guys behind the latest game, Force Commander. Dun, 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 dun.
So I'm here with Gary Gaber, and we're talking about Force Commander. What is Force Commander?
Force Commander is a real-time strategy game. It revolves around the classic Star Wars trilogy, episodes 4 through 6, where you get to control an Imperial general, take him through his career, and he basically defects halfway through the game to the Rebel side. And so you get a good opportunity to control both units on the Imperial side and the Rebel side.
How long have you guys been in development for?
This game's actually been in development for about 2.5 years.
So who are the guys hiding out in this booth? What are you guys working on? This looks kind of cool.
Yeah, well, this is part of our tool that we use to build the levels. Basically, you're looking at a top-down view of the level, and we're just painting in where the fun parts are. So, you know, the green part, that's where it's pretty fun, and then the darker blue, that's when it gets really, really fun. And The red is not very fun at all.
This is way too technical for me. Would you say there would be some sort of competition, like with all the new stuff like TA Kingdoms?
We're definitely up against some excellent games. We think we stack up pretty well. One thing we have going for us is a lot of these vehicles in this game are very, very recognizable. Like speeder bikes, walkers, rebel heavy tanks, snow speeders, attack tanks, hover tanks, Y-wing, TIE bombers, TIE fighters, landing pads, command centers. All the things you're sort of used to in the movies.
Do you have a favorite character?
Yeah, it would probably be, I guess, Han Solo.
What are you going to do when you finish the game?
What am I going to do when I finish the game? I'm going to take a nice long vacation, probably to someplace like Australia.
Is that because they're filming episode 2 down there?
I have no comment on that.
Are you stalking George Lucas?
I'm not. I wouldn't do that.
Liar.
I'm really not.
It's Yoda, he's so short. Come on, people. Yoda, he's so short. So short. 'Cause he drank Schlitz.
We're at the front of the Star Wars Episode 1 lineup. There's about 10 minutes to go, Zoe, until tickets go on sale.
10 minutes. I think we've got 12 minutes and counting.
These guys must be freaking out. Some of these people have been hanging out here for about a month, and they're finally going to get their ticket. These people must be so excited. Look at the craziness. Look at how many cameras are here. Look at how many people are here getting interviewed. This is just crazy.
You look like you're a fan of video games.
I'm a fan of anything relating to Star Wars, basically.
Are you going to get both Star Wars games?
Yeah, I already have them on hold.
We got about 10 minutes left here, actually 8 minutes until tickets go on sale. How do you feel?
It's quite a scene out here. Everyone's pretty excited, and I think once everyone gets their tickets, everyone will come down a notch. But it's a sign of the excitement George Lucas has unleashed. It's also an indication of what opening day is going to be like.
Well, for me, it's a great honor because I really wanted to be a part of this film, and it meant a lot for me to join the legacy of George's trilogy and now going on to the other films. So I'm really happy about it.
It's Yoda, he's so short. 'Cause when he was 9, he drank alcohol. He stunted his growth. Come on, people.
When was the first time you saw Star Wars?
I was 3 years old. I saw Return of the Jedi.
Now you're here in line for episode 1. In 5 minutes, you're going to have tickets in your hand for the first showing.
Star Wars rules!
There you go.
What do your friends say about you being in line here for a week at a time?
They better be positive or else they're not getting the tickets.
What's this little outfit you got going on?
Fiona, this is, I'm Jedi Knight.
Where are you from?
From Poland.
You came all the way from Poland?
Yes, from Warsaw. That's right, from Warsaw just to see movie.
What are you going to do to protect your ticket? What's going to stop people from mugging you in the lineup and grabbing your ticket away from you?
I have a blaster.
You have a blaster?
Yeah.
Excellent, you're prepared.
And I have a battle droid with me.
You have you brought, that's your battle droid, of course.
Yoda.
It's done in his growth.
Hayden.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, I gotta admit, there's been some pretty weak Star Wars games for the PlayStation. Take this one here, Masters of Tiramisu or Terrakasai. Anyway, look what we got coming up though. PC game, The Phantom Menace, awesome game on the PC, is coming to the PlayStation.
Young Tommy Kenobi, we must find Darth Clint to find out more about this Phantom Menace.
Yes, Master, but I feel a disturbance in the Force.
What's the gameplay of the Phantom Menace all about?
It's a real-time action-adventure RPG set in the Star Wars universe.
How many playable characters are there?
There's 4 playable characters. Captain Panaka, Queen Amidala, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
What about the audio for the game?
Music was done by John Williams with original sound effects from the film.
Oh, look, Yoda.
So, how closely does the game resemble the movie?
Oh, it's dead on. We captured the whole Star Wars feel of it, I think.
What involvement did George Lucas have in the making of this?
That's George's baby.
Of course, we wanted to make it look and feel exactly like George wanted, so George is kind of like, you know, pushing us along the whole way, giving us ideas.
How many levels is this thing have?
There's 12 levels, all different.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks a lot, Joe.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
About Clint. I guess I better split too.
You're watching the Electric Playground. We'll be right back after this.
It's like a flying suit, you're zipping it up and you're adding bits and pieces to it, and then you'd look in the mirror, you have to walk out. George Lucas would come in occasionally and say, oh yeah, that's coming on, then you add bits and pieces to it. And then the final bit, I put the helmet on, which is probably a good thing to cover the face. And, I looked in the mirror, I thought, oh, this looks quite cool. Excuse me, are you from somewhere?
How many of you guys have played the Star Wars Trilogy arcade game out there? Well, let me tell you something. I, for one, think it is freaking awesome. And the rumor is that Sega is doing it for the Game Boy. No, for the Dreamcast. Now, speaking of Dreamcast, according to Sega, the Dreamcast is supposed to have a bigger grossing opening day than Star Wars Episode 1. If you can believe that.
At E3 last year, we announced bold plans for making a comeback with a new concept in interactive entertainment called Sega Dreamcast.
We're going to have more than 16 games at launch, which is the most games that have ever been released at a launch of a console.
If you had to have a title that would push the consumer over the edge if they were thinking about buying a Dreamcast, what title would that be?
I would say Sonic. And I would also say our basketball title and our football title.
And he got an okay return, and then he's brought down to the turf.
We've got over 200,000 pre-sale orders already, and we're expecting the 24 hours commencing midnight at $99.99 to be the biggest 24 hours money-wise in the entertainment industry, including music, including movies, including everything.
We are providing tools and technology for developers to bring something never brought before to the consumer.
Well, now you're in the Sega booth and you've been able to take a look around at some of these games. What do you think? Are you excited by these things?
Very, yeah. They've got a great showing. Honestly, it's a little bit better than what I thought. You know, I've seen some of the import games and they look great.
One of the most unique things about the product is that it's going to be launching with a modem in the box. This is the first time a console has been launching with the immediate ability to go home, plug into your phone jack, and instantly be online.
Dreamcast is launching this year. This is you've been working on this for a couple of years now. How does it feel to actually see this dream of yours come true?
Well, you know, last year I made a lot of promises. I said we'd have full retail support, full developer support, and we'd have the consumer back. And if you look on this floor right now, you see well over 40 titles that we're bringing out this year. So we believe we've kept our promises. It is exciting.
We are the #1 store in the country with pre-sales. We're well over 80,000 pre-sales alone. And we will break every record, we think, for any first day release of a game console.
Now, what's your favorite game you've played so far on the Dreamcast?
Well, I think it would probably have to be Sonic Adventure. That was a pretty cool game.
Yeah? What do you give it on a scale to 1 to 10?
1 to 10, I give it a 10.
A 10? That's awesome.
No, even an 11.
An 11?
Yeah, exactly.
An 11? Huh. Do you know Vic?
How has the response been to the Sega booth? Have you had millions of people come through and shake your hand? And
you can look around right now behind you and you see that this booth, I believe, is full of people playing games. You can go to other booths, you see a lot of hot air balloons, but you don't see a lot of content.
What's the response to the Dreamcast coming out this year at your stores?
It's great. I think if they come out with a lot of good games at the beginning from the very start, and if the systems are going to be easy to get a hold of, I think it's going to do great.
This is the year for Star Wars. Everybody wants to see Star Wars Arcade on the Dreamcast. Is that going to happen?
That's going to happen.
Well, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Tom.
Dreamcast?
We got market your back.
What do you think the issue is? Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Maximum carnage. Where do you think I picked that up? Probably P&P Games. Seen it 100 times.
What's it feel like to be a part of the whole Star Wars mythos, you know, to be a part of this series?
It's something which you get used to because it's like a family.
Yeah.
The whole Lucasfilm is like a family.
Someone told me, you know, I went out on this project and it's called Star Wars, and they don't give you a script, but it's something like Flash Gordon.
I read with Mark and Carrie and hundreds of other candidates.
We all wanted to play Han Solo. I love you.
I know he tested other actors for the part, but for the Han Solo part, he just got used to me. That's all.
Well, we do a show that's mostly about the video game world. We cover interactive entertainment. Have you played any of these Star Wars games over the years at all?
No, I haven't. No, I'm not aware of that.
You never. There's tons of them, and I'm sure they've got your likeness in there, and you should probably be aware of that, or your agent should.
Well, thank you for telling me. I'll keep in touch.
Phantom Menace on the PC was one of my favorite games this year. I prefer a game like this over the first-person shooters. I like to see my guy do all animations and fight people. This game is way too hard and a bit too tedious, especially when you got the princess following you around and she's always dying. Those spinny things...
Oh, the destroyer droids.
I hated those.
They're
I would
so
hear
cool,
that
though,
sound, and I would be
oh my God.
They're
Yeah,
impossible to kill.
I wish that there was different perspectives on the action. I wish it wasn't all overhead. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10?
I'd still recommend it, though. I'd still recommend it.
9.5. It's a good game. Go get it.
All right, there's another Phantom Menace game out this year, a pod racer game for the N64. What'd you think of that game?
Right.
Episode 1 Racer.
I found it very hard to try to, like, steer. Like, you'd come up to places, and you'd have to make, like, split-second decisions at the last second, and you were smashing into stuff. It was a bit frustrating.
Here's the thing about the N64 version. It's a good game for people that haven't seen the PC game. It has Dolby Surround, and all the music is in there, and it's a very visceral experience. And you go to the N64, and it's got a choppy frame rate.
I didn't like the frame rate. Very blocky, kind of.
Good points. There's tons of tracks. There's tons. There's like 25 different tracks. There's tons of little characters, and they all have different feel. They all have different pods.
Yippee!
There's lots of voiceover stuff, which is actually okay, except for Anakin.
Annoying!
Drive you crazy. I loved the PC version. I thought it was great. It was one of the most enjoyable racing experiences I had this year.
What do you give the N64 version?
I'd give the N64 version a 6.5, and I'd give the PC version a 9.5. It's a wicked game on the PC.
Well, I didn't play the PC version, but 6.5 also for the pod racer. Now, speaking of racing games, let me tell you what a racing game is. Driver on the PlayStation.
Oh my God.
I love this game.
Amazing.
Okay.
Reflections are the guys that did Reflections is a development company.
Destruction Derby.
Destruction Derby 1 and 2. You can totally see the influence from those games in Driver.
Awesome.
All the physics are amazing. Get to go and hop into all kinds of stolen cars and whip around town getting chased by cops while you help people out on bank jobs and all kinds of other felonies. You're an undercover cop, and it's a really cool story.
The artificial intelligence on the police cars are amazing. I mean, they are so awesome. I'm like finding myself, I'm driving like 5 miles an hour, so, oh no, the cop doesn't see me.
The cities are huge.
Awesome
and your time,
cities.
So you have to get places, and you basically don't know how you're going to get there because all you get's an arrow, and you don't get the full map. So you're basically taking off down streets and trying to go different routes and trying to get to the place as quickly as possible. Brilliant game, 9 out of 10. What do you think?
9 out of 10? I give it a 9.7.
What about Sonic Adventures for the Dreamcast? What do you think of that?
Now, don't get me wrong, it looks great, of course, because it's on the Dreamcast, but the camera angles are so wanky. I was getting headaches trying to figure out how to play this game.
Things are happening crazy, crazy fast, but it's a beautiful game. They spent months and months.
Yeah, it looks great, but it plays like a cow. I didn't like the music. I didn't like the voiceover. I didn't like the camera angles. It looks great. I think if you're a big Sonic,
if you're a Sonic
person,
fan, you're gonna love it.
You're gonna hate it.
No way.
That's what I was gonna say. You're gonna hate it. No. I would give this game a 5.3.
Wow. I'd give this game a 9 out of 10. I think it's definitely worth picking up. I'm a huge Sonic fan. I was a Sonic fan before I was a Mario fan. It's worth picking up. People are going to enjoy it. You all right there?
I gotta go.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Activision, publishers of Battlezone 2, and Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Trade shows play an important role in the video game industry. It's where everybody gets together and discusses techniques, shows off their latest product, steal each other's game ideas. Now, the first big show of the year was the Game Developers Conference in San Jose, California.
Hey, we're here with Jennifer Polka, who has organized the whole GDC this year. It looks like a mini E3. You walk in there and all these giant booths and all the TV screens and monitors. It looks great.
Thanks. I think it looks kind of like a mini E3 too, but I hope people realize that this conference is really about the developers.
I'm with Andy Astor, who is one of the guys from Planet Moon. What are you doing here?
Mostly to listen in on all the different seminars, conferences going on. But it's a networking thing just as much as a learning thing.
I'm here with Will and John Body, the Body brothers who run Black Ops, and they're working on Knockout Kings for the N64. Who's your favorite?
Sugar Ray Leonard. Oh, I'd have to go with Oscar De La Hoya, man. That's totally wrong.
I'm on your side.
No, actually, I think Sugar Ray is better. He actually came to the office we were playing.
You want to take it on camera?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No,
Wait.
Come on, man.
We are here with Chris Sampson talking about what?
Smash Brothers.
This is what the game looks like, right?
Very close, only more in three-dimensional simulated environment.
What's it like running a company at 24 years old?
It's really exciting, and because we're able to deliver content and accountability that's on par with anyone else in the industry right now, I think that we probably leave people with a stronger impression than we would have if we were an older, more established group.
What can you tell me about Quake 3?
We're kind of redefining the whole first-person shooter game. Fast-paced, furious. Deathmatch is going to be like a household name.
I'm delighted that I'm able to share our technology with you. So without further ado, let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology. Focusing in on the CPU core and its co-processors, the world's first true 128-bit CPU, combined to a very powerful graphics chip called the GS, graphics synthesizer, a sound chip called SPU2, an I/O processor, and a DVD CD-ROM disk system. Both DVD and CD is supported by our new technology.
The Electric Playground is here at the 1999 Spotlight Awards.
This year's crop of games are absolutely the best ever, and we want to start celebrating them.
The winner is Bowler's Gate.
Best Sports Tale, NFL Blitz.
We're going to be seeing these guys a lot tonight. Half-Life. So having Shigeru Miyamoto here, this is actually like, I mean, that's pretty huge. This is just the first time he's talked in America. I've never known him to be here before.
And he's known to be sort of a shy person. And if anybody saw him at the Spotlight Awards last night accepting his a couple of awards, he's got a great sense of humor. He's obviously a really kind, sweet person, and he's a little touch of shyness there. So I would think this is one of the few times he's spoken.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Miyamoto, on behalf of all the game players of the world, for all the games you've given us and all the fun you've given us over the years. How many video game titles have you worked on?
Actually, I have just counted them all. I made 64 games by now, including the games which I worked as a producer.
Got to ask you about your competitors. What are those games like? What do you think of those?
I think they're good games, but I think if you want basketball, the real game of basketball, the only way you're going to get it is with Kobe Bryant, courtside. You're going to say, wow, I mean, am I watching an NBA game or am I playing a game?
So I'm here with the winners of the Independent Games Festival, Singularity Software, and they've just won $10,000. How old are you guys?
Well, we started this project in high school, and now we're all 18.
Everybody wants to know about Final Fantasy VIII. It was a huge launch in Japan. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Well, sold 2.5 million copies the first day, which I think set a new record.
2.5 million?
Yeah. I think they were lined up around the block.
Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thank you. That was great. Thanks for having me.
Group hug.
Okay, group hug.
Group hug, huddle.
Bring out the big stuff. Pull! See, boys? It's not the size, sir. It's what you do with it.
Introducing Tiny Tank, the tiny tank with the big attitude.
Pull! PlayStation.
Oh, sorry. I'm just finishing lunch. And also enjoying these promotional VHS tapes from Nintendo Power, chock full of information on some great upcoming games. Are we in the golden age of video game coverage and we don't even know it? Now, you're already here watching the Electric Playground Classics, so I know that seeing behind the scenes of the video game industry is important to you. But it's also important to everyone who enjoys games. Documenting these publishers, developers, and dreamers with such open access is imperative to building a basic respect for the hard work that goes into most every video game we plug into our consoles or PC. The story of video games is relatively young, and thankfully the Electric Playground was there to record its burgeoning history in the 90s and beyond. P&P Games is proud to present EP Classic every Saturday morning. Gunstar Heroes and Gamer Broccoli, Lunch of Champions.
Now, if you thought the Game Developers Conference was cool, wait until you check out E3 in Los Angeles, because it's about 7 times bigger.
I'm here at Rockstar Games, and I'm talking to Jamie King, the producer of Thrasher, Skate and Destroy.
Rather than do a game based on vert, we wanted to do a true street skating game. Feels great, you're in control of the tricks. It's not, you don't just press a button and watch an animation, you really can go from a kickflip to a grind to a kickflip.
Physics is based on the real world, or is it more arcade?
It's based on the real world, and it's called skeletal dynamics.
Ooh, get that, skeletal dynamics.
It's a very unforgiving environment. If you hit a fire hydrant, you're going to fall over. If you hit a lamppost, you're going to bounce off it.
You break bones?
You do break bones, and one of the multiplayer aspects will be how badly can you break your bones.
I'm here with James, who's a producer of this cool game called Revolt. Well, let's check it out. Basically, your little RC cars.
13 tracks set over 7 different environments, as well as you'll have those tracks reversed and mirrored, so all together it comes out to like 39 tracks. Fireworks, bottle rockets, water balloons, oil slicks, and also some cool electro pulse weapons. This is one of the coolest weapons. It's the tag weapon. Yeah. So you see the antennas count down, it turns into a fuse. So unless I touch somebody else, I'm going to blow up. Which is just going to happen now. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. Okay. Hey, Zoe, what do you think?
It's wild.
Wow, you like it?
Yeah.
Zoe likes it. It's a hit.
department from Nintendo. We're here to talk about some of the brand new games that Nintendo and Rare put together for $19.99. How you doing, Brian?
I'm doing very well, very well. You know, I get to sit here and play games.
Jet Force Gemini, man. You gotta tell me about this game. It looks killer.
Man, this game is just bad. You gotta go through a bunch of stages, blow up a lot of enemies. The Mizar. The Mizar are bad people.
Mizar are bad.
Mizar are bad.
They're just bad.
They're bad people.
I'm looking at Cartman in a cart.
South Park Rally basically takes all the fun of the car-style games and puts it into the South Park world. So you have Cartman driving around in his police tricycle with Respect My Authority. Chef drives around in his wagon, and you have Death driving around in a big hearse.
All kind of crazy, spooky stuff is going to happen.
I'm here with Simon Phipps, the senior designer of Shadow Man. How you doing?
Fine, thank you very much, Zoe.
Did I get your name right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, indeed.
Have you been screaming a lot?
Yeah.
I've been screaming because this is a scary game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's Donkey Kong, and he's back with 4 friends. He's got Diddy, he's got Chunky, he's got Tiny, he's got Chunky Kong. Chunky just gets big, you know?
Are you talking Chunky Kong? Is that the name?
Chunky Kong, he's the man.
You were the lead programmer on the project, correct?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How are you guys doing Resident Evil on the Game Boy? Tell me how that's happening.
It's going to be the entire original Resident Evil game in full 3D on the Game Boy Color.
The entire Resident Evil game?
Original Resident Evil game.
How? How are you guys being able to do that?
You know, I wish I knew.
It's amazing what you've done with all these polygons.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
War is not black and white. It is green and tan.
That's damn good. How come you didn't do the voice?
We've hired some of Hollywood's best voice talent. We've got one of the guys that did almost every character in Small Soldiers. He's the voice of Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. So this guy's...
You got the voice of Winnie the Pooh as a soldier.
I definitely want to go on record as saying that we won't be blowing up Winnie the Pooh. We don't want them coming after us.
That Pooh is a nasty man. You don't want to get him mad.
A Tigger kick your too.
You can take the transfer pack, stick it in your controller, and use the Game Boy camera to take a picture of your face and map it on one of your characters.
Get out of here.
You can actually be the character you play with.
I want to see her face in the game, not my own.
Well, this right here is Lupus.
Lupus, a dog.
He's the dog. This right here is Vila.
Vila, 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 Vila.
Vila, you got it. And this right here, this is Juno. You actually have to use his special abilities to get through. Like Juno, he can go through fire because he's red, and Vila can go through water because she's blue, and Lupus, he can float and hover.
Can you go through water?
Basically, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But see, I'm multitasking. I can go through fire too.
There's a new rock star in town.
PlayStation.
With game legend John Romero. He's set up his own studio now called Iron Storm in Dallas, Texas, and is working on 3 games. One of them, your baby, Daikatana. Why is Daikatana different from Half-Life, Quake? What makes it so special?
Daikatana has 4 different environments, completely different environments. Music matches all the environments. You got all the weapons, all the monsters, graphics, you know, environmental effects, everything is done in all these different episodes, and you'll feel like you just played 4 games when you're finished with it.
I am here with a good friend, Cliff. Let's talk about Unreal Tournament. That's what you're working on now.
Yes, Unreal Tournament is like Mortal Kombat with teams and guns. You do not need an internet connection to play the game.
What?
Oh, yeah, everybody's tagged. This thing is a multiplayer-only game.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's a crock, it's a crock. You pick your character, you play against other combatants in different arenas. There's all sorts of team games, great AI. It's a great single-player multiplayer game as well.
Hey, I'm with Wayne Klein, who is the project manager on the new Indiana Jones game. There's got to be like global frenzy and tons of worldwide fans for Indiana Jones. So you guys get email from everywhere.
There's a lot of fan sites already up waiting for the game.
Yeah.
We've already sort of explained what the story is, and a lot of people are just waiting for it and very excited for it.
And what are we going to be doing in this new Indiana Jones adventure?
Indy starts out the game as just wanting to go back to being an archaeologist, but he meets up with Sophia Hapgood, who talks him back into adventuring. This time around, he's going against the Russians, who are going towards the Tower of Babel. The Infernal Machine, which is the name of the story, has the ability to open up a rift between our world and another world called the Ethereum. And Indy's got to collect a bunch of machine parts, get the machine put back together, and see what he can do to stop the badness. Mom, it's going to be a great game.
The first thing I wanted to do when I came to Sega was to bring back Sega Sports.
Had a chance to get out on the show floor and take a look at some of the competition?
I think that Blitz falls into a very different category than most NFL sim games, but I think that NFL 2000 looks really good on the Dreamcast.
It looks a little bit like sort of maybe 1080 meets Wipeout or something.
There's a few things that you can't really do in any of the games. You can't do them in Wipeout, you can't do them in 1080. Trick Style fills the gap.
The goal right now is to have Power Stone around launch.
Yeah.
And then Marvel Capcom shortly after.
And you guys are also bringing out a Resident Evil game for the Dreamcast, so it sounds like Capcom is really supporting Sega on this new machine. Yeah.
In Japan, a little while back, Capcom announced they were going to do a title a month for the Dreamcast.
I'm pretty amazed, actually. I wasn't expecting so many screens and so many playable games. That's really impressive.
It's about content.
Give us your best macho Hydro Thunder.
Hydro Thunder.
Hydro Thunder.
Hydro Thunder.
I'm a huge fan of these wave racing type games. Is this the best one ever?
Definitely. The Newtonian physics of Hydro.
What was that? That was a big word.
The Newtonian physics. Our
Newtonian. Spell that word.
Newtonian.
Oh, like Newton.
Yes.
Sir Isaac Newton.
Yes.
I saw him on Schoolhouse Rock.
Tokyo Highway Racer, which is a racing game, and it's amazing. And we have a game called Arrow Wings.
Is it more of a flight sim or a shoot everything?
You know what it is? It's more about the love of flying. You don't shoot anything.
Oh, what kind of game is that?
What we wanted to do with Ready to Rumble Boxing was we were trying to do a game that was more over the top. Yep. You know, not just one of them simulation boxing games, because you get one of those like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out or something. Before you know it, Mike Tyson's in jail.
What's your favorite thing about E3?
All the girls, I guess.
But you guys have all the girls.
That's true. I think we learned our lesson last year, and we...
You stocked up on girls.
Good schoolgirls watch Electric Playground. Stay tuned.
Think 360 degrees of free-range motion and complete weightlessness won't affect your ability to shoot straight? Introducing Omega Boost, a stomach-turning, gravity-defying shooting game.
Are you all right, officer?
Yeah, good.
PlayStation.
Lee from PMP Games here. What do you think buying video games is going to be like in the year 2020? Someday, you might not even have to leave your home to purchase video games. Someday, you might not be able to hold the games you purchase in your hands either. Hey! Whether you can visit us at one of our retail locations in Winnipeg or online at pmpgamesonline.com, we appreciate your support as we support Victor and the Electric Playground Classic. Another classic episode of EP is coming up next week, so play it loud and play forever.
Now, usually when you think of Las Vegas, you think of gambling, showgirls, white tigers, Elvis, Nicolas Cage, bachelor parties. This year, it's the home of the Classic Gaming Exposition. Check it out.
We rolling? I'm with Alan Yu, one of the founders of the Game Developer Conference, and you're here at the CGE. Why are you here?
So talk to the old timers, hang out, keep grounded.
Who are you most excited to meet while you're here?
I've never met Rob Fulop.
I like Night Driver, and I figured you could do it because it was 12 dots. And so if I can make 12 dots move, I can make Night Driver. So I took 9 months of my life and I made my first game.
I'm here with Todd Fry, who developed a program, Pac-Man, for the 2600.
Very proud of Pac-Man.
I use the rationale that, hey, they're ghosts. They flicker, right? I mean, get a grip.
What do you guys think of the Classic Gaming Expo? Why is it important to the video game industry?
Well, it was a surprise to me that a lot of the games have come back, but when you see it in hindsight, it's fun to play now as they were back then. So with great games, you expect people will still like them.
When I went back and looked at some of our older games, I really had to prepare myself, or I wasn't prepared for looking at the graphics. First thing it goes, oh, you get by that initial shock of the low-res graphics, and the games are really fun, and people recognize it, and I think that's really exciting.
I got a call, it was like a Tuesday morning, and Ray Kazar's on the phone. He goes, hey, Howard. And I go, hey, Ray, what are you going to do? So he goes, can you do E.T. in 6 weeks? And I said to him, I said, sure, Ray, provided we reach the right deal.
This was done by an enthusiast who loved Pac-Man, but was disappointed when he played VCS Pac-Man when he was a kid.
All I can say is, wow, this is really quite an amazing Pac-Man job for the 2600. Tell us a bit of how you decided to make Pac-Man and what you went through.
We programmed it with my friend Igor, but he didn't want to program all the games, so after making the maze, he gave me his code, and I make all the animation.
Over here we have hobby developer Carl Forehand of Songbird Productions. He's made some new Lynx games, as well as selling old ones, as you can see.
Here in 1999, there's been probably half a dozen games that have come out for the Lynx, which is pretty impressive for an older system that's not really supported anymore.
Not until the web came along did the opportunity to present itself to put a website out there and at least initially show people whom I wanted to what really went on. If you go to my website, you can see my whole history. You see pictures of dozens of products I've done, hundreds of patents I have. You can access any of them. It's such a beautiful way to write a resume.
We were having a good time. We were enjoying it. We felt we had the recognition. We felt we had the right compensation. I mean, it was a great time.
This was the golden era of video games. One person could program an entire video game in 3 months.
When I came to Atari, I was about 28 years old, and I was the old man of Atari. I mean, only one or two people were older than me there.
You hire real bright people, give them freedom, and they'll make some amazing things.
I loved Q*bert and Scramble.
I was really heavy into Robotron. Breakout was one of my all-time favorite games.
Space Invaders was the golden age of the VCS.
I loved Missile Command.
What I liked most about Missile Command was the approximation. You didn't have to aim exactly. Instead, it was the gestalt of throwing the cursor across the screen.
Missile Command was Atari's best?
Yeah, that's an opinion.
Did you have any favorite video games?
Oh, gosh.
The right answer today is Missile Command, by the way.
Missile Command, of course.
Since we were so graphically limited, all we had was gameplay. We had to give good game experience, or there was nothing.
What are we going to talk about today, Tommy?
Why are you talking like that?
Because I think we're going to talk about some NFL games. What are we going to talk about today?
Out of all the games we played, this one was by far the worst. It is a little better than last year's.
It is.
Which last year's was even worse.
It looks good. The cool thing about the game is all the vocal stuff by the NFL pros that are in it. They got all these sound bites.
Yeah, that's cool.
With all these players, and they had fun. The gameplay was really weird. Like if you throw a long pass to a receiver, all the defenders around him will just stop moving. The plus side, the graphics look good. The pictures will look great on the back of the box, but don't be fooled.
Bottom line is it was simple and fun, and I like simple and fun games. You know, I give it a 5.5.
I'm in that ballpark too. I'd give it a 5. Go for Blitz instead.
Speaking of Blitz, let's talk about Blitz.
Blitz 2000, man. You know what I think about Blitz? It's influenced the entire sports game genre. Like every sports game you see now has Blitz-style interface. They've got all the user command interface, so that when you enter your name, all your records are saved, and all that stuff is there. And
Blitz is, I think, the best football game of the last couple of years. Blitz 2000 now, it's on N64, it's on PlayStation, and Dreamcast. Yeah. My personal favorite one is the N64 version. Very good. Because of the stick, and it's easy to control the turbo button. You pick the direction, you push the button, done.
A couple of the new things with Blitz 2000 that they added this year is four-player support. Mm-hmm. They have an on-fire mode, so if the same receiver catches it 3 times in a row, you get juice turbo and you can run faster. There's also icon passing.
Now the Dreamcast version.
Dreamcast version is wicked. It looks amazing, 60 frames per second. Problem with it though, the controller is just not right for the game. What would you give the Dreamcast version of Blitz 2000?
I give it about an 8.
I'd give it about a 9 on the Dreamcast. I'd give the N64 version of Blitz 2000 an 8.5.
8.5?
Yeah, what would you give it?
Well, I give that a 9 just on sheer fun. If I had my choice to play any football game this year, it would be Blitz 2000 on the N64.
Okay, and what about the PlayStation version? I thought the PlayStation version had the most advances from the previous year's game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10.
What? It needs a lot of work. I give it a 7.5.
NFL Game Day for the PlayStation. What do you think of this one?
I would say that probably the strong point of this game was the way you picked your plays was the most readable, and I'm not saying it's great. I'm just
very
saying
legible.
it's better.
There's 1,200 plays in this game. If you want the extras, Game Day's got them. The other cool thing about it is the telestrator. A cool play goes down, and all of a sudden we pop up to the commentary guy, and he does a play-by-play, and he draws chalk marks over the play that you just did.
That was cool.
I'd give Game Day 2000 an 8.5 on the PlayStation.
I give it a 7.
7? Okay. Now Madden 2000.
It's a good game. It's like I said, if you're looking for a realistic game on the PlayStation, this is the one to get this year.
EA's got the details down. It's a simulation. It's a really balanced, elegant game. I'd give it a 9.5 out of 10 for the PlayStation.
I'm at 7.5.
NFL 2K for the Sega Dreamcast.
Okay,
What do you think?
NFL 2K is the best looking football game ever. It's the best motion capture. Wait till you see the tackles and the wraparounds in this. The in-between spots when the guys are going back to the huddle and they're all, okay, my biggest problem, the digital pad and the analog stick do not do the same thing. If I want to control my quarterback with the digital pad, guess what? I can't. I have to use the analog stick to move my quarterback around. It doesn't work.
It's a beautiful looking game. This thing is absolutely fluid. The commentary is unbelievable. They've got two guys in the booth.
It's the best commentary for football.
Oh, it's incredible. You don't hear them repeating anything. They just keep going on, and it's totally timed well to what happens on the field. But the thing that takes this game to a new level is the totally imaginative camera angles. If, a wicked tackle goes down, all of a sudden, bam, we're right beside the player.
I give it an 8 overall.
An 8, wow.
Yeah.
No, I think you're being way too hard on it. The Dreamcast has proven itself as a sports game machine. Definitely one to pick up. I'd give it my highest recommendation, 9.5 out of 10.
I just
definitely pick it up.
Don't understand your grading system.
Hey, PlayStation fans, buy a copy of NFL Game Day 2000 and get a free starter NFL baseball cap and a chance to win 2 free tickets to Super Bowl 34 in Atlanta.
As you can see, we had a pretty busy day. I'll see you in 7.
Night, Tommy.
Boy, did I get ripped off.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jammer Lammy, Activision, publishers of Battlezone 2, and Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com. Watch for the premiere issues of the magazines coming October 26th. This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
What's your favorite PC game? No, not Quake. I'm talking about Half-Life! Medic!
I am here with the Half-Life team who've gained overnight popularity with their game Half-Life. When I installed this game, I was just blown away by the fact that it really felt like the first interactive movie that I've ever seen in a game. It was just amazing. Was that your original goal with the game?
Yeah, we wanted to do something that pulled you right in and never let you get out for a moment. The only way you're going to get out of that world is to say, I've got to stop.
The multiplayer aspect of Half-Life has had a huge impact on the gaming community. How do you feel about some of the competition that's coming out for you guys, like Unreal Tournament and Quake 3?
Quake 3 Arena is going to be very popular with sort of the kind of the professional player. I think we're going after something that we think will have broader appeal.
Let's talk a little bit about Team Fortress. Maybe give us some background on Team Fortress, what exactly it is.
With Team Fortress, we're trying to answer the question of how, if Half-Life was a big step forward for the single-player action game, what is it that we can do to make multiplayer a lot better? And the things that we've concluded when we watch people play and we talk to them is that they really like the social element. That just running around and being in a shooting gallery isn't nearly as much fun as working with your friends, being part of a team, having to cooperate in order to meet your goals.
Gabe, in retrospect, is there anything that you would have changed in the development of Half-Life?
The product was about a year late, and it was at the point that it was originally supposed to ship that morale was probably lowest in the office. The schedule, rather than the product, where we had our greatest disappointments.
You've received so much critical acclaim for this game. It's gotten votes to be best game of the year all across the board.
We're going to be seeing these guys a lot tonight. Half-Life, Valve Software.
How does that make you guys feel?
Well, the last time Sierra checked, we'd won around 35 Game of the Year awards.
35?
From all over the world, and we had no idea that it was going to be this successful when we started work on it.
I suppose you've had a few big parties then to celebrate.
After we shipped, we took everybody down to Mexico and had way too much tequila.
Can I come work for you?
You have to ask Mike.
Mike?
Oh yeah, sure.
I got that on camera, right?
Again? Hi, I'm Paul. Friends call me Paulie B. And I've been Lord D's maintenance guy for the past 2.5 years. Yeah, got another call about the washing machine today. You never believe the stuff I pull out of there. Health power-ups in the pockets again. I'm telling you, I'm finding things like this constantly. I keep telling him, it's gonna block up your whole system, back the whole thing up. And the blood, it's been every day with the blood.
Over 2.5 million units sold in Japan on opening day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new record. Final Fantasy VIII. I am here at Squaresoft with two very important people. Would you please introduce yourselves?
I am Takashi Tokitaro. I'm Shinji Hashimoto.
Let me first ask you, what was most challenging working on Final Fantasy VIII?
With Final Fantasy VII, many fans told us they wanted to have the interactive and movie parts melded together and made seamless. In Final Fantasy VIII, we were able to do this.
It was a huge launch in Japan. Tell us about it.
Well, sold 2.5 million copies the first day, which I think set a new record.
2.5 million copies. How much money is that?
You guys feel you've maxed out the power of the PlayStation?
I believe that we used up close to 90 to 95%. And actually, when we designed 8, even Sony people were so surprised that we made certain things possible.
Do you guys get a lot of fan mail over there in the office from players writing in and giving you maybe hints on how to do the next game?
Game players are always giving us extremely positive advice. Like, for example, if I were you, I would do it XYZ. It's not like you just sit and watch the game, you actually have to play it. So we listen to game players' ideas and suggestions on how to improve it because they give us great hints.
So tell us the story a little bit about Final Fantasy VIII. What's the background on that one?
More of a love story than 7 was.
Really?
Yeah, it's very, it's got a lot of female characters, a lot of relationship issues.
So a little bit more mature than the first game.
Yeah, it is.
If you're a good game player, you can finish in 60 to 70 hours. And if you are a novice player, I really think you need a strategy guide.
When can we expect a Final Fantasy movie?
2001年
The movie will be released in 2001.
2001, we have a Final Fantasy movie.
How's the PC version going to be different than the PlayStation?
PC version is going to be porting like we did for 7, straight from PlayStation to PC. So it is going to be basically the same games. If you have a graphic card accelerators, your gameplay will have a higher quality graphic on PC. And we still studying whether we can, make it available on DVD or not. If it is going to be on DVD, it's going to be just one DVD. So it's much better than having 4 or 5 CDs.
We're here at the Electronics Boutique in the Stonestown Galleria in San Francisco, California. So can you tell us what you're buying here?
Need you ask?
So you're holding a special pre-launch for Final Fantasy VIII today?
That is correct, with the help of Squaresoft. And we were able to get a 3 o'clock launch, which is the earliest launch in the United States. And we intend to be at 100,000 copy unit of last year.
Around the world, we hope to achieve close to 7 million.
What is your personal favorite part of Final Fantasy VIII?
そうですね、やっぱり皆さんにも話題
There's a dancing scene between Squall and Renoa towards the end of the game. I have to say, I think this is the most memorable scene of Final Fantasy VIII.
They released the PlayStation 2 specs and they had that running in real time. You guys didn't sleep much then, did you?
How does it feel to be the president of the company releasing Final Fantasy VIII?
I'm exhausted.
See World. Of course, I'm an excellent driver. Vic, it's not my main man Vic. VIC Vic. See Boss Studios. An excellent driver.
Hey, I'm Victor Lucas. I'm here at Redmond, Washington for Electric Playground. I'm standing with Todd and Rob. I'm with Colin Gordon. I'm at Boss Games. We're here to talk about World Driver Championship for Nintendo 64. Is it a sequel to Top Gear Rally? What's this game about?
We come off Rally. Everybody's excited with that. It did real well for us. But we wanted to give the consumer something different. We wanted to give you a packed feeling so that you're racing against 7 other cars on the screen at once. And really, making it more of a race as opposed to just a kind of beat the clock thing. Different engine, Rob, the guys we worked with technology, it's a whole new experience.
We have a completely new graphics engine, the physics engine is completely different. It's based loosely on some of the stuff in Top Gear Rally, but beyond that, we started with a blank sheet of paper.
We're going all over the world.
Yep.
Where are we going?
You go to Les Gets, France, which is like type of mountain, type snow town.
Les Gets? This is fun saying that.
You go to Hawaii.
Okay.
Place in Hawaii. You go to Las Vegas. You go to Zurich and Rome. You also go to New Zealand. And we have a Black Forest track that is more a racing type track. And you also go to Sydney and Kyoto.
Cool.
And the environments were meant to not be just affect the car and all, but it's mainly affect your driving style. So the nighttime tracks are a little harder to see. You might lose your line of vision a little more. The sunset tracks with the lens flares and the morning tracks with the lens flares are meant to blind you. They did that on purpose. So it's like we're trying to make the environment affect you more than just slippery road and wet tires and just intense fog.
Cool.
So that's what we try to make it a little different that way too.
Run through some of the different vehicles that you might be able to get in this game.
Here's the Ellipse Stallion, Rage 512, the Land Swift, Reed's Manta, and Ram Venom. The other nice thing is you can also flip the colors in the cars.
What's the best car?
In terms of speed,
yeah,
it's called the Mystique. It's also the hardest car to drive. It ends up, you're just fighting it constantly to try and keep it in a straight line. So you end up, so you end up pumping the gas to try and keep it under control, get it over 100, at which point the aerodynamics kick in, and you can actually steer it properly.
So I love the night courses. How did you guys go about getting all of the proper light sourcing and all that stuff in there?
I think everybody likes them because they're so dramatic, and also they affect the car.
Yeah.
And their reflection maps change in the tunnels, they animate. So you get a realistic type feel on the night tracks.
They're drivable as well. Some of the other racing games I've played in the night courses, and you just can't see where you're going at all.
Well, we were kind of like that when we started off. It was really, really dark, but we did lighten up and put more lights around each track on the edges and all, and then we give them some kind of reason for being there, like light poles and all that.
Another hairpin turn right here. Oh, not so well taken by Colin.
I was okay. Try cut the inside. Make the corner.
Oh, it's going to be a tight to a close finish. Lots of scraping, lots of banging. Thanks a lot, guys. I think you
You guys should probably just continue on and start putting some money down on this thing.
The two-digit date code written in the 1960s has doomed us. With the year 2000 quickly approaching, it is time to prepare ourselves.
Maybe a software bug or a glitch at best. I think you're overreacting.
All of the world's artillery will detonate at once. Fast food ice cream machines will fail to deliver. The stock market will crash. It will be martial law. But I digress. Okay, catch you tomorrow. Bye!
Okay, bye. Phew, that guy is shook. You don't buy into the whole Y2K mass hysteria, do you? You know, the idea that the formatting and storage of digital calendar data will somehow create a bug that will undo the world New Year's Eve 1999. Completely ridiculous. Hey, you still going to the grocery store later? Yeah, maybe like an extra can or two of soup and some batteries?
Imagine a company that could create a computer chip that would transform your video games into the third dimension.
Oh, cool! Greg Ballard, the CEO of 3DFX. How's it going? Hey, I want to ask you a few questions. You think we can go somewhere where we can talk, where I can hear you, where we can talk? Yeah. Come on, this way. I got a great place.
Cool, well, here we go. At least we can hear ourselves think out here. Let me ask you this whole merger with STB, what's that all about?
Well, I guess the basic reason why we did that was because we really wanted to control our own destiny. We had a lot of fine customers, Diamond, Creative, DMO, STB, but one of the problems that we had was that we weren't really in charge of how we were pricing the product, how it was being presented to the consumer, how it was being branded, even how it was positioned in the marketplace.
So I'm here with Greg Ballard, and we're at E3. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
What are you guys doing at E3 this year?
Well, we're focusing on Voodoo 3 3500 TV, which is the best 3D and 2D in the world.
Sounds spiffy.
Video that you can imagine. It is spiffy.
You guys got a new logo.
We did. As a matter of fact, it's all around us.
Yeah, it's like everywhere.
It reflects
3D effects everywhere.
We just did a very large merger. A new company emerged from that. We're now controlling our own logo. So when you go into a retail store, you look for our logo, nobody else's.
Why do you think gamers need a product like this?
Well, I think it's the avid gamer that wants a product like this. They want to have the best 3D. That's a given. And this has a 183 megahertz part in it. It is the fastest part on Earth, no questions asked. But they also like to have a lot of the TV capabilities that we have. A TV tuner, so you can watch TV on your computer.
They can watch the Electric Playground.
They can. In fact, I'm sure they will. And you can also record it for playback later.
So you can watch this interview over and over again.
Over and over and over again, and I'm sure people will be doing that.
What do you think the whole future of 3D on boards, where is it going? Do you think it's here to stay? Games like Redline are 3D effects only games. Is that the future, or?
Well, I think you're always going to see some 3D effects only games. You're going to see some games that are on D3D, which is the more general API, and OpenGL. And I think one of the things for consumers to realize is that the only really safe bet, because the only company that actually plays all of the APIs, all of the games, is 3DFX.
What's your favorite game?
It would probably be any one of a number of Electronic Arts sports titles. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Well, thanks for taking the time, Greg. Good luck
Always
to you.
good to see you.
Awesome.
Take care.
Here comes the new boxing game for Midway called Let's Get Ready to Rumble!
Now, tell me a little bit about this game. This thing looks way more fun than any boxing game I've ever seen before.
Let's get ready to rumble! What was the hardest part about doing this game?
Working with these guys.
How many programmers were on this game?
3.
3 programmers, okay. And what was your main deal during the whole thing, besides staying up nights?
I spent a lot of time focusing on breast jiggling, really.
Look at this. This is quality breast jiggling at its finest.
I'm sorry, but I must thrash you now.
The greatest thing in this game is some of the knockdowns, right? They're like, oh, you know, were you drunk when you did the motion capture? For what?
We actually had a stunt guy, Miguel Vargas. He came in and did all the knockdowns for us. He's an excellent athlete and just he was all over the place. It was wild.
Tell me about some of the moves in this game. What makes it different than all the other boxing games that are out there?
Well, with Midway's Ready to Rumble, we did a little bit of over the top, you know. It's not just straight boxing, but you can do crazy things. We got guys, different nationalities from different countries, and they can do a whole bunch of different moves, like kind of karate or kung fu moves, or you just do like these crazy spin moves, uppercuts, kind of like a really good fighting game, you know.
Tell me about some of the secrets in the game. I know as programmer, you must have put something in there. Tell me something. Is there a nude code? Come on, we're on national television. People are gonna go out and buy this game because of the next few words out of your mouth. Give me one. Give me something. Don't have to tell us how it's done, but something that people can actually go hunting for tonight.
Try playing it on a holiday.
Okay, let me explain this to him because he ain't gonna tell us. Basically, if you play this thing on a holiday, like I'm guessing like, let's say Christmas, for example, some of the guys are gonna be wearing like Santa outfits or maybe even a Santa character. Am I assuming this is to be correct? Right, okay.
Give me some of the character names.
We got Jet Iron Chin.
Beast, Jet Iron Chin.
Butcher Brown from Huntersville, Alabama.
Only a fool get in the ring with me.
Afro Thunder, he's got the big giant afro. He's one of the more popular characters.
So far, he's the hit of the show, actually.
Afro Thunder?
Yeah, he's got a little thing on his belt that says, call the doctor.
Thunder.
It's time to dance! It's time to dance!
Okay, let's speak to this guy here. I need some lines.
Hey, everybody out there. It's time to dance! It's time to dance! Somebody better call the doctor!
That's the line. That's the line I was waiting for. You were one of the characters' voices in the game too, right?
Voice and I'm Bruce Blade.
This guy here. Look at it, make the face. Right.
I need my headgear. She didn't know he's bald.
Right, no, that's why he's got headgear on.
I'm Jet Iron Chain again.
Okay, and bust out a line. That's pretty good. See you later, check it out, Ready to Rumble. Yeah. Cool. Okay, should we start recording now?
Hi everybody, this is Michael Buffer and I'm always ready to rumble on Electric Playground. We'll be right back after this.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever. No, that's a good sticker.
I want the biggest dessert thing you have.
Chocolate Mondo pie.
Chocolate Mondo pie.
We're here for dinner. You're going to start with dessert?
That's what, dessert is the best part of the meal, right? Am I right? And everybody always says last. They're always too full. They can't have the dessert.
You're going to start with dessert.
You order the dessert first.
Speaking of Chocolate Mondo Humongo Mile High Pie, what did you think of Jet Moto 3 for the Sony PlayStation?
This version, the music's great.
Music's awesome.
The tracks are cool. They look amazing.
Very cool.
My problem is that the game is almost too fast. I'm turbo boosting, I'm going off the track. Am I going left?
The wine meter's going, the needle's going over to the heavy whining.
Oh, it's crazy, man.
The tracks are much better defined.
They look better, but they don't play better.
And actually, the animation of the vehicles looks a lot better. The riders look really cool. They're leaning off the bikes and tilting left and right when they want.
The game's almost too fast. Slow the stuff down.
I like it.
I mean, you're whipping around and you have no idea where you are. There's this little yellow arrow on the top of the screen.
You have to follow that.
You pretty much have to follow that because you're whipping every which way, and the arrow's like going crazy.
Well, I'll tell you something. The two-player game is impossible. You're basically just tolerating the game if you want to.
It's really bad.
It's no fun to just tolerate a video game. You can't play with somebody else. But as a one-player game, it looks really slick.
The speed and the control. I don't know where I am half the time. I give it a.
I liked it a lot.
I give it a 6.5.
I'd give it an 8. This is an 8 out of 10 for me.
All right.
So there's your cake.
This is.
So what'd you think of Pokemon Snap? Okay.
Basically, you get on this thing, and you have like these apples and bouncy balls and things that you throw at people to like fluster them. All the Pokemon. What's plural? What's Pokemon plural?
The Poke folks.
Mons. Poke folks. So you're throwing stuff at the Poke folks, and they, they could throw it at a Pokey thing, and he gets all mad and he chases you, and you have to take pictures. So it is kind of cool. I gotta admit, I've never played a game like this ever before. Now, there's probably reasons for this, but...
Oh, come on, give me a break. The game's really cool. I mean,
It's kind of fun.
You're getting to surf through all these different locations. It's all 3D, polygonal-based environments.
It didn't really seem skewed to my age group, I gotta tell you. So I think it's a game for younger kids.
It's for kids.
But it is good. It's original.
Well,
it's easy to understand. You know what you do.
And it's totally addictive. You get used to going through these different worlds, and all these different creatures are hiding in all kinds of different places, and you get more points for the better the picture. That's classy. And if you take a nice picture where you get them in the middle of the screen, and they're nice and big, you get more points. And as you get more points, the more points total you get, you open up new worlds to explore. And it's a non-violent game, all right? So parents are gonna love that.
Well, you're just like throwing apples at birds and stuff. That's not violent.
That's not violent.
I think the game would have been a lot better. Instead of taking pictures, you had like a shotgun. That would have been cool. You could have went around the level shooting the Pokemon. That would have been fun.
Maybe the sequel, Poke Blast.
Poke Blast. I give it like a 7.3. I mean, I'm not rushing home to play it again, but it's an original game. It's something different, which I like to see.
7.3, I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Okay, what'd you think of CNC Tiberian CC?
What the hell is this? It's not possible. Onto the mainstream.
James Earl Jones does some voiceovers.
That's
Darth
really cool.
Vader doing some voiceovers. The coolest thing, the difference about this is that in this CNC version, the terrain is actually all real 3D stuff.
Formable.
It's
Finally, you can shoot out the cliffs and stuff, and you can get your guys to walk up the slopes that you build. Lakes freeze over, and you can drive across it, but then there'll be cracks in the ice and stuff.
Everybody I know is playing this game.
It's a great looking game.
It's a great looking game.
And much cooler than the old CNCs.
It looks amazing.
But you know what? It's not it's not a revolution. It's not like Total Annihilation that was all full 3D and you could tilt around and do all that
Right,
stuff.
I mean, if you're expecting like a huge improvement over the CNC world, you're just not going to get it. But I think it's a very decent game. I give it a 9.3.
Wow, that's a huge score, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fun and so addicting. The missions are amazing.
It is.
The
Tons
music,
of
the voice
worlds.
is amazing.
There are tons of levels.
The cutscenes are awesome, and they got James Earl Jones. There you go.
Anything
What
with
more do you
James
need?
Earl Jones in it.
Anything with James Earl Jones.
I'd give it an 8 out of 10. I think they could have pushed it a little harder, but it's still a good game. And PC real-time strategy fans are going to love this thing.
Cool.
What do you think of Ready to Rumble Boxing for the Dreamcast?
Now here's a fun, simple arcade game. All the characters are awesome. The sound is awesome. It's easy to get in and play. There were a few points where I kind of found it hard to punch some character. I didn't feel like I had 100% control here.
Oh, it's a wicked game. Midway seems to have a lock on all these arcade sports titles. Super fast, really cool characters. The polygon faces and stuff, all their animations, really funny.
You can train your boxers and everything. The training mode's cool. So
it's a gorgeous looking game too.
It's cool.
You know it's going to have a nice long lifespan.
It's
We'll be
fun, it's
seeing
fast,
extras of
we'll
this.
see a lot of it. The animation's amazing, characters.
Definitely want to pick up from the Dreamcast.
Best game on the Dreamcast. One of the best games.
I agree.
That and Soul Calibur.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'd give Ready to Rumble Boxing about a 9 out of 10. Excellent game. Check it out.
9.5.
How's your food?
Great.
All right.
Have some of that.
What is these things?
I don't know.
What?
Check, please.
Can I just write Electric Playground and that's good enough?
Hey, that's as good as gold.
We need about a week to get this thing fixed. Come back and see us then. Chainsaw! Chainsaw.
Financial assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jammer Lammy for the PlayStation.
Activision, publishers of Battlezone 2. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Games, Insight PC Games, and InsightGames.com. Watch for the premiere issues of the magazines coming October 26th.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Developers who brought us Donkey Kong Country and GoldenEye. It's called Jet Force Gemini from Rare.
Jet Force Gemini, man. You gotta tell me about this game. It looks killer.
Man, this game is just bad. I mean, you got 3 different characters you can use. You gotta go through a bunch of stages, blow up a lot of enemies. The Mizar are bad people.
Mizar are bad.
Mizar are bad.
They're just bad.
They're bad people.
Who are these guys? What are these people all about?
Well, this right here is Lupus.
Lupus a dog.
He's the dog. Yeah. This right here is Vila.
Vila?
Vila.
Vila. Okay.
You got it. And this right here, this is Juno.
Juno.
Right. You actually start off with Juno here. And he has to rescue Vila, and then they both have to rescue Lupus. What's actually cool about it is when you mech up in the game halfway through, you mech up, kind of get like some body gear, and you actually have to use his special abilities to get through. Like Juno, he can go through fire because he's red, and Vila can go through water because she's blue, and Lupus, he can float and hover.
Can you go through water?
Basically, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But see, I'm multitasking. I can go through fire too.
So the game takes place in the future. Is it still planet Earth?
No, this is another planet that are colonized by the colonists. The Mizar come down, they take over the colony, and the colony actually works for the Mizar, but they're trying to rebel. So the Jet Force Gemini, kind of the police of the galaxy, come down and have to show them who's boss.
The gameplay, is it you basically just killing stuff? Is that the whole deal?
There's a lot of puzzles. The Mizar, they work together.
Yeah.
They sit back, they get around each other. They use their strength. They use all their people, where one will stay back and try to get you while the other come around behind you. They're very smart, but basically you got to take them out.
They're not that smart.
Not smart enough for Jet Force.
What is Jet Force? Is it like some sort of police squad or something?
Yeah, they're kind of like the police squad of the galaxy. When things go wrong, they get sent in. It's just a great game. So many different multiplayer things in it. You got racing in multiplayer. You got battle mode in multiplayer. You got target shooting in multiplayer. I mean, these are from the same guys who did Banjo-Kazooie and Diddy Kong Racing, which is some good stuff.
Would you say the game's sort of an amalgamation of Banjo-Kazooie and Diddy Kong Racing?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'd say there are some aspects in there, like the racing and multiplayer, which is really cool.
Yeah.
You know, and the graphics from Banjo. I mean, they just used a bunch of technology in this game, like real-time reflections and just a whole bunch of graphics.
It's a bit different than a lot of the cutesy animal-type games that we're seeing from Nintendo.
I mean, you gotta go and you gotta take care of the Mizar. I mean, they're coming in, they're trying to throw these colonists around, tell them who's boss, and you gotta show them what's up.
That's right, because the Mizar, they're bad.
Mizar are bad people.
You want to take them Mizar down. No Mizar.
Mizar bad, that's right.
And then what do Mizar look like?
They're
just so we know.
They're ant-like creatures.
Ant-like creatures.
Ant-like creatures.
Yeah, if you look like an ant, you're bad.
Washed.
Yeah, you gotta be. You're gone.
Raid.
You know what? I gotta play this game. It looks way too inviting.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's get out of here.
Hi, I'm Paul. Friends call me Paulie B. And I've been Lord D's maintenance guy for the past 2.5 years. Keeps me on my toes. We had a flea man infestation last week. Little buggers get everywhere. Yeah, I know he's there. Don't acknowledge him. He's never gonna stop.
We went to Crystal Dynamics to check out Gex 3 and Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. I'm here with people from the Gex team, and we're going to find out about Gex 3. Let's do it. Woo! All right. Yeah. How is Gex 3 different from the 2 previous Gexes?
Well, he rides all kinds of new characters like burros and camels and alligators. He shoots weapons, he rides tanks. He's got some new buddies.
New buddies?
25 new costumes.
What characters did you animate?
Mostly enemies, environmental stuff, just anything that needed to be moved.
In the PlayStation, when you're working with lighting, what are you doing?
Pretty much touching every vertex with a little bit of every vertex and the mesh with a little bit of color.
Touching every vertex right here. The girl in the tree. What was the hardest part about animating Gex?
Battling the software, I think.
Battling the software.
Show him your tail.
Yeah, whip your tail around.
If I do, I'll fall out of the tree.
Is this game like impossible? Is it for kids? Do you have different levels? What do you think? It's all on your shoulders now.
It's all different, yeah. It's hard for me.
It's hard for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's easy enough for kids, but hard
for programmers.
Yeah, okay. Biggest thing you had to overcome in this project?
Definitely sleep deprivation.
Yeah, give us a quick rundown of the storyline.
Gex has to make his way through all these different media dimension related levels and rescue the babe at the end.
You've been in all the print ads for the game. I turned the magazines and whoa, and that's you.
Exactly, it's me and Gex together, we're a team.
And so here I am going, whoa, because she's right here in front of me.
Thank you.
Can't wait to play it, and looking forward to Gex 4. Cool, everyone wave.
I'm here at Crystal Dynamics. I'm with Amy, who is the director of the new Legacy of Kain game for the PlayStation. From the outset, you guys set out to create a PlayStation game that would raise gameplay and graphics and experience in video game play to another level.
Right, that was the idea. We knew that right from the start what we wanted to do was increase the immersiveness of the experience.
Explain a little bit about the gameplay. What are you going to be doing in this game?
The main character's name is Raziel, who starts off as a vampire. He gets turned into an undead creature, basically, who has to survive. He has to live on the souls of his enemies, not the blood. He's driven, in the same way that Kain was in the first game, by revenge on his former brethren and his father figure.
Like the action animations and stuff like that, where he's taking swipes at different creatures and vampires and stuff like that. Are those tons of fun to do?
Animating the attacks and impales and especially the reactions that the enemies have to being hit. That's a lot of fun.
Your primal state is in the spirit world, what we call the spectral plane.
Right.
Which is a very sort of expressionistic nightmare place. You can, through force of will, tighten all the molecules in your body and take form. And then when you do that, the whole world shifts around you and you go back into the physical world where all your enemies are. All the architecture that was bent just writes itself in front of your eyes. The light all changes, things like that. And so the player is constantly confronted with the need to decide where they need to be at any one time in the spectral or material world.
One thing that really impressed me was the ability to move around, and it just felt great. It felt different than a lot of PlayStation third-person action games that I've played.
I think a lot of that is because Raziel has got over 221 unique animations that are segmented, upper body and lower body, separate, which makes a huge combination.
I was a huge fan of the background story and the voice work that went into the first game. How much of that was carried over?
We have wonderful people down in LA that we work with. Anybody who was a fan of the first game for that reason will be more than thrilled with what we're offering here.
It's like an interactive movie. I mean, the storyline is so rich. There's so much VO and dialogue, and it's just a great fiction.
What's going to happen now? Are you guys already starting work on Kain 3?
It's all germinating back there. We've left all kinds of interesting plot lines open to play with. And
PlayStation 2?
Maybe. I mean, Crystal's definitely working on that stuff. You know, it's up in the air whether our next title will be PlayStation 1 or 2. And PlayStation's a great machine.
Yep.
And there's a lot of life left in that, too.
You know, one of the most spectacular-looking football video games ever is NFL 2K on the Sega Dreamcast.
I'm here at Sega with Marcus, the executive producer on the new football game for the Sega Dreamcast. You ready to go?
Let's go.
All right, 1, 2, 3, break! 42! 42! Hut, hut, hut! So, Marcus, do you guys got all the NFL licenses for this?
Yeah, we send photographers out to every stadium in the NFL.
That's pretty cool. Is this more of an arcade game or a realistic thing or what?
Actually, you know, for the football fans out there, if they play games like Blitz or Madden, we're kind of in between. We got a little bit of arcade-ness into our games, but we also got a little bit of sim. So we're right in between the two big football games.
You guys do a lot of motion capture?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Our football game will be one of the first with the most number of moves. We got over 1,600 animated moves, which is about 4 times the number of moves that you get in the PlayStation and N64 products.
One on the play. Oh, I would not have gone for it there, Dan. But then again, I'm not the coach. Peter, I think...
And another first for our football game that we got that's really cool is that we were running at 60 frames per second. And if you remember back in the Genesis days with Joe Montana, those games ran at 60 frames per second. We're now on Dreamcast, because of the new power we have, not only does the graphics look good, but now we're giving the users more control by running at 60 hertz. If you play with Jerry Rice, if you notice Jerry Rice, he's going to have the eye marks under his eye. He's going to have the breathe right thing on his nose. And if a player wears long sleeve jerseys under their uniform, we're going to have that represented. If he wears wristbands, we're going to have that. We got every player modeled perfectly. And one of the cool things also about our game that you haven't seen before, we got our little VMU.
Well, VMU?
Oh, yes.
What the heck's VMU?
It's our visual memory card.
Virtual memory card.
I'm going to be able to call my plays on my VMU instead of on the screen.
No.
So you can't see what pass play I'm calling or if I'm running the ball. So I can fake you out and do a little bit better with that.
And you can take that to other controllers and other systems?
Absolutely. And I can play at my friend's machine, put new plays or new players on there and go take it and play against you also.
Now
so it's a really versatile thing.
Pass me that VMU.
See what kind of hands you got there, baby.
Are these all your secret plays?
No, I wouldn't give it up that easy, baby. Actually, I'm modeling all the cameras in the games perfectly. So if you look at our football game and you're going back to the huddle, you'll see a very television-like presentation style you haven't seen on any of the N64 or PlayStation.
Really?
Absolutely.
Who do you got? You got like guys commentating and stuff?
Yeah, we've recorded over 100 hours of commentary time, 15 times more than what guys are doing on the PlayStation on the Saturn. And I think you'll notice a huge difference in the level of commentary. Yeah, another cool thing about Dreamcast football that you won't see about other games is we got a modem that's going to be included in the box of Dreamcast. That's going to open up a whole new dynamic to sports gaming. It's going to include a 56K modem.
Like I'll be able to kick your butt down in LA and you'll be up in San Fran.
I still can kick your butt, but we won't be able to do it in different cities right now. One of the things that we will be able to do though is allow you to update teams and rosters online, allow you to create plays when you're at work, and then download them into the game when you get home. And all kind of cool new dynamics.
Hey, well, thanks for showing me the game, Marcus. I can't wait to play this stuff.
Oh, no problem. Before we wrap it up, let me see what kind of running skills you got.
All right.
Ready, set, hut!
Young to the right sideline. Gamora catches the pass. Tackled by Sonic.
Hi, I'm Mario Andretti, and you're watching Electric Playground. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey, Lee from P&P Games here, reminding you to check out the Electric Playground Classic every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by P&P Games. And don't forget, play forever!
We caught up with Mario Andretti, the superstar race car driver, who's out promoting the new controller from Mad Catz. You know, it's one of those fishing controllers.
So we're here at the Mad Catz booth with Mario Andretti, and he's showing off something that he helped design.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, it was a lot of fun to work with the Mad Catz people because these guys really get it. They come to the racetrack and during testing sessions, and we sit down and they would try to just ask all the pertinent questions.
Yep.
And then we just try to get them on the same page, just to get them to realize the idiosyncrasies of when you jump the curbs or when you did some that.
It's a rugged little steering wheel then.
Oh yeah, I mean this thing, obviously, you can see, all you have to do is look at the cockpit of this race car.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It's metal. It's not just a plastic piece.
Yep.
You can just feel even by the weight. If it's a sturdy piece, you almost feel like you can do the 24 hours of Le Mans with no problem.
How do you like the racing games that are out there? Do you think that they stack up pretty good?
It's pretty darn realistic. But honestly, to be competitive in this world, you have to be that because these kids that try, they really are experts.
Right.
They know what they want and they expect nothing less than as real as can be.
It's been a few years since Andretti Racing. Do you have another racing game that's going to be gracing the shelves anytime soon?
We have some prototypes in the background.
Yep.
And all you have to do is stay tuned.
Okay. Stay tuned. That's what we like to hear. Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
I hope you're having fun out here.
Well, try the wheel.
EP takes a look at some of the newest, coolest first-person shooters on the market these days. Jeez, watch what you do with that thing. I am here with a good friend, Cliff, who is the designer. What's your official title?
Co-designer, lead-level designer on the Unreal projects.
Unreal. This is the man right here.
Man leader. Got your back.
Zoom in on the eyes here. Freaky. Let's talk about Unreal Tournament. That's what you're working on now.
Yes, Unreal Tournament is like Mortal Kombat with teams and guns. You do not need an internet connection to play the game.
What?
Oh, yeah, everybody's tagged this thing as a multiplayer-only game.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's a crock, it's a crock. You pick your character, you play against other combatants in different arenas. There's all sorts of team games, great AI. It's a great single-player game as well.
Really?
Make sure you check it out, yeah.
Now, what are some of the mission things that you got going on?
We got this great game type called Assault, and one team attacks while the other team defends. And like we got these different scenarios. One's like a D-Day invasion, and like you're storming the beach and like Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, and one team's trying to defend it, and people are blowing up everywhere. And it's great fun.
Awesome. Well, what's your favorite level?
I'd have to say the high-speed train. One team starts off in a chopper, and they're like, there's little voiceover, just like, oh, Abel, assault the base. Dog, I'm going in. Oh, man down, man down. Train. I feel like in the middle of a James Bond movie. It's really great. Yeah.
So, can we expect it on any more platforms, or are you guys just concentrating on PC?
We're actually talking to some other people about possibly doing a color Game Boy version of it.
No, are you serious?
Absolutely. We're also looking into the possibility of doing a PlayStation Unreal as well.
That would be cool.
And of course, PlayStation 2 looks mighty delicious.
Isn't there some weird, aren't they doing Unreal jewelry?
Well, we'll have some Unreal jewelry, possibly earrings, maybe necklaces. We already have keychains.
Furniture?
Hey.
Unreal furniture would be cool.
I don't think that big U would be very comfortable to sit on top of.
Very cool. Thanks a lot, Cliff. Good luck. Can't wait to play. It sounds awesome.
Hey, want to get it out. Hope you like it.
We're here to talk about Quake 3. How you doing tonight, Paul?
Awesome.
So what can you tell me about Quake 3?
We're kind of redefining the whole first-person shooter game. We want people to jump on the internet and play this game. We're going to make it easy to do it, and we're going to make it fun to do it.
What are some of the big key features that are in Quake 3 that weren't in the first two games?
Well, we've redefined the animation system. It's going to be fast-paced, furious. Deathmatch is going to be like a household name.
Do you think this is the end of it, or do you think we'll always see more Quake games?
No, this is the last Quake product. The whole point of Quake 3 Arena is to put everything we've ever done it in on steroids. You know what I mean? We're maxing out, and we're not coming up with anything new, so to speak, but we're taking what we've done in the past, and we're giving it the richness and the high quality that today's technology allows us.
Excellent. Anything you have final words?
I'm going to make very nice models for the game.
Of me.
Of you.
Thank you.
You're
We got that on tape now. He has to do it.
You're in the game.
You hear that? Me, Zoe Flower, in the game, Quake 3. It's going to happen.
Lee from P&P Games here with my latest purchase, a brand new Sega Saturn control pad. Buddy destroyed one in a heated Guardian Hero session last weekend. A small price to pay for a night of video games with friends. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this internet thing or not, but our days of playing multiplayer games in the same room as one another might be numbered. If only out of convenience. At Past and Present Games, it's our mission to keep the experience of video gaming tangible, as long as possible. Visit our retail locations in Winnipeg, or browse our entire inventory online at pnpgamesonline.com. You'll find a myriad of software, merch, and accessories from all generations of video gaming. And enjoy free shipping on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA. Now, back to the show!
Thunder.
Hydro Thunder.
What do you
Now, it's a very fast, colorful, fun, quick action game.
Boats look cool.
In one-player mode.
One-player mode, yeah. Two-player.
Two-player mode is
lost it.
slow
way
down. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. They have these wicked-looking boats. They're super fast in one-player mode. Lots and lots of colors, lots of styles. They all come in their own sort of unique shape. And when you hit the turbo things, they all morph, and their engines pop out the back, and these big blasts of fire come out. Super fast, huge drops.
Give me something new on the Dreamcast. It's a new system. I want new games. I've been playing this game a year.
Everybody wants an arcade game on the Dreamcast, and it's a good translation. The only thing that I have a problem with is that it's just an exact translation. It's just the arcade
Nothing
game.
extra. Nothing extra.
No extras. It's just arcade at home. It's a solid game. They dropped the ball in two-player mode. I'd give it an 8.5 out of 10.
I give it an 8.
What do you think of Demolition Racer for the Sony PlayStation?
This is by Pitbull Syndicate. Car physics aren't perfect like Gran Turismo. You hit a car and it goes flipping up in the air, which I like though. I think that's cool.
I did too. The physics are very arcade style, very light and very quick to play.
Right.
And I don't think the game suffers at all from that. I think it's one of those games you sit down, you play it, you're bashing cars around, getting big points, big fireball explosions, huge jumps, lots of crazy stuff. It's a fun game.
I actually worked on this game for about a year doing the sound on it and stuff. Oh, did I mention the sound was great?
The sound's really good.
Okay,
in this game.
but anyway, no.
You make me say that.
One thing they did incorporate in there, two-player mode was fun.
Two-player mode
was okay.
worked really well. Split screen, which is rare on the PlayStation, so it was cool.
There's lots of different things. You can play tag, and you can play. There's all sorts of different game elements to play. You want to get that?
It's a value pack game. It's a value pack game. It's something that you're going to get a lot for your money out of this one, and you should check it out. I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
Exactly what I give it, an 8.
8 out of 10?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think of Outcast for the PC?
It's like a third-person thing, like your Tomb Raiders and Metal Gear Solids and stuff. But the guy runs like
he's no motion captured character.
Oh, it's awful. And how about the way he jumps? What the hell's that all about?
He's light on his feet.
Listen to me. The best part of this game, by far, bar none, is the orchestral music. The Moscow Symphony Orchestra did it. There's choir. Play this game just for the music.
You can just leave it on your PC running, and you just be sitting back, and it's like a movie soundtrack. The thing that's cool about Outcast is the story element. It's really well done. There's a lot of non-player characters in the game that you talk
languages.
to. You learn a whole new language in this game, and you get a complete lexicon, so you have to learn all these new words and stuff, and you basically go talk to all these different alien creatures.
I kind of found it hard sometimes to shoot characters because of certain camera angles, like my head would pop up, and I'm trying to shoot things, and I couldn't because my head was in the way. And there's some camera angle issues.
The developer spent 4 years making this game.
4 years?
It's been a long time making this game.
4 years.
The thing that's amazing with the game is that it's incredibly deep. You can virtually go anywhere you want to in the worlds, and the control schematic is really original, and the weapons that you get, and the movements that are in the game, and the dialogue, the voice acting is all really solid. It's a great action adventure game. I thought it was definitely worth your time. I give it 8.5 out of 10.
I give it a 6.8.
Here's our favorite game of the year so far, Tonic Trouble on the Nintendo 64. What do you think of that?
Okay, the fact that anyone published this game is insulted my intelligence. If somebody were to sit down and say, okay, let's make the worst video game ever, Tonic Trouble is what they would have got.
It really falls short. It's way below what you're expecting on a Nintendo 64.
The best part is you're sliding down this stupid ice thing, right? And then you go into a certain sections, and I don't know why, but the screen just goes black. Wait 2 seconds, and then you keep going. It's like it's loading in the next level, but it's on the Nintendo. So what the heck's going on?
All the characters are really lame looking as well. How about the newspaper with the eyeballs? It's like they
bouncing
went with,
tomato things.
They went with the first idea that went into their heads. There's no refinement in this title at all.
Awful graphics, awful sound, awful gameplay, awful design. Blech. I can't find any redeeming qualities.
Yeah, basically you don't really want to play it. That's what we're telling you. I give the game a 3 out of 10, actually.
3? I don't know where you get 3 from.
I give it a 3 out of 10.
It's a 2.
I think it's a 3, man.
It's a 2.
All right.
It's awful.
Tonic Trouble. Woohoo!
Yeah, 2 thumbs up for 2.
Yeah, all right.
See you next week. Vic! Hey, the most spectacular looking football video game ever is NFL 2K.
Financial assistance for the Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jammer Lammy for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Battlezone 2. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Games, Insight PC Games, and InsightGames.com. Watch for the premiere issues of the magazines coming October 26th.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Here's a great concept for a video game.
Big giant monster robots terrorizing the city, crushing everything.
It's a game called Slave Zero. Infogrames.
I'm here with Matt and Jeff from Accolade, and we're talking about the big bad robot game called Slave Zero.
Slave Zero is a new breed of giant robot. Initially, most of the robots in the game we call Sentinels, which are traditional tank-like robots with people inside controlling them. Slave Zero is a new breed of robot that is both grown and made, kind of a biomechanical creature.
Is this something you'd like to see happen in your real life?
Well, you could get anywhere you want. You don't have to worry about parking, traveling expenses get down, but it'd be hard to find a date.
Well, literally, you could pick up chicks, though.
Literally pick up chicks.
The engine is being created. I made the design document, basically outlined with the help of the other designers what would happen, who you were, what weapons you'd use, that kind of thing. And now that we're in the production phase, I'm actually building the worlds that you're going to engage in. The engine had been in development for, I believe, a year. And then Sean Vesey, who had worked previously on the MechWarrior and Interstate 76, we got together and we're all, what about a giant robot game that wasn't a sim? And both of us kind of went, bing, and we just started writing like crazy. It was instantly hit hard for both of us.
People are going to want to know about the weapons.
You have plenty of weapons in Slave Zero. He has, if you get close to a robot, you have lots of hand-to-hand attacks. You can smack them around and eventually knock them out that way. We also have slug thrower weapons,
rocket launchers,
missile weapons,
plasma guns, huge machine guns,
and energy weapons. Everything a 60-foot boy would need to destroy an entire city.
How exactly did you go about making it feel like when you're in the game you are 60 feet tall?
We added lots of cars and people to scale, and you can see these cars driving along on the freeways we got going. And not only that, you can run over the freeways and they'll start swerving around, and you can pick up the people in the cars, throw them at other robots or splat them against the wall.
It's all based on the environment. We place you in a city street with signs, lots of cars and traffic, there's tanks, helicopters, walkways, trains driving by.
Also, the buildings that are close up to you, they're story perfect, so you can see 10 feet per window. So just before you smash it down with a piece of girder you picked up from the last building you destroyed, you know you're big.
So Matt, in a game about giant robots, what's your favorite part?
My favorite part of the game is the sense of scale. Being a giant robot, we allow you to smash cars, and you can pick up people and throw them, kind of like I can pick up this thing and throw it at you.
Well, yeah, I actually prefer this approach.
Hey! More like this? Get out of here! Run, you pansy!
Yeah, I got a girl impression on right now. Used to date one of my rivals, though. We just junction so well together, you know? I met her at PNP Games. She said I was the best looking guy there.
Now, one of the most popular video game characters of all time is celebrating his 20th anniversary this year. We, of course, are talking about
Hey, we're at NAMCO, and I'm here with Hardy and Gil and Hardy, and we're talking about the new Pac-Man game that we got coming out for the PlayStation. How you guys doing?
Good. Great.
So how old are you guys when the original Pac-Man hit the scene?
20. I'm older than I look.
You're 40 years old?
39.
39. You look like you're 17. Tell me about this. Is Pac-Man World?
Pac-Man World.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
It's Pac-Man in 3D.
3D. He wanders through many levels. He even gets to defeat Galaxians. He goes in mazes, explores caverns, swims through rivers, and he can roll, and he, like Sonic, he zooms off.
So he's got a little more mobility than he did in the 80s.
And he can butt bounce.
And he can butt bounce.
Yep.
Oh, you got to be able to butt. Does he have a butt?
You might argue that he's all butt. He's all butt.
Just one big cheek. You're 39 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so there must be hidden old Pac-Man games within this thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. The original game is actually on the disc, so you can play it in the original maze, as if you were inserting a quarter.
And we've also taken pains to make a new mode, which we call Maze Mode, which actually uses the 3D modeled mazes, but emulates the same style of classic gameplay, but with a new twist. We're really trying to capture more of the different types of gameplay that are available now and more familiar to the player with the new Pac-Man project. We wanted to open it up and make it more feel more like some of the more familiar titles, Mario or Crash Bandicoot. And so we've tried to integrate both the classic gameplay styles and the new 3D platformer gameplay experience that a lot of the players really love so much.
How about Ms. Pac-Man? Is she making an appearance in this game?
Yes, she has an appearance. You get to rescue her. She'll rescue him in the next one.
Oh, very cool. So Ms. Pac-Man World is coming up soon. So Inky, Pinky, Slinky, and Pinky, and Winky, they're all back in here?
No, Inky, Pinky, Blinky, and Clyde. You gotta get their names right.
Oh, that's Clyde. Yeah, right.
Clyde is the red one. Although in the original game, he was actually the pink one. He kind of changed colors.
We're looking forward to Pac-Man World. Thank you. Good luck with the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Pac-Man salute.
Pac-Man salute.
You know, Activision has two very similar games out for the Nintendo 64. A Bug's Life and Quake 2. Quake 2.
I'm here with Marty Stratton, and we're talking about the port of Quake 2 to the N64. What's it like to work with the people at id?
Amazing. They are the absolute most talented group of individuals in the industry. They had more to do with N64 than probably a lot of people will know.
How is Quake 2 for the N64 going to differentiate itself from all the other first-person shooters?
I think one of our biggest assets is what we've done on the multiplayer side. We have 4 different modes of play in Deathmatch. You can play 2, 3, or 4-player Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, Team Deathmatch, and tag. So I think we've got a lot going there, and we've got 10 maps that you can play all of those different games on, so a lot of different possibilities.
How is the game going to look compared to how it plays on the PC? Will it look as good as when you play 3D accelerated?
Yeah, it actually does. We've had some people, we've taken it into some journalists, and they've actually said that they like it better than the PC version.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a much sharper look, much cleaner look. You can do a lot more with transparency than we did than was done on Quake 2. And I actually think it's a great look. It's very we've modified it a lot for the console.
Is the story the same as the PC version?
No, the story's a little bit different. different from Quake 2, where you were dropped onto the planet's surface with a mass force. You're more of a special ops marine that snuck in behind the enemy lines. Your goal is kind of to infiltrate the starved planet and destroy their core power source.
Crazy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go out and buy the game. It's gonna be great.
Okay, I'll see you. I'm gonna buy it.
Okay. Please do.
Bye.
Go buy the game.
Want some of this? Let's go. What does the N64 version have that the PlayStation version didn't
have.
or is different?
Well, what we have are extra bonus challenge levels that the PlayStation, save some of that for me, would you?
Yeah, right.
Okay. That the PlayStation version didn't have. We have 60 challenge levels.
60?
In addition to the 15 levels that are in the game.
Wow.
So we have lots of gameplay available.
What's your favorite level in the whole game?
My favorite level is the Clover Forest.
The Clover
Forest. A very similar look to where we are right now.
Exactly. And why is that your favorite?
I think visually it's the prettiest level.
Super berry.
Ooh, purple. Okay, this is like dessert.
Oh, yeah, you know what it is.
Is there any like secret passwords, secret codes?
Oh, sure.
Secret?
There are 3 secret levels in the game.
Okay.
That can be accessed in a number of ways. If you butt bounce, which is one of the moves that Flick can do, on 5 enemies in a row, it will open a challenge level.
Wow!
And you get a free life.
And you get a free life. 3 of these? Now, all accessed by the 5 butt bouncing
No,
bodies?
there are other ways to access the other 2 levels. But
Gotcha. But okay, that's fair enough. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I can't wait to play.
Excellent.
Can we
Come
play
on
now?
up. Certainly you can.
Can
Come on
I
up.
play now? Okay, I'm gonna go play Bugs Life N64
Okay.
after I finish eating this.
These are much better, I'm telling you.
You know, rumor has it that besides filet mignon, the ultimate piece of meat is Mel Gibson. Now, Mel, as his friends know, is starring in his own video game based on the movie Braveheart. Yo, Eric. Eric.
Hey, Tommy, how's it going?
Sheesh. Playing, you got the sword going. Obviously, you're playing your new game, Braveheart.
Sure am. A full-on strategy game with a complete tactical 3D world that offers day, night, 4 seasons, up to 800 polygonal warriors fighting it out.
At one time?
At one time.
Amazing.
With horses, catapults, castles.
Wait, can you get on a horse?
We actually steal horses in the game.
Steal horses?
Yes, we do raids.
Now, how did you do the whole horse thing? How do you get a horse motion going?
Well, we motion captured horses, chickens, and sheep because we know gamers
Wait a second. You motion captured a chicken?
Well, we know gamers want, reality and detail, so we gave it to them. We actually use satellite data from Scotland and England.
Oh, really?
And the whole terrain is fractally generated to be 2 kilometer of the actual terrain in Scotland.
What character did you play? Or are you just kind of like the overseer?
Well, you can actually play any of the main characters in the movie. It all depends what clan you choose. For example, I've chosen the clan that has William Wallace, which is Mel Gibson's character. His character is very good in combat. Diplomacy is not so good as you can guess from the movie. Great thing about the way we've designed the game is we have 4 different skill levels, and they allow you to play a game at a different level of challenges.
I like the way his face is painted there.
He's my role model for my makeup. I think I changed the look for myself.
Right.
A little tougher.
Have you ever worn a kilt?
I haven't, but I will be wearing the kilt for the press party.
Have you ever played the bagpipes?
In college, during some frat parties.
I'm here at Heat.net with Matt Calloway, and we're talking about Heat Seagull. Now, what exactly is Heat Seagull anyway? It sounds like bird poopy or something.
No. Heat Seagull is the Heat Collegiate Internet Gaming League.
You're in my space here.
You're a college student.
Yes.
You're a gamer.
Right.
You want to represent your school. Well, basically, it's the NCAA of gaming.
Yes.
And it doesn't ever rain.
Do you give away umbrellas?
We don't give away umbrellas, but we do give away up to $10,000 in prizes.
Oh, goody, my penguin.
What's up with the penguin? You got,
Oh, cool. What's this?
What's this?
Oh, it's a. Is this a heat dot Furby?
Actually, no, it's a Furby in heat.
Oh! So you have to be in college, right?
You have to be in college.
Right.
It's the only requirement. You obviously should try and have some skills on the team.
What are some of the games that are on this thing?
Games on it right now, the biggest game is Quake 2. You've obviously participated in the past.
Hiya! You're a pinhead.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty funny. How often do you guys have these tournaments?
Every semester we have a major
Every semester,
tournament.
of course.
But it's an alien. I think it's come to see you.
What made you come up with the concept?
I was in college. I was a gamer.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't have been an awesome thing if I could have represented my school in a league of my own.
Do you have to like pay to do this?
It's fast, it's free, it's online gaming. Very much like Heat.net. Basically, it's Heat's Collegiate Internet Gaming League. One of the big prizes is a Mega Gamer's computer machine. Fully loaded with everything a gamer would want. But we've also got Voodoo 3 cards, and then what every college student wants, pizza.
Pizza!
What's this funky thing on your head?
It's like the Dreamcast logo. I figured we're here at Sega, and Sega makes the Dreamcast. How do you get on the Sega?
Basically, to get to HeatSignal, what you need to do is open up your browser, go to www.heatsigl.net.
How do you spell that?
That's HEATCIGL.net.
.net.
Exactly.
See you later.
College gamer.
Bye.
You ever wonder how to get in the video game industry? Well, this book by Mark Saltzman might just change your life.
I'm here with Mark Saltzman, one of the most respected journalists in the video game industry, and the author of a new book called Game Design: Secrets of the Sages.
Well, that's a hell of an intro. Thank you. I'm so modern.
Did it come out?
The book itself was first released in a software package called, Game Programming Starter Kit 3, which is a software package available in software stores in North America and in England. And the book is inside of it.
Book.
That's the cover of the book that's in the software package. And as of the last week in July, it's available in bookstores as a standalone book if you're not interested in the software.
What goes into making something like this?
Macmillan approached me on wanting to do a game book that looked at not only how to create like a perfect game, but also how to break into the industry. There's 25 chapters, and 1/3 of it is all the ways of making a perfect game. I interviewed like close to 150 game designers.
Like who?
Sid Meier, Peter Molyneux, Romero. What I did was I put chapters on art and programming and animation and sound design, music design. I even have a chapter on music in games. And of course, we've got your own Tommy Tallarico from...
No way!
Yeah, I got it right here.
Let's see.
On one side, we got a picture of Tommy. He's just so Hollywood. I love it. And on the other side here, another image we got is actual sketch sheet from, what goes through his mind when he's playing the game and he wants to create, a feel for a level.
Is there a chapter on making video game television?
No, there's not yet. But you guys are pioneering this, so, I'm trying to be ahead of the game here. That should be in future editions. The other parts of the book look at how to break into the industry, whether you want to get a job at a publishing house or if you want to get a job at a development studio or if you want to do it yourself. So I got a whole chapter on the shareware revolution and ways of breaking in the industry. And the last third looks at people that want to make their own company and run their own company. And I got chapters on the non-creative things about the industry, ways of testing your games, the pros and cons of a website and when to release a demo, what the demo should contain. In my opinion, it totally covers all the bases.
Oh, sorry. I'm just finishing lunch. And also enjoying these promotional VHS tapes from Nintendo Power, chock full of information on some great upcoming games. Are we in the golden age of video game coverage and we don't even know it? Now, you're already here watching the Electric Playground Classic, so I know that seeing behind the scenes of the video game industry is important to you. But it's also important to everyone who enjoys games. Documenting these publishers, developers, and dreamers with such open access is imperative to
building a base of respect for the hard work that goes into most every video game we plug into our consoles or PC. The story of video games is relatively young, and thankfully the Electric Playground was there to record its burgeoning history in the 90s and beyond. P&P Games is proud to present EP Classic every Saturday morning. Gunstar Heroes and Gamer Broccoli, lunch of champions.
This week on the site, we talked to the creator of E.T. for the Atari 2600.
I'm not disappointed with what I did in that time. I'm a little disappointed that, I only had that much time because I feel the game is like a few tweaks away from being, a really playable, fun game. And there's a lot of them buried in the desert. Yes, there are millions and millions of them buried in the desert. I've never had any independent verification of that, but boy, I've heard the story from a lot of different directions. For people who are disappointed in the play of E.T., I have to say to you right now, you're absolutely right. If you don't like a game as a player, it's not a good game. And I have never tried to counter that point. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what a great game E.T. is, and you should enjoy it, and there's nothing wrong with you if you don't. I can say, I did the best I could in the time I could. I was the only person who would stand there and guarantee that I would deliver them a game in 6 weeks. And that's what I did.
Check out our feature on classic game design at www.electplay.com. What do you think of Kingpin for the PC?
I'm not a huge first-person shooter fan, but if I had to play a first-person shooter game, it would be Kingpin this year,
Yeah, this game's ferocious, isn't it?
It's great. Yeah. But the best part about the game, let's face it, is all the swearing.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
great.
There's so much swearing in there. I couldn't tell if I was listening to you or the video game. It was just crazy, man. And that's something to take note, too. I mean, if you're buying games for kids, this is not one to pick up. The gore is over the top, and the swearing is really crazy.
You start out with a pipe, and you bash anything that moves. I mean, how much more fun can that be?
The best thing about the look and feel of this game is the texturing that they've done.
Very realistic.
The environments
look
are
like
insane.
bricks.
They're
The
so
trash
perfect.
cans look like trash cans.
Exactly what you'd expect to find in a totally decrepit kind of society.
Get yourself a gun really quick, though.
Yes, you'll need a gun. You'll need a gun in this neighborhood. It's not happy.
Yeah. The multiplayer.
Multiplayer is just great.
Wow. I mean, I look
get
at...
on Heat as soon as you can and play this game.
I can't even play Quake 2 anymore.
No. Maybe they went for the shock factor with the violence and the swearing and stuff, but it's a killer game.
I like when somebody's on the ground and you still shoot them.
Still pound them.
That was fun.
Yeah. Personally, I like the exploding rockets and watching people go into nice little bits and pieces like that. That's pretty fun. Definitely pay attention to the mature rating on it, though. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. How about yourself?
8.3. This one was actually kind of neat.
And on PlayStation, we're talking about Pac-Man World.
Not only does it have the original Pac-Man in it, you also have two other modes, which are maze modes.
They're like mini levels or mini games within the levels of the quest mode. In the maze mode, you just basically get to play all these really cool 3D mazes, and the gameplay is identical to the old Pac-Man from 1980, but everything's in 3D.
And it sounds cool.
Yeah, it's
and
very
everything.
cool. It's actually a very fun game.
You can go in the water, you can go underwater. There's a bumper car mode. There's a whole Galaxian thing too, where Pac-Man gets in a spaceship and it's like 3D Galaxian, and you fight the Galaxian boss. We took the Galaxian music and made it into like this big orchestral thing.
The game starts off with this big band interpretation of all the old Pac-Man themes.
The swing tune.
Yeah, it's very cool. Tommy's actually done a great job on incorporating all these classic game sounds and things we've all grown up with and put them into the game. I'd give it a 7.5 out of 10. How about yourself?
I give it an 8.
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Pac-Man World for PlayStation. Check it out. Okay, what do you think about Expendable for the Dreamcast, man?
If you like games like Loaded on the PlayStation or Apocalypse on the PlayStation, get them.
Yeah, go for those games because they're more fun.
This game, graphically it looks okay. The lighting's very cool on it.
Yeah.
It's got some cool explosions, but I mean, all you do is you bring your character around, you collect weapons, and you shoot,
and
kill things.
Blow-ups, colorful booms.
It gets tired after about 15 minutes.
People dying all over the place.
I mean, I thought the level layouts in a game like Apocalypse were much better.
Oh, yeah.
There's
no jump button in Expendable.
Jumping
There's
and
no jump
stuff.
button.
Yeah,
What the heck is that?
It's kind of weak.
There's some camera angle changes and stuff, and some big spaceships come and put flashy lights into things, and big burns and huge explosions. Dreamcast can handle this thing in its sleep. But, it's
it doesn't show off Dreamcast anything.
Not at all.
The controls are a little wanky.
No, they should have done Robotron style controls. And, I mean, it's not as much fun as a Robotron 2084 was in 1980.
Right.
I would say this game rates about a 5.5 on my scale. What about you?
I was gonna say 5.8.
All right. On the Nintendo 64, we're going to talk about Knockout Kings 2000. What a great game.
Did I tell you?
Tommy worked on this game. He did the sound and some of the game design for this game.
I've been telling this guy about it for a year now.
I was literally blown away.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't know how much of it was hype. I was totally...
Especially when I was talking.
Exactly, but I was totally blown away. I mean, Ready to Rumble is a great game for the Dreamcast, but here we have another game with arcade-style lightning-fast punches, but with all kinds of licensed pro boxers. You've got Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Holyfield's in there, Oscar De La Hoya, Spinks,
Whitaker,
everybody.
We wanted to get the controls flawless, and that's I think the best part about Knockout Kings. You can get in, punch a guy, get out, get in, punch a guy, get out. There's special moves. The great thing, you can create your own boxer. Everything from the trunks, the color of the trunks, color of your skin, mustache,
very easy to get
everything. You can assign signature punches to your character, and there's loads of characters. You can give them a name, and it'll say your name. Mills Lane is the referee.
Oh, Mills Lane is awesome.
You went to all the instructions in the dressing room. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. What do you give the game?
I give the game 9 out of 10.
That's exactly what I give it, a 9. I think perfect game with more career stuff.
That's it, son. You've had enough.
Are we going to review any crappy games?
Expendable is pretty crappy.
That's pretty crappy, I guess.
Yeah, Expendable.
All right, gotta have at least one crappy game.
Yeah, we got
Because then it looks like we're a bunch of, butt kissers.
Butt kissers. Speaking of butts, my butt is really sore. Can we get off of this thing?
Let's do it. On 3.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Woo! Ow. 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 Stop laughing. Is that good? Do we have enough?
Okay, grab it. Give me up.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jammer Lammy for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Games, Insight PC Games, and InsightGames.com. Look for the premiere issues of the magazines coming October 26th. This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Sonic's back.
Hey, I'm at Sega headquarters. I'm here with Neil Robeson, and we're going to talk about Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. How you doing, Neil?
Doing good, doing good.
What are some of the levels in this game? What are we doing in
We've
this?
got all kinds of things. There's one that takes place in Vegas in a casino. There's one that's in an arcade. There's ones that take place at the beach. There's ones in Mayan ruins. There's ones that are on aircraft carriers. I mean, all sorts of environments.
I don't think we've ever seen a 3D platformer that can move like this game?
The real key to it is the 128-bit graphics of the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
And what that does is gives us the ability to be able to throw this stuff up at the screen as fast as possible. When you see this huge aircraft carrier moving through the air, that's not a video sequence, that's actual gameplay.
Is it very similar to the 2D 16-bit Genesis games that we used to play?
What you've got is a lot of different kinds of games inside of Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
There's the adventure part, there's the just straight ahead move from point A to point B as fast as you can. There's some puzzle things in there as well. And it depends on the kind of character you've got. You've got Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, E102, which is a robot of Dr. Robotnik. And then there's Big the Cat, a giant cat that is actually going around doing a lot of fishing.
A giant fishing cat named Big.
Who's looking for his friend who's a frog.
Who's looking for his frog friend.
Yeah. Every single level you can play as all 6 characters.
Excellent. So who's your favorite character?
Knuckles has got to be it. His ability to climb walls and be able to fly gives him a distinct advantage.
Any secrets you can tell us about?
Yeah, pay attention to using that visual memory unit, and you'll see some secrets unlocked there.
Now, what's going to happen with that VMU?
You can actually take it to the arcade and plug it in and transfer data back and forth between the Dreamcast and the arcade.
The Dreamcast modem. Are we going to be able to use that in the Sonic game?
You can take your timing or your scores, be able to post those and compare those to other people around the country.
How about a multiplayer game? Is there
no, Sonic was never designed really to be that, but they're looking at that for future versions.
Cool, maybe a deathmatch Sonic.
Exactly.
Tails just goes and kicks his ass. It'd be so much fun.
I think Knuckles would be tougher.
Yeah, Knuckles.
Yeah, definitely.
He's a crafty guy.
Exactly. He's pretty sneaky.
Okay, thanks, Neil.
You bet.
Tim!
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh, man, so glad you can make it. Hey, have you met my brother-in-law, Troy?
No.
He's a Power Glove guy.
Yo, what's up? I'm Tim.
I'm Troy. You want to play some N64?
Yeah.
Hey, aren't you gonna ask about my Power Glove?
No.
Here are 2 really cool sequels to 2 of the most critically acclaimed real-time strategy games ever on the PC.
I'm here with Mark Toronto, and we're going to talk a little about Age of Kings, the sequel to Age of Empires and the expansion pack Rise of Rome. There's a lot of competition with RTSs these days, but Age is a really popular game. What do you think makes it so popular?
I think just the approachability, it's easy to pick up, anybody can just sit down and start playing. In Age of Kings, we're in the Middle Ages, just a really exciting time period. It's romantic, castles, knights, things like that. It's 13 new civilizations from Genghis Khan and the Mongols. In the Middle East, we have the Saracens, Japanese, Chinese, the Britons, the Teutons, the Franks. It's really exciting.
And what about some of the technological advances and that sort of thing? What can we expect?
We've changed the scale of the graphics. The buildings are much larger, more beautiful. In the combat side, formations really lend a whole new look to the game, that you have control in the battles. You can just group units together, and the swordsmen go to the front, archers in the rear, and they move around the map almost like they have minds of their own.
You've done so much research on this game, and people really seem to get into it, especially the multiplayer aspect. Are we going to see a really strong single-player game again?
Yeah, actually with single player, we've taken a character focus, so we'll start with like Joan of Arc and chronicle her whole rise from just a nobody to saving all of France.
Sounds like a fun character to play.
Yeah, I think the people enjoy Joan of Arc, Genghis Khan, and some other historical figures people might not be as familiar with.
What do you think your competition, other games for Age of Empires?
I haven't really looked to see too many of the other games. I know there's Total Annihilation Kingdoms and some of the other games. The nice thing is that we keep raising the bar in this genre. I mean, StarCraft really pushed us to have a much stronger single-player game. They did a wonderful job in their great competition.
Anyway, we're getting really sick of robots. You know what I mean? And who isn't? So the point was to try something a little different, to sort of take a little sidestep away from our old theme. So we decided to try a new theme, a new direction with Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
How exactly are you continuing the TA legacy? What makes it the same brand of game?
It sort of fits the TA mold for a couple of reasons. One is the level of action is still really, really intense. It's sort of like Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation Kingdoms has just this sort of arcade style. lots of big explosions, lots of things going on, hundreds of units clashing with each other. I mean, just a sort of a scale that you don't typically get with an RTS game.
What are some of the really cool things that we can expect to build in the game?
You know, with TA we had a lot of gizmos and gadgets and stuff like that, but you know, we're doing a fantasy thing now, so we decided to really just sort of boil it down to magic. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's demons and archers, there's swordsmen, a trebuchet, which is kind of this big piece of medieval siege equipment which can just shoot many, many screens. So it's an RTS game, and RTS games mean you start with something really small and simple and just really easy. So you have these little weak guys walking around and they have something minor like this. And then from that you build up to the next level of weapon or technology, and that would be something more like this.
Oh my goodness.
So here you go.
Jeez, where do you keep this thing?
And that's pretty, on the wall and locked up. Then later, we get things, you build up to stuff like this. I mean, later on in the game, gods and wizards and all kinds of stuff are walking around just leveling everything. So this is the kind of scale we're dealing with here.
I want to talk about multiplayer. That was huge.
Yeah, it was kind of our calling card. You know, it's really the thing that made the game live and live a long time too. You know, the fact that it had such an excellent multiplayer experience really just kept it going and going. But with TA, it's carnage. It's just a lot of action.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater! Well, I'm here at Activision with a good friend of mine, Scott Pease, and we're talking about skateboarding. Tony Hawk skateboarding.
Right.
Did Tony Hawk actually do motion capture for this?
Sure did, yeah. We had Tony down at Skate Street in Ventura Skate Park. He was going big on their half pipe, and we had this monster motion capture set up with like grids of cameras, all different sides of Tony.
I'm here at Activision with the one and only Tony Hawk, master skateboarder. What's it like to have your name as a title of a video game?
Never thought I'd get to work on a video game, so I'm just stoked about that.
And it actually looks like you.
A little generous in the chest, which I don't mind.
It's like the first totally realistic, true to the sports skateboarding game that's ever been done for the PlayStation.
Now, do you skateboard?
Scott, who's another designer on the project, he and I actually were very bad skaters as kids. Watched Tony on films and stuff like that, and it was kind of our dream to do a skateboarding game like this because, you know, we sucked.
But what makes this game so much more cooler than all the rest?
Anything that you can do on a skateboard in real life, you can do in the game. So we got your full complement of flip tricks, we got grabs, all the different grinds and slides.
What's the best trick you can do?
The face plant.
Have you been teaching the team how to skateboard?
Yeah, well, most of them got a crash course when we were doing the motion capture. A couple guys picked up boards and took some slams.
Now, my favorite part of the game is when you actually get hit by a car. Did you do the motion capture for that?
I did the driving for that, actually.
Oh, right.
Now, the game, you actually go and skateboard in all these like really interesting places. Like you can go to shopping malls.
It's true to life. I mean, you know, skaters are always on the lookout for anything, any terrain that looks like it'd be fun to skate, even if they're not supposed to be there.
Uh-oh. We're getting booted.
This is what happens in real life to skateboarders, see?
Yeah, skateboarders get kicked out all the time.
One thing we really wanted to emphasize was skateboarding is not about like racing so much, it's about tricks, and that's the emphasis of the game.
In the levels, you can trick off everything. If it looks like you can grind or slide on it, then you can't.
So do you think I could get your autograph?
Yeah, no problem. You have to get it tattooed.
Okay.
What other skateboarders are in the game?
Well, in addition to Tony Hawk, we got like 9 of the top pros in skateboarding today working in the game. We got
oh jeez, man, let me show you how this is done. Okay, just get on it, go.
Hurry up, the Electric Playground Classic is starting. Be right there, just grabbing a chug juice.
You know, there's as many video game magazines out on the market today as there are dirty magazines. And I should know. Well, because I get a lot of video game magazines. Anyway, look, do yourself a favor and pick up the new mag by Computech Media called Insight. What has been the most challenging thing about putting this magazine and this whole website magazine together?
Ja, erstmal vielen Dank, dass ich hier sein darf. Ja. Und das Schwierigste war für uns, die richtigen Leute zu kriegen, weil es ist nicht jeder so gut wie du, Tommy.
Can you tell me a little bit about the whole concept behind it all and what was your goal in this whole thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, we wanted to create a magazine for every gamer, and not just for, you know, for the hardest players on the planet, but for every person that plays games. If you want to put it in one sentence, we want to be the maximum of gaming.
You guys are spending $15 million on just television advertising for a video game magazine.
Oh,
never been done before.
No, never. I mean, we wanted to make sure that everyone out here knows about this magazine.
15 million bucks on what?
Okay, firstly, TV advertising.
Right.
And as you know, no gaming magazine has ever gone to that level.
Sam Bradley of 3C, a brand new copy of Inside Video Games magazine.
Oh, you play video games. We've got NBC, CBS, TNT, Fox, Comedy Central, ESPN, TBS, UPN, USA Network, in addition to FX, Sci-Fi, and MTV.
The competition looking at you guys with the eagle eye or what?
Can you see the Bay Bridge?
The Bay Bridge?
Yeah. Do you see the guys that stand there and want to jump down?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what the
That's the
competition is gonna
competition.
do.
What are you doing up here?
Oh, Tommy, this is Patrick. He's the director of InsideGames.com. Hey, Tommy, I gotta go. I gotta go to a meeting.
All right,
It's really
cool.
nice meeting you.
Hundreds of thousands of video game websites on the internet. What is going to make you guys different from all the rest?
You know, there's a million websites out there that are dedicated only to the really hardcore gamers. That leaves out a lot of people that really enjoy games. So one of the things that we've been trying to do is kind of open it up a little bit so that the people who are into games, but maybe also into a lot of other things, music and movies and sports and that kind of stuff, will feel really comfortable at our site.
Oh, hey, Greg! Greg? Well, you know, we're up here. You interview Miyamoto, and the headlines read, "Getting Shiggy with it." This is great stuff.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we're trying to just make the magazine much more entertaining than anything else.
What can we expect in the first issue now? I saw, who's the guy in the cover, the wrestler dude?
We got The Rock, we got Mankind, all the wrestlers. You know, we got THQ's WrestleMania 2000.
I saw Kid Rock in the magazine.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. We had Kid Rock and his band members. We had like a celebrity battle on the Wu-Tang game.
So basically you guys are getting like celebrities playing the games and talking about it.
We're really trying to go for a more mainstream audience and make it a more fun read. There's millions and millions of people playing games that, you know, the top-selling magazine only sells a couple 100,000. What are other millions of people doing? There's a party.
Hey, tell me about the first issue.
We have Lara Croft on the first cover. We have this huge hot photo shoot with her. We took her all over the place.
And I understand there's slow-mo shots in there.
There's slow-mo shots as well.
What makes your magazine different from all the rest?
The style and the voice of the magazine are just more entertaining, more lighthearted. There's a lot of humor. It's just a lot of really cool stuff.
Cool.
Thanks for coming by to see us.
All right.
But I'm really swamped. Got to get back to work.
Hello? Hello? Any more people from Insight? Anyone else? Insight people? I guess that's it, Vic. There's no one else here. Vic? 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 Vic! Will somebody please tell me what the heck is up with all this Pokemon business? Pokemon this, Pokemon that, Pokemon movies, Pokemon cards, Pokemon video games, Pokemon underwear. I do not want Pokemon underwear.
Why is everybody talking about this Pokemon thing? What's going on with this?
Well, Pokemon is a craze that people are lining up for here in America.
This is the softest, most cuddliest thing. Look at this guy.
Yeah, the little yellow guy, Pikachu. Here he comes.
Hi, I'm Trevor Crowan, and this is the Pokemobile. Best thing about the Pokemobile is as you're driving around, people tend to notice you.
Pokemon is the best-selling game out there right now. Any system.
It all started off as a Game Boy game and has grown into a $4 billion industry.
It's an interactive RPG, multiplayer, collecting, strategy, simulation, monster battle game. It's a riot.
There's two versions of the game. There's the red version, and then there's the blue version.
And now you got a Pokemon Yellow game coming out. What's this one going to be about?
Pokemon Yellow is the Pikachu Special Edition, so it has 130 characters on it, very similar to the red and blue, but in this one, you get to travel along with Pikachu, so that's kind of cool.
The object of the game is to collect all 150 characters and become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer and gain the title of Pokemon Master.
No one person can collect them all alone. So in order to collect all 150, you have to link with another player.
On this cartridge, there's 139. On the blue cartridge, there's 139. What you have to do is find a buddy with the other game. You link them both up, and you trade, and you fight.
Are there any other peripherals that are coming out this year?
Well, the N64 transfer pack, where you transfer your Game Boy information, is what's coming out. So that's the big interconnectivity thing that you use for Pokemon Stadium. So
The last 2 years has inspired over 600 merchandising gifts, including CDs, comic book strips, playing cards.
What's this Pokemon pinball game going to be like?
it's a really cool game. It's a pinball game, and as you go through the levels, Pokemon characters appear, and you get to collect them and do all sorts of fun things like that.
Recently, a movie was released in Japan and has been the top-selling movie the past 4 weeks, has grossed ticket sales of over $100 million.
Warner Brothers is releasing a movie across North America. It's apparently just awesome. And
Japan Airlines has even painted some of their airplanes Pokemon characters and is now invading North America.
And it's just more and more of the Pokemon craze is coming all this year, all through Christmas. It's going to be Pokemon forever.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. No, that's a good sticker.
This week on the Electric Playground website, we talked to Dogma director Kevin Smith.
You're a big video game fan.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to the Superman game. I'm just frustrated. Nobody makes scrolling games anymore. Everything is that 3D nonsense, and I find that very hard to control. And I still hold on to my Sega Genesis and play a lot of that. I know a lot of people like Sega Genesis. Yeah, oh yeah, it's a great system.
What are some of your favorite games on that system?
EA Sports Hockey, 93, NHL 93, 94, 95, 96. There's a Rocky and Bullwinkle game that I love. I played religiously. Things like that. There's some great licensed games like that. They put out a great Spider-Man game at one point, which I really enjoyed beating, and there's a Tiny Toons game. I'm really into the licensed stuff. Anything that I can watch as a program and then be the character, I'm all for it.
Tune into the Electric Playground next week for more footage from Wizard World 99.
All right, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
You stopped acting.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
Huh?
What do you think about Mario Golf, man? For the Nintendo 64.
Oh, that's cute.
Mario Golf. It's my golf club.
Golf. It's not for serious golfers. I wouldn't put it on there.
I disagree.
Of course you do.
I'm going to stop you right there, sir.
It wouldn't be a fun show if you didn't disagree with me.
I think serious golfers are going to get a kick out of this game. It's got everything you want out of a golf game.
Tiger Woods golf, if you want a serious, great game, if you're a serious guy,
So were you talking?
Golf is a boring, sleepy game, but it's easy.
It's easy to play.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to beat.
I'm just, it's one of these typical Nintendo, I feel like I'm being spoon-fed and I'm like 3 years old with drool coming out of my mouth.
I like all those characters. I like the crazy cartoon worlds.
Right. He loves
That's
Mario.
all fun. I love Mario.
Show me your Mario underpants.
It's a great multiplayer game. 4 people can play at the same time.
Yeah.
The mini golf game is really fun, and that's going to be good for kids. But I also think that just serious hardcore golfers are going to find lots to play in this game and lots to enjoy.
If you're 7, you'll love this game. Or if you're Vic.
If you're 70, you'll love this game. It was one of the best games I played this year. It's definitely one of the best Nintendo.
One of the best games you played this year.
It was. Because it's that good, I'd give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Well,
for what it is, it's
Metal
a 9.5.
Gear Solid is a 9.5/10. Mario Golf is not. I'd give it a 7.7.
I didn't like the golf thing in Metal Gear Solid, though.
You didn't, did you?
The Jammer Lammy Speaking of being spoon-fed baby fish, that
Hey,
baby level. In
now,
it.
that was a freaky level.
It's a weird
This
game.
Let me tell you
Start to
something.
finish, a weird game.
I'm a huge fan of Parappa the Rapper. Parappa the Rapper was, you play this game and you're going like, wow, this is some really freaky stuff,
Yeah.
and it's really funny. That times 10 is Unjamalami. The freakiness, they went beyond weirdness in this game.
It looks like they gave them carte blanche to go ahead and do whatever the hell they wanted to do, and they came back with this. It's seriously,
weird.
it's like a drug trip on a CD-ROM.
It's not like hip hop and dance stuff. The
No,
music's more
that's
rock
cool.
and roll, which I love. My favorite song was like that funk thing when you gotta
that's
put out
wicked.
the fire.
Yeah, with
that
the
was my favorite.
Total Sly and the Family Stone group. And I also dig that you're trying to keep up with the guitar, and it's not just another rap.
The two-player game is
That's
the best part
thing. Yeah.
about this game.
Plus,
is
there's
you
more
can
levels
actually
in the game.
play two players, so one guy gets a chance, then you get a chance. That was the coolest part of the game. If you love Parappa, you're gonna like this a lot. It's weird, it's unique. The two-player mode's awesome. 8.5.
I'd give it an 8.5 too.
Yeah.
8.5. I thought.
You're just copying.
Yeah, I don't have a mind of my own.
That's true.
What should we do now, Tommy?
Let's talk about Draken for the PC.
Draken, awesome.
Yeah.
I love that game. It was very cool. It's like Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider meets Dragonheart. Bang.
Okay.
There you go. All right, end of review. No, it's a really fun game. The graphics are insane.
I wasn't 100% happy with the way I moved around.
You love to hack and slash, and there just wasn't enough hacking and slash.
A lot of exploring. Like, if you're not one of those people who love like exploring for 7 hours, then you might want to think twice about this game. But if you are a person who loves to go around, explore different areas, boom, boom, do all this stuff, this is the kind of game.
The payoff is the action stuff, definitely.
Yeah.
The production values are high, except the voice acting again is a little bit cheesy. But it's a multiplayer dragon combat game. You get to find a dragon and go kick your friend's asses with this big dragon. I mean, that's
in
so
itself
cool.
is cool.
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.5 out of 10. What would you give it?
8.5.
Yeah, what would you give it?
I give it a 7.5. It's an above average game, but it's not like a great, gotta have it game.
You just think of Soul Calibur?
Soul Calibur. It is better than the arcade. They put new modes in, the music's great, the characters are amazing, the weapons are cool, the movement is excellent.
Talk about the coolest designed characters ever, and the beautifully rendered visuals in this
But
thing.
at the end of the day, it was a game that I was playing 2 years ago in the arcade.
This is
It's
the
a great
best
game. I'm
weapons-based
just
fighting
saying.
game ever made.
I didn't see this game and go, oh my God, this is the next generation of video
Oh, I
gaming.
did.
I saw this game and I
Completely.
said, oh yeah, I saw that in the arcade last year.
No way. This game, they totally improved the look of this game. Every texture detail in this game
backgrounds.
is amazing. Everything flows. The wind has an effect on the characters' hairs. They move their eyes around to correspond with where the weapon slashes go.
I like pushing people off. That's my favorite.
I love Edgemaster guy. I think it's probably the best fighting game I've ever played. I love weapons fighters, and this is definitely the
But
best
it got
one.
into being a little button mashing.
Play it with 2 players. It's a totally different experience.
of course.
Namco did a brilliant job. It's definitely the one to get for the Dreamcast.
Best game on the Dreamcast. 9.
Definitely. 10.
9.
I give it a 10.
I don't know. And 1, 2, 3, push! 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 Oh, I got it! Oh, that's hard to push. Oh, you got it there, Vic.
Ouch!
How you doing there, Vic?
Oh,
you want to get that out of your... If you're not sick of us already on television and the website, well, guess what? We have a new internet online radio station. It's called epradio.com.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com. Pick up the new issues of the magazines. They're out on newsstands now. This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Check it out. If you like water and you like boats, then you're gonna love Hydro Thunder.
The game's been out in the arcades for a little while. How's it been doing?
It's been doing great. We've been seeing a great audience loving the game. You know, Midway's known for their great racing games, and once again, we come out with some pretty good racing games, from regular street racing all the way to water.
How many players can play in the arcade at the same time?
4 players can play at one time.
And then on the home systems, what are you going to be doing? Same kind of thing?
Well, for the Dreamcast system, we're going to be using a 2-player split mode. Okay. It's going to be a horizontal line going across.
I'm a huge fan of these wave racing type games. Is this the best one ever?
Definitely. One thing about Hydro that separates this game from any other water-based game is the Newtonian physics of Hydro.
What was that? That was a big word.
The Newtonian physics. Our
Newtonian. Spell that word.
N-E-W-T-O-N-I-A-N.
Oh, like Newton.
Yes.
Sir Isaac Newton.
Yes. Our.
I saw him on Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, really? Did you now? Well, our head programmer, Steve Rank, basically did the physics from scratch and basically used the physics from scratch. We had a big team doing this, and as you can see with the physics, the game looks beautiful and the game just plays wonderful.
So tell me some of the levels in this game. What are some of the worlds that you're going to be shooting through?
One of the worlds is going to be like Nile River. It's one of our biggest tracks. It's like an Egyptian kind of theme where you're going through caverns, seeing different mummy caves and stuff like that. We have Lost Island, kind of like a Jurassic Park kind of style of a track. We have the Arctic Circle with a lot of wildlife, polar bears, penguins and stuff. A lot of interaction in the tracks.
And how about secrets and little extras? Is there like a Midway jet boat or something?
Oh, we'll have a lot of secrets as always. Midway's known for that. We're going to have secret tracks, secret features and stuff, but I'll leave that to the
gamers?
Yes, definitely. A lot of shortcuts in the game as well.
Cool. So you guys you're able to pump out the home version of these games so quickly now. How are you guys able to do this?
Well, basically, sometimes we get the code of the game before the game's finished in the coin-op, and we port it over to our developers, so that basically we try to get the game out there to our consumers as quick as possible, especially for Hydro Thunder being such an anticipated game.
What's your favorite thing about E3?
The favorite thing, I guess, all the girls, I guess.
But you guys have all the girls.
That's true. Well, as you can see, our crowd, I think we did the right thing.
One of the coolest top-down perspective games of all time was Grand Theft Auto. Well, get ready for Grand Theft Auto 2. Grand Theft Auto 2. Grand Theft Auto, the first one, was one of my favorite games. What can we expect in this one?
In the first one, we suggested there were gangs. You answer a phone, someone's telling you something to do. Right. In this one, the gangs control the city, they control the industry in the city, and they dominate areas of the city. You go to an area, you've got to earn respect from the gangs. Respect is the key word. When they start to give you work, another gang ain't going to be too pleased. They're going to start to hate you, and they're going to start tracking you down and trying to destroy you.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Now, is it set up the same way? You kind of start on the bottom and work your way up the mob chain?
You've got to earn respect to get any jobs at all. Eventually, they'll send a few guys off with you to work. They'll all jump in with you and go and protect you when you go and meet some of your less friendly members of your city.
The amazing thing that I liked was the amazing car physics, the way you really felt
The physics are about 10 times better than this one.
Really?
You can do full 180s, 360s, every trick in the book, but of course the police know them all. Everyone's got AI this time. Right. Not just the police, the pedestrians got AI, they're all trying to do something.
Is there going to be any play over the internet kind of thing?
Multiplayer, as in the first one, deathmatch style.
Step me through one of the missions.
There's a redneck gang.
Okay.
They're playing the country and western music. You don't like it too much. Arm your car with a bomb, drive to the radio station building, drop it outside, pick up the getaway car waiting for you, get driven off, you're listening to country and western song, boom, suddenly your radio goes flat.
Are there going to be the same kind of cars in it?
The 20 minutes into the future is the kind of time period we're looking at. Concept cars, all new tiles, everything brand new, everything improved.
Cool.
Everything built again from the base up.
Oh, I can't wait to play this game.
Excellent. I hope you enjoy it. I think you will.
You and the rest of the world right now are watching Doom on the Electric Playground.
Lee from P&P Games here with my latest purchase, a brand new Sega Saturn control pad. Buddy destroyed one in a heated Guardian Hero session last weekend. A small price to pay for a night of video games with friends. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this internet thing or not, but our days of playing multiplayer games in the same room as one another might be numbered. If only out of convenience. At Past and Present Games, it's our mission to keep the experience of video gaming tangible, as long as possible. Visit our retail locations in Winnipeg or browse our entire inventory online at pnpgamesonline.com. You'll find a myriad of software, merch, and accessories from all generations of video gaming. And enjoy free shipping on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA. Now, back to the show!
Every year in Chicago, Wizard Magazine puts on one of the biggest comic book conventions in the world. Ooh! Of course, we had to go check it out. Is this a show about video games?
So I'm here with Mr. Gareb Seamus. He's the big guy, the big cheese, the head honcho, big pickle. You're the man.
Not the big pickle, but I'm the man at the show here. Thanks for coming.
Hey, thanks for having us out here. How have you guys been able to build a show this size?
It's really a lot of hard work, a lot of organization, and basically inviting all my friends that are the big artists and big writers to the convention for all the fans to see.
Do you guys play video games?
Oh yeah, play lots. Actually, we used to play video games against each other pretty furiously.
We used to play Wipeout all the time for hours.
Are there any plans to make Mystery Men into a video game?
Well, actually, we're going to do a puppet show and tour the country with that.
I'm here with Garth Ennis, and that's all I know.
Right.
Let me do that again, sorry.
It's almost like learning a secret language. You start to be able to decode fanboy symbols on t-shirts.
I'm here with Marat Michaels, the artist and co-writer of the Nash comic book.
And then also getting a lot of big stars like Ray Park, who played Darth Maul in the Star Wars movie.
It wasn't my voice, but I pretty much knew they were going to change it because I don't think my voice is scary enough for it.
You're a big video game fan.
Yeah, there's a time in my life where I played a lot more than I do now, but yeah, I'm absolutely. I'm really looking forward to the Superman game, the Super Nintendo.
Did you play it?
You know, I tried in the mall, and I'm just frustrated. Nobody makes scrolling games anymore. Everything is that 3D nonsense.
Who are some of your favorites out there?
I'm a very big fan of the Marvel Knights stuff. I love it. I'm a big Frank Miller fan. Anything that McFarlane's working on, I like to look at. I'm a big fan of Top Cow. Of course, there's a lot of stuff from DC, like JLA and Preacher and stuff that I like.
Right on.
I do like the Cliffhanger stuff. I mean, there's just so much stuff. I can go on.
You like everything.
Basically, yeah.
Now, have you ever done anything on the video game side of things?
We developed the content, but not the games. And so, obviously, like Wild Cat made into a Super Nintendo game. There's a Danger Girl game that's being developed by InSpace. I think THQ is a publisher.
You're featured quite often in these wrestling games. Have you checked that out?
I check out the royalty checks every quarter. Keep buying those games, kids.
The new generations are all multimedia. You know, all the kids are growing up with not just one thing, not just paper, not just television, not just films, but now you have this whole world of interactivity. So you want to be part of that. You want Fathom to be all over because, yeah, they'll get the comic book, but they'll also get the video game, they'll get the online information, they'll see the movie.
Do you want to see your projects become films?
You know, you always worry about that a little bit because you lose a lot of creative control, but I don't think anybody would say no to one of those checks. So.
I was a Marvel fan, Captain America, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Daredevil.
Did that ever influence you to want to be a wrestler?
No, actually I took a number 2 pencil and stuck it in one ear and it came out the other and I knew I could be a wrestler.
Comic books are still one of the best mediums to develop characters, and then especially in the comic book format, it's very easy to get your story across in a very visual way that people can understand and see.
There's a lot of crossover between comics and video games, especially on the character creation standpoint. How do you feel about that?
It's not something that I really know a great deal about. The last video game I played was Pac-Man in a bar, and so really I don't have a great deal of knowledge about it. The kind of stuff I do, Preacher in particular, probably doesn't lend itself to that kind of crossover so well, although that would be one hell of a computer game.
One of the biggest sleeper hits of last year was Spyro the Dragon. Well, get ready for another sequel, because we got Spyro 2.
I'm here with the president and vice president of Insomniac Games, and we're talking about Spyro 2?
Spyro 2.
Now you guys both worked on Spyro the original?
Yeah, we've been together about 5 years now, and we both worked on Spyro 1.
We are here in Las Vegas at the Hard Rock Hotel to celebrate the release of Spyro the Dragon.
So what are the scavenger hunt rules?
Basically, we've got until 5 o'clock today to find 20 different scavenger hunt items. We're going to be all over the place.
Where's the largest slot machine? I don't know where we are. Tommy, where are we, man?
We're on the electric playground.
How did you guys come up with the concept?
One of our artists, Craig Stitt, said one day, you know, I've always wanted to do a game about a dragon. And immediately, everybody said, yeah.
Well, so what's new?
I'd say the biggest change is the structure of the game. Spyro 2 is more of a game of completion. We have primary and secondary objectives in every level. We have mini games that the hardcore gamers can really sink their teeth into, whereas with the primary objectives, the novice players can feel comfortable and not too intimidated.
Do you think this is sad, carrying Spyro through Las Vegas?
Were we getting your Mardi Gras thing?
Here you go, here you go.
Okay, Tommy, now just jump like that guy. Does that hurt?
Yeah.
I hear that Spyro has a lot of new moves.
He can now swim, he can climb, he can spit projectiles. He has now a new hover.
He can what?
He can spit. He can pick up things and spit them at the enemies.
For the bonus thing, you want the lamb?
What if there's like a petting zoo?
There's a petting zoo downtown. It's tough work. Too much to see.
What is now one of the flashiest and largest casino resorts in Las Vegas?
Let's talk about the storyline. What have you guys done with Spyro 2? What's the new story?
After Spyro defeated Nasty Nork in first Spyro, he came back to the Dragon World pretty tired. You know, he figured he needed a break. So the rest of the dragons said, hey, Spyro, why don't you go on vacation? Something goes wrong, and he ends up in a new universe called Avalar. There are a couple of very big bad guys that you encounter along the way.
Like what?
There's one guy called Ripto, who is a really big bad guy, and he's constantly giving all the inhabitants of Avalar a hard time, kicking them out of their castles.
Just lost. We're very lost.
So we can find an Indian. You said you knew where an Indian was.
All right. You can deal with this kind of travel.
Okay, this one should be quick. Okay, I'll go in with the camera.
10 minutes, we got 4 shots.
All the inhabitants want Spyro to figure out how to beat Ripto, but Spyro's got to chase him through a bunch of different worlds. There are 29 different levels in Spyro, so he's
29, wow.
Well, he's got a lot of exploring to do.
Can you give me your best Spyro impression?
Okay, somebody go up in the elevator, and I'll take a picture. Okay, go ahead, it's open.
You guys go.
It's open and empty. He will win.
What games influenced your design?
Well, we definitely have to say Mario 64 was a big influence.
What do you think of Shigeru Miyamoto?
It's tough to look at any video game without seeing his influence. He won all the awards at the Interactive Academy the other night. It was amazing.
Hey, what's your favorite video game of all time? No way, that's mine too! Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by PNP Games. Play forever!
Now this is one slick cat. We're talking about Shigeru Miyamoto. Now this is one fat daddy who's been living large with the likes of Mario and Zelda and a whole other slew of Nintendo games. And we got the exclusive.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Miyamoto, for giving us this time. And also, on behalf of all the game players of the world, I want to thank you for all the games you've given us and all the fun you've given us over the years. How many video game titles have you worked on?
数えたんだけど、プロデュースだけを含む。Actually, I have just counted them all, and I made 64 games by now, including the games which I worked as a producer.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Simple question. 46歳. 46 now.
46. Do you have children of your own?
ええ、13歳。
Yes, I have two children. One is a 13 years old boy and 11 years old girl.
Do they like video games?
うん。まあまあ、この間ゼルダをクリアしました。
Well, I guess it just so-so. They just cleared Legend of Zelda just the other day.
What was your inspiration for the character of Mario?
僕ね、割とこう。
I like to make something within certain limitation. So when I was making Mario character, there were certain restrictions on the dog. In spite of that, I wanted to make something unique. I think because of such restrictions in the video game, I could come up with the image of Mario.
Where did you draw your inspirations for the world of Zelda?
Well, when it comes to the world, I think it has something to do with my childhood. There are places I loved to play and such. That kind of images, I believe, have been reflected in the world of Legend of Zelda. And when it comes to the character Link, I believe everybody has some ages when they want to be strong. I think that kind of images to be reflected upon the character of Link.
Are you a fun guy to work with? Or do you take work very seriously?
Maybe I'm too serious guy, and some other people just find it hard to work with me.
Do you still ride your bike to work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Keeps you healthy.
それで健康を保ってるわけです。
そう、泳いでね。
And swimming too.
And swimming? Good, good. You look very young.
若く見えますね。
You don't swim to work.
別に泳いで職場に行くわけじゃないですね。
台風の時はね。
only in the typhoon.
What does Nintendo mean to you?
I joined Nintendo because I couldn't understand what they are making. They were making anything. So I thought that I would be given the opportunity to make anything as I liked, so that the company can be a kind of sponsor for me.
Who do you admire out there?
あなたが尊敬するのは誰ですかね。
本当に変なんですけどね。尊敬する人。
It may sound strange, but I don't have so much people that I'm respecting. For example, when it comes to Spielberg, I feel he's wonderful. He's a wonderful movie maker. And I find Lucas is another wonderful person who has been not hesitant to support the young, talented people. Well, only the person I can think about now is when I joined the company, he was there and working with me. Unfortunately, he is no more in this world, but Mr. Yokoi is the person I can say I am respectful.
Thank you very much. It was an honor. Thank you.
I had tears in my eyes when I was playing this game because I honestly felt like the video game industry took a huge step backwards.
You said that.
I almost
Tell
cried.
us why.
Get over here!
Oh, dude, I just had that dream again with those two.
Wipeout 3.
Let me just say this about Wipeout 3. You know, 20 minutes of playing the game, it's like, okay, it's Wipeout.
I disagree. New tracks, bunch of new weapons. I love the force wall. You can shoot out an energy wall that the other players can ram into, and you stop them dead in their tracks. That's really cool. You've got two-player split screen, and you've got analog control. And I've been waiting for analog control and Wipeout on a PlayStation for years. So I was very happy with this game.
The menu screens in this game are by far the ugliest menu screens you have ever seen in your entire life of playing video games.
If you like gray and black, though.
The other problem I have is that when you get in first place, Vic wouldn't know about it,
Yeah.
but when you're in first place,
I love
you
first
just
place.
get beamed
I'm usually
constantly.
in first place.
You're never in first place.
I love it. They took it outside a little bit more. This one's not as dark and gloomy or dreary. There's not rain spattering as much. It's a happier future in this Wipeout. The vehicles are completely redesigned. There's all kinds of new shapes,
Yay,
new
they all
styles.
look like triangles.
No, there's squares.
Oh, there's some squares
There's
in there
some
too?
square
I just saw
ships in there.
the triangle.
You know
ones.
what? It's definitely time to see this thing in a new system. You know, we want to see super clean, ultra high res graphics in here. I can't wait for a PlayStation 2 version of the game. I'm a huge Wipeout fan. This was exactly what I was hoping I would get out of Wipeout. It's not much more though. Given a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10?
Yes. I'm a huge Wipeout fan.
Wow.
I buy it in a second.
All right, I give it a 7 even, 7.0. It's Wipeout, and after a half hour, you know, it's like, okay, what's next?
I'll tell you what's next.
What's next?
Lego Racers.
It's Legos Racing.
Well, yeah, it's another, which is funny because it has a similar kind of gameplay to Wipeout. It's another race around, and you blow up your buddies, and there's all kinds of power-ups and weapons and stuff.
I mean, the cool thing is, if you're, you know, fan of Lego.
And you're a goof if you're not.
Who isn't? You can actually create your cars, and by putting the blocks on, and you have your chassis you can choose from,
cool.
and little hats on.
Oh yeah, you can totally customize your character and your car. I totally use the Diddy Kong racing style. You pick up 3 of the same Lego pieces, and then you've powered up your power-up, and you get more use out of it. So you can have bigger guns and more turbo boost.
The levels are
all
cool.
kinds of cool stuff.
You got space level and the
Pirate
castle
theme,
level and the
castle.
pirate.
You got to have a 3D accelerator card.
That's
for this
right.
thing.
That's right.
It looks fabulous. It really looks cool.
Looks great.
And it's if you're a big Lego fan, you're going to have a blast making all kinds of different combinations. If you stack all your Lego pieces on one side of the car, it'll tilt over to that side of the car every time you're making a corner.
It's a decent game. 7.5.
I would give it an 8. I'd definitely check it out. I'd pick it up for your PC.
Now,
It's really
speaking
cool.
of this game, though, we should also talk about Revolt.
Oh, Revolt.
Like I said, Revolt.
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 Tell them what it is. It's like it's an RC
Little
racing.
RC cars.
Yeah, you got these little wicked little toy cars. There's all kinds of varieties.
There's tons of different modes besides racing. Network play is
It's a multiplayer
is the
screen.
the best way to play this game. The levels are amazing. You got toy stores, grocery markets.
You're at the toys perspective, so you get to go around all these huge things. So you're like in the neighborhood, the Toys in the Hood level. I love that. Jumping over curbs, and then over in the distance you can see sprinklers and basketballs will bounce in your way.
Before we go any further, Revolt is a great freaking game on the PC.
It's excellent
but
on
is
PC.
absolute trash
On the N64
and the PlayStation.
They both are lame.
And I'll tell you the biggest thing is the graphics are horrible. I hated them both on the consoles.
I hated them both equally as well.
Exactly. If you have a PC, just get the PC version.
Excellent.
Don't even bother with
Here's
the
another
console.
example of these publishers trying to cash in. It should have just been made
For the
to perfection
PC,
for
right.
one system.
Exactly. On the PlayStation, I give it a 5.5.
I give the PlayStation version a 5.
On the N64, it's a little easier to control. I give it a 5.8.
Give it a 5 on the N64 as well. Yeah, textures are so muddy and foggy, I couldn't tell where I was going half
But
the
on the PC, I give it an 8.7.
I give it a 9 on the PC.
Yeah,
it's a
great
killer
game on
game.
the PC.
Definitely check it out for the PC. We have Blue Stinger for the Dreamcast.
Oh.
Your favorite Dreamcast game so far.
Oh, can I say something? Dialogue is awful.
Well,
the storyline is awful.
there's no
Even
pacing.
the character's name.
Can I talk?
Elliot
Can I talk?
Ballard.
Can I-
I'm not done yet. Elliot Ballard,
Can I
a lead
speak?
character
Can I
for a
finish?
name?
Can I
This is an
finish?
awful character name. Go ahead.
There's no pace to it at all.
The presentation's terrible.
You spend the first 20 minutes not doing anything.
Oh.
You walk down a hallway and there's just like nothing to do. You go find a key card, you open a door, and there's no excuse now because what do we've had? We've had Resident Evil, we've had Metal Gear Solid, we've had Tomb Raider.
Elliot Ballard is a character name.
Ouch.
You have to get indoors. Okay, you have to get these access cards to get through doors. Well, guess what? Just look at the dead body right next to all the doors because more than likely 90% of the time they're the ones with the cards. So you pick up the card, you go in, you see these beasts that are just lying dead on the ground.
They look cool. The monsters and stuff, they look cool.
They suck.
They
Okay.
look cool.
No, they
They
have
look
like
cool.
7 arms
They're all
coming out of them.
high-res.
They're crap.
They look cool.
You kill the guys and check it out. Tokens fly off them like in Sonic, and you have to go collect the tokens.
With the sound.
And it even has the same sound.
The biggest disappointment with this game is that there really isn't anything to interact with.
I knew I was in trouble playing this game. When you cross this bridge, it pulls back, shows you the cinematic, and then all of a sudden, this dogs guy is like, oh, I'm going to follow you around for the rest of the game and be your buddy and protect you because you're a wimp, okay? And then the cinematic pulls away, and guess what? Dogs disappears. I mean, it's annoying. You pull the camera back, and all of a sudden you see the character. On a scale to 1 to 10, I give this game my lowest score ever of all time on the Electric Playground. I give it a 1.3.
I'd give Blue Stinger a 4. I think it deserves a 4. All right, let's go, man. I want to get on this thing. Let's get out of here.
We can't talk about Blue Stinger some more?
No, we're done. Come on, let's go. Let's go do our dog's impression.
Woo! Blue Stinger blows! Hey, look, everyone. I'm on TV. Get it? I'm on TV. Rough crowd. It's a little hot in here, isn't it? Woo.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com. Pick up the new issues of the magazines. They're out on newsstands now. This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Check out Rainbow Six.
There you guys are. I've been looking everywhere for you. So I'm here with Red Storm, makers of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. What was it like working with Tom Clancy?
It was pretty amazing. He knows a lot of people that do a lot of very dangerous things, which helped us a lot in the project, as you might imagine.
Let's talk a little bit about Rainbow Six and what it's about, an FBI-style infiltration stealth kind of game.
Yeah, it basically is modeled after the FBI's hostage rescue team. The basic concept is take the best of the best from all around the world. You take the guys from Delta Force, the SAS, and so on. If they're anti-terrorists, you take the best of those guys, put them all together in one crack unit, and they sort of travel around the world taking care of the worst terrorists in the world.
And why do you think people want to play this game?
One shot, one kill.
Sort of the kind of thing you see in maybe a James Bond movie?
Yeah, you get that adrenaline rush that you don't get in like a Quake or something where you can just run around and get shot a bunch.
What about sort of the team play in the game?
The cooperative aspect definitely enhances the fact that there's a realism aspect and there's a
a lot of things that are going on in the background that you just can't simulate in other games as a single-player experience.
People can use sort of real-life tactics, work with their friends against the bad guys. And once they're tired of that, of course, they can go back to working with their friends against another group of friends.
It must be kind of sad when you lose some of your team members.
It's very sad. Especially it's sad if you happen to be the one that killed them by accident.
So you have that ability in the game then.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very real.
Friendly fire. And we get a lot of flack about that. There is a learning curve, just like there are in real military operations. You got to learn to control your fire. You got to have the awareness of where your other team members are.
And you actually built that practice into the game.
Yes, we did.
Any of you have any experience in sort of FBI, Secret Service?
Well, I was in the military. I was in the Navy. I was in there for like 6 years.
I took the whole team up to Heckler & Koch and fired weapons for a day to get a feel for it. And
Kill anything?
a lot of paper targets. Dead, dead, dead.
Did it make you feel like you wanted to be an FBI agent?
No.
How close is Rainbow Six the game to the book?
Each has a similar story, but they are different. So you can enjoy them and still be surprised by both.
Have you read the book?
Yeah, I have. Good.
I haven't.
Yeah, excellent. Yes, I would. Yeah, I would.
Great.
But I'm sorry, we really have to get going.
Oh, all right.
Let's move out. Go.
What? Hey guys, wait up. Where'd it go?
Coming up next, Tallarico. Tommy Tallarico.
Oh, sorry. I'm just finishing lunch. And also enjoying these promotional VHS tapes from Nintendo Power, chock full of information on some great upcoming games. Are we in the golden age of video game coverage and we don't even know it? Now you're already here watching the Electric Playground Classic, so I know that seeing behind the scenes of the video game industry is important to you. It's also important to everyone who enjoys games. Documenting these publishers, developers, and dreamers with such open access is imperative to building a base of respect for the hard work that goes into most every video game we plug into our consoles or PC. The story of video games is relatively young, and thankfully the Electric Playground was there to record its burgeoning history in the 90s and beyond. P&P Games is proud to present EP Classic every Saturday morning. Gunstar Heroes and Gamer Broccoli, lunch of champions.
How about Battlezone 2 for the PC? Fire in the hole!
Here with Matt Candler, who is the producer of Battlezone 2 from Activision. I was a huge fan of the first Battlezone. How the hell are you going to improve on that?
We're getting 5,000 hits a day on our website. You know,
Right on.
we have a hit team of 3,500 people writing in with comments about Battlezone. You know, we have a rabid fan base.
Cool.
And we want to incorporate as much of their comments as we can. All new vehicles,
Mhm.
all new weapons, all new environments.
Okay.
So we've got a marsh world, we've got a fire world, we've got ice, we've got one world set on a desert with a bunch of city structures.
Same team?
This is the same team. They've been working on a year. They've been working closely with Intel, and they're going to have some incredible graphics.
Awesome.
The tank's going to get me there.
Pay no attention. You guys use the same kind of 3D radar system that was in the first game?
we didn't want to stray too far from the interface. What we wanted to do was clean it up, make it a little bit easier to use, but keep the same elements that people knew and were familiar with.
Cool. What's the background story?
Well, the story is, instead of fighting Soviets, you're now fighting these aliens. Aliens have some really cool new features, such as a ability to cloak and ability to morph. Not like him. And in one storyline that everybody starts with, and then about 10 to 12 missions into the game, it branches off. And you have the chance to either fight for the ISDF or fight for the aliens.
What kinds of new weapons and artillery are we going to be seeing in this game? Are there going to be new vehicles?
Yeah, all new vehicles. And we've added the ability for tracked vehicles. So the heavy assault tanks are going to be the tracked vehicles. We'll still have the hover vehicles, but we also added air vehicles with the APCs bringing in troops.
Cool.
So they come in over the air, they drop the troops off, and then you can also call in airstrikes.
Awesome. One of my favorite parts of the first game was going up into sniper mode, taking out somebody else, and then running down and grabbing their tank. Can you still do that?
We've added life forms onto the planets.
Oh,
So
right
you
on.
can't just jump out and start running around sniping people. You got to watch out for the animals, because if you're in the tank, they're going to ignore you. If you're outside the tank, they're going to try to chomp you.
Oh, okay. So what kind of animals?
Well, one of them has these big arms, right? These big claw arms, and they come down like this, and if you run in, they're hopping, popping like this, and then they go with their big claws, right? If you don't get out of the way, they go, whoa!
Right on.
The AI is actually learns from your type of behavior. How you fight against the AI and the enemies teaches them how to fight against you.
Awesome.
So the challenge continually increases. Enemies can now use multiple weapons. And you'll see that right away with some of the scouts. They'll come in, they'll drop a mine if you're close. When you get far away, they'll start shooting mortars at you.
Okay.
And then medium combat, they'll kind of use their, medium range weapons.
Are we going to see like this kind of style hidden somewhere within the game?
Probably not.
Because, I think a big styrofoam tank would actually really be good in Battlezone too.
We might put it in there with Tommy.
Well, what do you think about that, Tommy?
Big band ballroom dancing video games are making a big comeback in a big way. Now the latest game, Super Swing Dancing 70-Year-Old 64, is... This is Tommy.
Tommy, Vic Lucas here. We've got a mission of utmost importance. We've located Will Body from Black Ops Entertainment. We need you to get to him right away.
While you're out, don't forget to pick me up a stick of butter and a loaf of bread, okay?
Never mind all that, Tommy. The plane's waiting.
Okay, I'll drop in on him right away.
Tommy, Blofeld's tracking you. You've got to get the information as quickly as possible, and for God's sakes, man, don't screw up like you did with David Ferret.
Of Black Ops Entertainment. Hey, t-shirts, hook me up. I need do you have extra small?
I'm here with Will and John Body, the Body brothers who run Black Ops.
Were you expecting someone else?
You're really good at that. Tomorrow Never Dies. Are you guys big James Bond fans?
Bond's one of the biggest cult icons in the world, and we're proud to be associated with it.
See, look, see what John does all day long? He's looking for like Bond girls or something. I don't know, it's crazy. He gets to look at beautiful girls all day long.
We're really proud of the work that we've put into it. You can not only go around third person, screen-based camera, first person, but you can also do things like skiing, get into vehicles. You can get into the MiG and fly away at the end of the Arms Bazaar sequence, which is the opening of the movie. It's the opening of the game as well.
What are you doing here exactly?
I'm fixing his head.
Well, there you go. She gets to fix Pierce's head. Can you draw a mustache on him for me?
Wow, big.
That is sweet. See, there you go, Pierce. That's for me. I got you a little...
I hear you guys are going to be building in a lot of different styles and that sort of thing. How are you working on that?
We're basically trying to stick to what Bond could do in the movie, and then adding some additional verbs that maybe didn't make it into the movie, like skiing and stuff like that, but it's a very seamless experience from one verb to the next.
What you working on? Well, we got some errors in the shell here. Now, shell, that's a industry term for...
Those are the presentation screens that happen before the actual gameplay starts. The game start screen, the option screen, things like that.
So you always learn stuff here at the Electric Playground. Excuse me. No, come on, give me your candy. Just one, please. I'll give you a Black Ops t-shirt I got earlier. Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about the control you're implementing in the game?
We're not going to dictate to the player, you're going to play it in this style or that style. We'll let them make the call. If the player wants it to be in a first-person shooter, they can go ahead and play the first-person mode. If they want to play the Tomb Raider style third-person camera, they can just select third-person. We really want to let the players select and decide. A lot of the sequences are fun to play in either one. We also have a screen-based camera, which is kind of like a Mario style camera.
This is what a producer for a video game company does.
Hey, Will, can you make the impossible happen by yesterday?
Won't be a problem.
Thanks for your time, boys.
All right, thanks a lot, Zoe. Thanks a lot.
Everyone knows it from the PlayStation and the PC. Resident Evil 2 for the N64 is a much higher resolution version.
Oh, hey, Lee from PNP Games here, reminding you to check out the Electric Playground Classic every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by PNP Games. And don't forget, play forever!
The Resident Evil series was mega huge on the Sony PlayStation. Well, finally, the Nintendo 64 is going to get Resident Evil 2. Make up.
So tell me about the Nintendo 64 titles you guys have got coming out this year.
The only thing we've got currently is Resident Evil 2 for the N64.
Naoto,
Hey.
you're the producer of Resident Evil 2 on the N64.
Yeah, fortunately.
A game that many people thought would never see the light of day on the N64.
I know, I saw the web and the people say, hey, there's no FMV software and audio. Hey, here's everything on it. All the FMVs, all the audios, everything from the original Resident Evil 2 is going on it, on N64.
Amazing.
Everyone knows it from the PlayStation and the PC. Resident Evil 2 for the N64 is a much higher resolution version.
You guys just taking the PlayStation code and artwork and just porting it right over, or is there new stuff being developed?
Basically, the porting.
Porting?
But we have to add a lot of stuff too because it's N64.
Yeah.
N64 is really powerful too. So we put a lot of stuff in it.
It's unreal. The backgrounds, the character detail, the blending capabilities of the Nintendo 64 are second to none.
So you're going to have all those action sequences telling the story.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Absolutely. Plus some extra features for N64.
Like what?
You'll be able to collect a lot more storyline information to introduce the Nintendo players to the Resident Evil world.
Any new weapons that we're going to see in this game at all? I mean, we had the machine guns and the handguns. Come on. Oh, come on.
No.
We've really all looked at it and gone, wait a minute, this is Resident Evil 2? I mean, it looked great on the PlayStation. It looks unreal on the N64.
How do you like working with the new control configuration on the N64? Does it work well with Resident Evil?
Yeah, it's work well. It's actually better.
Yeah?
It's like Resident Evil type or other 64 games like.
Right.
So I go for both.
Cool. So you can point the joystick in the direction and he'll run that way.
Which way you're gonna go?
Awesome. You work with the U.S. division of Capcom quite a bit?
We work with Angel Studio.
Yeah? Oh, Angel Studios. Oh, in San Diego.
San Diego, yeah.
Those guys have been working on N64 for a long time.
They had Major League King Griffey Jr., Major League Baseball, and this year they had Slugfest. And we know they can do the best job, so we asked them, can we work with together for Resident Evil?
Resident Evil, we understand, while it's always for 17 and older, it's a mature rated game. We understand that some people who are 17 and older aren't going to want to see as much of the gore or as much of the violence. And so in the Nintendo 64 version, you'll be able to adjust that.
When's Resident Evil 2 coming out for the N64?
In the US market? For Christmas for sure.
Before Christmas for sure. We have your word on that.
I hope so.
Well, I know you're going to make a lot of N64 players happy, man. They've been waiting for this one forever. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
We went to the Windy City of Chicago because it's the home office of Midway. I'll tell you one thing about Midway, they don't blow.
Going on the Ferris wheel, going on the Ferris wheel.
Just look into the camera, talk to the people. Talk to the people, Zoe. It's okay. Take a deep breath. I feed you it. I feed.
I'm here in Chicago at Midway with Ed Boon, video game designer and one of the legends behind Mortal Kombat. Were you surprised by the success of Mortal Kombat?
Completely surprised, although at the time it was happening, we really didn't have much of a chance to enjoy it. While the first game was doing really good, we were working on Mortal Kombat 2. When the second one was doing good and the movie came out, we were working on Mortal Kombat 3. When the TV show came out, we were working on Mortal Kombat 4, and so...
When was the last time you took a day off?
A couple years ago. Mortal Kombat Gold is essentially a super version of Mortal Kombat 4, and that's coming out for the Dreamcast.
I'm here with the master. I'm here with Eugene Jarvis, the guy that created Defender and Robotron and Stargate and Smash TV. You were there at the beginning of all this. You were there before video games were even called video games, I think, weren't you?
It was an incredibly exciting time because people didn't realize a television screen could be used as an input device as well as an output device.
What was the first game you built?
It was Defender, actually.
Really?
And the crazy thing about it was we said, okay, let's make a color video game. You know, this is like some big deal at the time.
I'm here with Dave Mikicic, who is one of the animators on the Mortal Kombat series.
Actually, I don't animate.
I'm just confused.
That's okay.
So you're a modeler?
I'm a modeler, character modeler.
And a model?
Excuse me?
John Vogel, who's actually one of the other animators on our team, he did some of the fatalities and...
How do you do a fatality?
So Defender comes out, your game's a household name. How do you top yourself?
My favorite game was a game called Robotron, which
Mine too.
I did in 1981 and 82.
So are you responsible for modeling those ultra sexy chicks?
Yes, I am.
How many of the Mortal Kombat games have you worked on?
I worked on 2, 3, and 4.
Everybody on this team can count so well.
This is an effect. It's trying to do a nuclear explosion. That's the top part. Kind of looks like a tree. Looks like a nuclear bomb looks like.
Maybe like a mushroom.
Yeah, or like a mushroom cloud.
Smash TV was kind of an update to the concept. The premise is totally different. You know, it's just really just taking the mechanic of the game, the fun of the dual joystick and everything, and then taking it into a different concept of the blood craze TV show of the future, you know, where you kill someone to win a toaster.
You're stuck with Midway your whole career. Why?
They give me the rope to hang myself with, you know, and they give me a lot of independence. It's a pretty disorganized company, so I appreciate that.
You fit right in.
For Mortal Kombat 5, we're doing a lot more detailed nuances. That the characters actually sweat and they breathe, and you see cloth moving on them. So it's a lot more of a sophisticated presentation to the player.
We're going to push things a lot farther than what we were able to do with Mortal Kombat 4. So that's very exciting.
You seem excited.
Yeah.
This is a big thrill for me, man. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, and have fun in the playground.
This game beats GoldenEye. Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
GoldenEye is the best game ever for the Nintendo 64.
Wrong.
You ready, buddy? Best of 50 death matches, slappers only. Slappers only! Oh, I'm ready, all right. Dude, is that the unauthorized N64 pack accessory Furious Felines Air Daddy 98? No more sweaty hands, dude! No more sweaty hands! 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 Oh, dude, pass this guy the wide mouth bottle.
What do you think of Jet Force Gemini for the Nintendo 64?
Oh, you're gonna hate me, but I didn't like it too much.
I hate you. Rare has basically built a game that's like Banjo-Kazooie, Diddy Kong Racing, and GoldenEye all in the same cartridge.
It's nowhere near GoldenEye.
It has a 4-player deathmatch mode that's a ton of fun, man. You go into first-person perspective and you're blasting all your buddies. I love the spaceship levels. They're just gigantic. And it looks like you can't go everywhere. You realize you can walk right up to the edge of the screen and then blast out a window and keep going. It's insane.
What?
All right, sorry, did I put you to sleep?
Oh, sorry, yeah, go
It's
ahead.
an incredible game.
It's the genre of game, okay? Here's a little kitty game and a doggy running
ain't a kitty
around.
game. It's team-rated.
GoldenEye is a great game for the N64. It doesn't compare anywhere
This
near
game beats
GoldenEye.
This
No
game beats
way!
GoldenEye.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
GoldenEye is the best game ever for the Nintendo 64.
Wrong. You played GoldenEye in '97. If you go back to GoldenEye.
Don't get me wrong. Jet Force Gemini is a very impressive game.
It rules.
It's an impressive game.
Fantastic.
The graphics
Best
are
game
cool.
I played this year. They're going to win Game of the Year. 10 out of 10.
No way. Absolutely not.
10 out of 10 for Jet Force.
6.8. Nothing is better than GoldenEye.
I'll tell you
Nothing
something.
is better than GoldenEye.
This is better than GoldenEye.
Nothing is better.
It's my favorite Nintendo game.
Nothing is better than GoldenEye.
Nothing's better than GoldenEye.
I told you. Jedi mind trick. Okay, what else?
All right, we're going to talk about Trick Style for the Dreamcast.
Trick Style looks great, but after 20 minutes, you don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, it's all flash, man.
This is a perfect rental game.
Yeah.
This is a perfect game that you rent for 2-3
And
games.
everybody in
you'll
the
never
room goes, ooh, that looks really cool.
It looks really great.
Ooh,
It's really
that's
easy
really
to
nice
control.
looking.
Now, the other cool thing I liked about it was the music.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
here's a game that
Techno fits.
Well, it's techno, but every song's a little different. You know, it's more electronic and
a little
techno.
more ambient, yeah.
It's very cool music.
I think Trick Style's it's a fun game. It's definitely one that you're going to impress your friends with when you buy your Dreamcast, but Tommy's right. You're going to get sick of it after about 20 minutes. It's just, it doesn't have the depth. It's all style.
It moves good. The sound is okay.
Yep.
It's above average, but it's a great rental.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
7.2.
7.2?
I'm right in that
Okay.
ballpark.
What did you think of Xena for the PlayStation?
Let me tell you something. I gotta say that I think Xena is probably the sleeper hit of the year.
Completely.
I was completely not expecting such a good game. The character in the game, Xena, really kind of doesn't look like Lucy at all.
Which kind of sucks.
Yeah, which kind of sucks.
But you know what? They got the spirit of the show.
So you're walking
The show's
around,
all
and,
action.
okay.
The game's all action.
Right.
It's not as flashy or as cool
Right.
as Tomb Raider was when that first came out.
But that aside, it is a really fun game to play.
You just never stop hacking and slashing things.
There's this great part in the beginning where you have to save the hostages, and if you don't save them, then they slit the throats.
The bosses are huge, really cool.
And then Xena goes into her like the best. I mean, you got.
It's more like a dog there, wasn't it? The only thing about it,
Short.
It's too short.
If you're a fan of Tomb Raider, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, you're gonna enjoy this game.
I love the circle hook, the throwy thing that she's got with the circle.
I don't know
love
what that
that
is.
thing. Chops people in half. I give Xena an 8 out of 10. How about yourself?
8.3.
Shadow Man.
Shadow
for the PC
Man
from
on the
Acclaim.
PC. Acclaim actually has started a comic book company, which is really cool.
Acclaim Comics.
And
Great idea.
Yeah, I like the comic book better than I like the game. If you're into brown,
Yeah, brown.
everything in this game is brown.
Very brown.
Everything. I'll tell you the best part of the game is the opening cinematic, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the
Yeah,
first
it's nice.
movement on the piano.
The ambience in this game is really cool. It benefits from the comic
It
book.
seems
though.
like
You've got
all
cool
I'm
characters.
doing is running around in the mud. So if you love running around in the mud,
And when you're in the afterlife, you're in blood. So it's mud or blood.
you gotta collect like these Gucci handbags or something. What's that all about?
They're hearts.
I don't know. There was too much exploring for me in this. I didn't really love it too much.
There's big weapons though. They used the Turok engine to help build this thing, so it's got a real solid 3D feel.
It's not a great looking PC game.
It gets
when
better
you compare
though.
it to other games.
It's very derivative of the Tomb Raider style game.
It's
You'd
trying to be
expect that
Tomb
it is-
Raider
Yeah.
3 years later,
Exactly.
and it's not as
It's a
good as the original Tomb Raider.
explore and kill type game.
To talk about the PlayStation N64 versions,
Same
it's
game.
basically the same game,
Yeah.
except the graphics are a lot crappier.
Yeah.
And on the PlayStation, the frame rate is really
Frame rate
choppy.
sucks.
I mean, it's awful.
Actually, the textures in the PlayStation version look pretty good. They're grainy, but they look pretty good.
It's better to control on the N64.
Yeah. If I had a console port to pick, I'd pick the N64
Yeah,
version.
what do you rate this thing?
I'd give the PC version 7 out of 10. I'd give the N64 version a 6 out of 10.
Right.
And I'd give the PlayStation version a 5 out of 10.
The PlayStation version I give about a 5.8.
All right.
The N64 version I give about a 6 even. Shadow Man on the PC gets a 6.6.
What the hell is the difference between a 6.8 and a 6.6?
Well, because a 6.8 is closer to a 7 and a 6.6 is closer to 6.5. And you wouldn't give a game there's a difference between a 6.5 and a 7. It's too high for a 7, it's too low for a 6.5, so I give it a 6.6.
You make a good argument there, sir.
It's true.
All right.
How about Battlezone 2 for the PC? Fire in my hole! I had to say that.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com. Pick up the new issues of the magazines. They're out on newsstands now.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
You know, one of the greatest boxing video games ever of all time is coming now for the N64. It's called Knockout Kings 2000.
I'm here with Will and John Body, the Body brothers who run Black Ops, and they're working on Knockout Kings for the N64. I played this game on the PlayStation, and I can't say that I was very impressed by it. In fact, I thought it really sucked. What are you going to be doing to make the N64 version a better game?
Control-wise, it's much tighter, and I think even at this early stage, people are saying that it's more fun to control than the previous version.
We are here at Black Ops Entertainment. Well,
we're in the tree at Black Ops Entertainment.
Always out on a limb.
Do you have a lot of new boxers?
There's actually a bunch of licensed boxers, obviously Oscar De La Hoya, Sugar Shane Mosley, among others.
Well, your first N64 title. How easy was it to get up and going?
It really comes down to who you hire. We got a great lead programmer from England. His name's David Broadhurst. He really built not only the engine and the game, but built the team around him. Great programmer, and the game's awesome. It's just so fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
The mouthpiece is out.
Roasted, Jeff.
Some whooping! Whooping!
Oh, he's flying.
Oh, 8 seconds left. He wants to go for the knockout. No. Blood! 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 He's out of it!
Basically, a lot of great fighters.
Who's your favorite?
I'd have to say Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh, I'd have to go with Oscar De La Hoya, man. That's totally wrong.
I'm on your side.
No, actually, I think Sugar Ray is better. He actually came to the office we were playing.
You want to take it on camera?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Come on, man. EA Sports, I mean, those guys really know how to make games. They really love to make games. That's what they're focused on.
We've been invited to a little boxing event that EA is throwing in a couple days, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to the Knockout Kings 2000 rollout party at Kate Manalini's in Beverly Hills.
I'm here with one of the greatest middleweights of all time, Jake the Raging Bull LaMotta.
Thank you.
I'm here with the great Ken Norton, heavyweight champion of the world. Now, do you play yourself in the video game?
I have to be me.
Yeah, you gotta be me, right? I gotta be me.
There you go.
Okay, boys. All right. Anyways,
Yeah, sometimes he gets me really pissed off. I mean, we have
I can
this
see your
problem at the office all the time.
brothers working together.
Motion capture for the boxing game. Awesome. De La Hoya and Sugar Ray Leonard.
It's really cool. It's got two blocks.
John and Tommy sitting in a tree.
Boot to the head.
We felt that we needed to maybe look back at what we've done before and retain some of those core values again.
So you're just gonna slap full, healthy mustaches on things and call it merch? Merch? No. These are free stickers included with every purchase made at pnpgamesonline.com. Same with these. And the mug? Oh, hey, congratulations on rolling out the XP loyalty program, by the way. I've been telling everybody I know, sign up for free in store on pnpgamesonline.com. Oh, thanks. And don't forget about our free shipping on orders of 65 Canadian dollars or more in Canada or the USA. pnpgamesonline.com. Nice. Yeah. So, PNP Games merch? You know, I don't know. Maybe? Has anyone ever told you you're very frustrating to speak with?
When you think of futuristic racing games, only one thing should come to your mind. Wipeout.
I'm here at Psygnosis for the highly anticipated Wipeout 3. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
This is like so exciting. Everyone's waiting for this game.
There's a lot of people that, have said, well, why haven't we had, Wipeout 3? I think it's quite exciting because we know we've got all those people.
And it's become sort of a cultural icon.
I think one of the most interesting things for me working on it was that we knew we had something really special, but when you look back on them and you analyse them, there's no set pattern that we followed. It was one of those things that it just felt right.
And with Wipeout 3, we're seeing the soundtrack come together, and you guys are using DJ Sasha.
We spoke with Sasha and he was very excited about the project, and he is going to direct the whole composition for the game. He'll write 5 tracks specially for the game, he'll write the intro music, and then he'll bring in other known artists of the Chemical Brothers and Underworld and Propeller Heads, and he'll work very closely with them so you've got something that is right for the game.
So what are some of the new features that we can
Some of the new
expect to see?
features, well, with the game we have 8 all new tracks. If you look at the game itself, it's much more industrial. It's based in like this futuristic industrial city. The game's in something that's quite unique, it's called high-res mode. To this stage anyway, you haven't seen high-res in a 2-player game. So high-res basically will increase the crispness and the quality of the game. But one of the significant things is the 2-player.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the multiplayer aspect.
You've now
of the
got
game.
2-player split screen, whether it's horizontal or vertical. But you can also now link up, as you did with the first Wipeout, 2 PlayStations and 2 TVs and play it 4-player.
There seems to be a definite Japanese return in the design, and that it was apparent in the first Wipeout game.
We felt that we needed to maybe look back at what we'd done before and retain some of those core values again.
And I think one of the newest features that everybody's really excited about is the fact that we'll be able to use the DualShock.
The analog DualShock controller gives you the ability to control the game in a much more cohesive way.
Can you tell me about all the weapons we're going to have in Wipeout 3?
All the weapons, well, altogether there'll be 12 weapons in the game. There'll be a shield weapon where you can throw a shield up to the side of the track that you will get through, but one of the other players can bounce off. You fire 3 missiles from the front of the craft and it will individually target the other craft. There'll be a great one called an energy drain, which we've never had before.
So do you have a favourite character in the game?
I do actually, and her name's Ariel.
Do you have a picture?
There she is. The cute ponytail, a bit like yours really.
Isn't that cute?
Here come 2 highly anticipated sequels from Activision for the PC. Dark Reign 2 and Interstate 82 2. Is it called Interstate 82 2?
Hi, I am here with Zach and Greg, the dynamic duo who are working on the games Interstate 82, Dark Reign 2. Interstate 76 was a great game. Why don't you tell me a little bit about that first?
Interstate 82 is a sequel to Interstate 76. Instead of being muscle cars with guns in the 70s, Road Warrior meets Shaft. It's now the Road Warrior meets Miami Vice. We have a full-on kind of Jan Hammer-esque bitchin' soundtrack. We got those 80s exotics. We got, sports cars, customs, hot rods, lead sleds, you name it. Everything that the 80s was about, only this time this is this alternate, history of the United States where the gas crunch never ended.
And of course, you've got to have the fashions, because I remember in Interstate 76, we were swanky wearing those bell bottoms.
Well, we've transitioned quiescently from bell-bottom jeans into flannel jerry curl. So
lots of perms going on.
Yeah, perms, jerry curl, no more afros, because that's just O-U-T out.
Why do you think these games appeal to people?
The 80s is, I think, cool. It's what's happening in the bars and clubs of Los Angeles. People are playing Duran Duran and Adam Ant, Gang of Four. That's what you hear when you go into the clubs. I think that it's going to be reflected in our sales.
I hear we're going to have a wood-paneled station wagon.
That's right. It's a late model 82 station wagon with the faux wood paneling. It's
and everybody can relate. Everybody's drove around with the family wagon.
I'm in the way back. I'm in the way back.
I can say that Dark Reign sort of had a hard time just because it came out in a slew of strategy games.
Dark Reign 2 is actually totally 3D. It's totally new. It's unlike anything you've ever seen.
I've been looking at the screenshots. They're looking impressive.
Cool. Well, You should play the game.
Why do you think it's going to kick butt on Total Annihilation Kingdoms?
It's like truly 3D. It's the first game that's truly 3D. You can move the camera, you can put it wherever you want. You can see the elevations, the true physics. It's everything. I mean, it really takes RTS, I think, to a completely new level.
Can you tell me a little bit about the backstory?
Dark Reign 2 takes place a little bit before Dark Reign, so it's still the sci-fi thing. People are still having to move off Earth, and so it's kind of this transition from leaving Earth and going out and colonizing new planets. So,
Do you ever worry about being so realistic that you're going to really trap some players in the game and you're going to get people who are actually so into the game that they just can't get out of it?
no, there's no such thing. I mean, you can't. Yeah, I mean that's
This
what
is
we're making
true.
these games for. You know what I mean? So people get so into it that they don't do anything else. I mean, when I play a really good game, I don't think about anything else. I don't even think about work, which actually upsets a lot of my.
That is your work.
I know, exactly. It's pretty cool. It's the ultimate form of entertainment.
I'd like to thank both of you for being with me and talking with me.
So I can have you guys in my house all the time. Every time I play Blitz, you guys are going to be in my house cheering me on.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Anytime, day or night.
Hey, what's your favorite video game of all time? No way, that's mine too! Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by P&P Games. Play forever!
Hi. We're talking about Blitz 2000 on the Sega Dreamcast.
Midway presents NFL Blitz 2000.
I'm here at the Blitz Bowl, and why am I here?
To see our calendar. You're the host to play the game.
Show, look at this.
We are doing the tournament mode, so there's not going to be any cheats or secrets allowed. We figure if you're good, you're really good, you're going to be able to play without those codes.
On number 1 will be Victor Lucas versus John Robinson.
Why don't we get it?
Good luck, you guys.
On number 2, Tommy versus Blake.
The host can't lose.
Dag nabbit.
It's my good luck charm.
There you go.
Big double tap that turbo, baby.
What you got here is you got all the gaming press playing together. You were describing it earlier.
My job is to kind of show the games to the different publications, and you get some guys with some pretty mean mouths. Go, baby, go, baby! Yes!
What does Blitz mean to you, man?
Blitz is the best arcade football you can get right now on any system. A lot of people don't want to sit through like a football game and just like play for a full quarter and all that stuff. They want to play, be in a bam, 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 real quick game, and that's where it's at.
Now you guys are actually in the game, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And what do you like?
We're dancing, cheering you on, cheering.
So I can have you guys in my house all the time. Every time I play Blitz, you guys are going to be in my house cheering me on.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Anytime, day or night. Anytime you want to turn us on.
Second round, I'm here with Ryan, and I'm gonna lose because I have to explain the game.
Oh! 24 seconds left in the half.
I think you should start sucking. Well, it's not 0. I have a score.
Is that it?
Good game.
Oh,
Good luck in the tournament. Good game.
Oh, we did it!
What a loss.
I got my money on the GameSpot guys. How about you?
Yeah, I hate to say it. I hate to predict it this far out, but yeah, it's kind of embarrassing.
Freight train. Oh, man.
Come on!
Yes. Oh, that's what being on fire does for me. Yeah. I like being on fire. Oh, yeah. All right.
Okay, go for the 1 point.
No
1
way.
point.
No.
You're up by 8.
You never
Strong. You're up by 8 points.
Oh, yeah.
Don't listen to me. Always go for the 2 points. Always with the 2 points.
Say cheese. Say, man, this is cheesy.
Man, this is cheesy.
Jeff's got the eye of the tiger. Is that what you're telling us?
He's got the eye of the tiger.
Look at those steely eyes.
I am here with Jeff, who just won the Blitz Bowl. What are you doing now?
Go back to the office, finishing up the.
Let me ask you again, Jeff. You've just won the Blitz Bowl. Where are you going now?
Going to drink myself stupid.
You're supposed to be going to Disneyland.
Oh, right, okay. Disneyland.
Oh, cool, a lucite ashtray. What else we got here for the winner, Jeff? We got an envelope with...
An envelope with a W on it.
You don't want any of that. So anyway, we're off to the San Francisco 49ers game, yes?
Yes, over there.
Cool, well, let's go. Right over here. Okay.
Look how hungry you are.
You know, me and Vic always have the same argument about which system's better and what games play better on which consoles. So we figured we'd put an end to our disagreement. We went to see the guys at Insight Magazine, because they do magazines on consoles, PCs, internet. There's a PC magazine, there's a console magazine, now the website covers stuff too. There's got to be a little rivalry here.
They have The Rock, and we have Lara Croft.
So,
Ah.
So, sweaty male. Sweaty, oh, we have another way, sweaty man. That's right. Yes, we all have better weapons.
First off, shut your damn mouth.
You don't want that in it?
Second of all, as the guys from Electric Playground can testify, there is no competition. I am the best damn video game.
What's better, PC gaming or video gaming?
Yeah.
Why is PC gaming better?
Multiplayer, being able to kick their asses collectively in Unreal.
What gets played more? What's the game that you guys play?
Nobody gets played a hell of a lot.
Look, all I know is every time I go in the game room, these guys are on a PC playing.
That says a lot.
New systems are coming out now. We got the Dreamcast out there. PlayStation 2's coming out in March. What do you guys think of these new systems?
Who cares?
All right, we heard from the PC side. What about you guys?
That's all about PlayStation 2.
It's all about talking the TV movies.
We're talking Gran Turismo.
You're talking a year.
I'd rather save my money for PlayStation 2 than buy some this crap PC that's going to be outdated in 6 months.
How many people can shake a stick at that?
Tommy and I have this sort of ongoing debate. I kind of think that there's going to be one system that we end up playing games on. I think that the thing that's happening with the industry is that there's too much of this, too much debating about what we're playing these games on.
I always think competition is good, see? I mean, if it wasn't for PlayStation, we'd probably still be playing Super Nintendo, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but with this competition, all you get is these companies having these immature battles with each other, never acknowledging that the other people are doing great work, and people saying, no, we don't play Zelda because it's on the Nintendo 60, which is absolute bull.
Let's do the Dolphin, and it's going to be a DVD system. But we don't want to play movies. Well, that's baloney. If it wasn't for that,
Nintendo's just saying
Sony was the one who took it to this. Sony is awesome. You know,
so that's your argument. Sony is awesome.
I'm telling you, Nintendo deal with it.
Basically, it's like
It's
a triathlon,
three games,
right?
It's belly surfing.
Belly surfing.
It's
I love belly surfing.
ice walking.
Ice walking.
And swimming.
Lots of swimming action.
Not taking a lunch break? We're all having a heated argument on what video game has the best original soundtrack. Oh, sorry, I'm just browsing the hundreds of retro classic and contemporary hit video games available now on our web store, pnpgamesonline.com. Support us while we support the Electric Playground Classic. Yeah. It's Streets of Rage 2, by the way. What? The best OST. You know, I was never able to grow my own mustache. Until now.
Motocross Maniacs 2! Portable games these days have just gotten so good, and if you like the color Game Boy, you have to check out Motocross Maniacs 2 from Konami. Now you may think this is your typical motocross racing game, but it's not. This game has puzzle elements, platform elements, You can race, you can link up with your friends, you can play the computer, and you can also go in and make your own levels. Just so much cool stuff going on in this game. You should see like the stunts you can do and the power-ups you can get. I'm not bugging you, am I? It takes full advantage of the color for the Color Game Boy. There's scrolling, there's so much going on in the background. So I really liked Motocross Maniacs 2 from Konami, and I'm giving it an 8.5 out of 10. This game, it's gonna be in my pocket for a long time.
Okay, what do you think of Age of Empires 2, Age of Kings?
It looks a lot like Command & Conquer and Warcraft. You know, there's obviously added features, but you know, for the most part, if you like Command & Conquer and Warcraft 2, those kind of games, then you'll love Age of Empires. You can be Genghis Khan, you can be Joan of Arc, right?
See, the thing about Age of Empires is that they had historical significance in there. They actually paid attention to some real historical details.
Right.
The first game followed from ancient Egypt, and you built wonders of the world. This thing carries that same kind of gameplay forward. Now we're going through the medieval era, and we're talking about ancient Japanese civilizations. There's Turks, Byzantine. There are 13 different civilizations in there. All of them have their own technology trees, so they all build their own weapons and they have their own fighting styles and stuff. Now you can have on-the-fly formation changes, so when you're protecting your monk who's off to get some relics to help build gold within your city, you can put your army in a square around the guy so he won't get killed by stampeding elephants or anything like that.
I found that the AI was a little more intelligent this time around too. You know, people just weren't walking into trees, and these guys kind of had a little intelligence to them. The other thing I liked was if you had a really big castle, you know, the people were to scale. It was to size, which it kind of gave you a more realistic feel to the whole thing.
The graphics are really good. They're not that much better than the first Age of Empires, but they were pretty damn good back then. So this is just more refined. Presentation is top notch. All the audio effects.
I like the sound.
The music is really cool.
Yeah, it didn't blow me out of my chair, but everyone who likes this type of game loves this game.
He doesn't like real-time strategy games.
Nah, you know.
I'm not a huge fan of real-time strategy games as a genre, but I was a big fan of the first Age of Empires, so I love this game. I'd give Age of Empires 2 9.5 out of 10.
I give it a 7.5. If you like this type of game, definitely pick it up, because everybody who likes this game loves this game.
Pen Triicelon for the Sega Dreamcast.
What other game can you play? A walrus, a hippo, a shark, and a penguin. We're talking about Dixieland music, polka music, circus music, it's all in one.
It's foot stomping good. Kind of like this action. They're basically they're penguin-like creatures who waddle like this, right?
That's the weirdest.
They have little wings like this. They can't go very fast. And it's basically it's like a triathlon,
3 games.
Right?
It's belly surfing. It's
I love belly surfing.
Ice walking. And swimming.
Lots of swimming action.
No adult in the right mind would ever play this game. It's a freaky kids game, but I don't know, if I was 5 and I was playing this game, I'd be scared.
It's a bit frightening.
Weird,
it is a bit freaky.
freaky game.
The music's over the top. The characters are over the top. You can dress them up in all kinds of funky little outfits. Beautiful graphics in this game. It's all
very bright and colorful.
Amazingly, but very stable. There's no polygon dropout or anything like that. The frame rate's 60 frames per second. I give it a 6 out of 10. How about yourself?
I give it a 6.5.
What'd you think of Tony Hawk Pro Skater for the PlayStation?
The best skateboarding game ever of all time. Every game these guys do, they get better and better and better. These guys are also the guys who are working on Spider-Man for the PlayStation. Wait till you see that.
The thing about Tony Hawk, man, animation of the skater, of Tony, of him doing all these wicked moves.
It really takes in the whole skater's attitude. You skate off of benches and through parks. To be honest with you, I wasn't really into the whole skateboarding thing. I'm like, oh, skateboarding game. But man, I love skateboarding now because of this game, and that's what video gaming's all about.
Totally legitimized the idea of making a skateboarding game.
What do you give it?
I give it 9.5 out of 10 too.
9.5
Tony
also.
Hawk rocks.
It does, it really does.
What do you think of Duke Nukem 0 Hour?
The best part of Duke Nukem 0 Hour to me is the smart-ass remarks that he constantly makes.
Who wants some?
I didn't like the game all that much. One, the entire game is completely brown and dark from like the get-go, okay?
The thing with this game that makes it different than the other Duke game that you've played on the N64 is that
it's not a first-person
shooter.
shooter.
It's a third-person Tomb Raider Mario-style game, and I actually really like the way they handle the control on this thing. You're using the 4C buttons to move Duke around. The thumbstick, the analog thumbstick is a look-around button, and you can have 2 guns firing at the same time.
Absolutely,
Very fun.
100% disagree with what you just said. I thought the control was absolutely dumb because, yes, the way you move around Duke is those 4 little tiny yellow buttons. So if you want to do a diagonal, you have to be hitting 2 buttons. It's a typical shooter. It's brown. It's funny. It's entertaining.
The sniper mode is super cool. Weapons are awesome.
If you're
He's
a
got all
big
kinds
fan
of
of Duke,
attitude.
you're going to love this game.
I'm not even a big fan of Duke. It really won me over. The guy's blowing away secret passageways. He's jumping down. The aliens that come and attack him, you can blow them up in all kinds of cool ways.
The frame rate is very smooth.
There's like 30 levels. There's lots and lots of stuff to see in the game, and the multiplayer mode is really cool. 4-player deathmatch. It's
you're going to want to change the controls.
I like the default controls. Really.
Blow
cool.
it out, your.
I don't know. I don't have a retort to that.
Well,
I give Duke Nukem 0 Hour 7.5 out of 10.
So I give it a 6.7.
See you next week.
Blow it out, your.
Exactly. And you don't want out. And you want to make sure your butt's out. So stick your tush out a little more there. Yeah, there you go. Now we're talking. Work it, baby. Work it.
What toe on the toe?
Right. See how they're connected? There you go.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com. Pick up the new issues of the magazine.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
Since I saw Back to the Future 2, I always wanted to ride on one of those hoverboards. Well, now with the game Trick Style, you can do just that.
This game looks amazing. The style looks really young and hip. Is that something you guys thought was important to the game?
We tried to do a lot of things in terms of giving it a certain look, giving it a certain amount of credibility with the kind of people who buy extreme sports games, the snowboarding games, the skateboarding games, and we wanted it to feel fresh at the same time. So we've taken the kind of artistic style of certain games like that and the whole kind of street culture, brought it into the future, and we've built on top of it.
How did you come up with the idea?
It was actually the lead artist on the project who came up with the idea from looking at the Silver Surfer comics and things like that, and we thought it'd make a pretty good game. You know, if we could race around a load of cities with a load of characters. We built a game where you get to basically race around the world, go to future London, future Manhattan, and future Tokyo, and just race through the city streets.
It looks a little bit like 1080 meets Wipeout.
It does take the kind of the physics elements from a game like Wipeout. It's very fast, and you can travel over pretty much any surface. And the whole kind of hardcore gameplay elements of 1080, the whole Nintendo way of doing things, doing them properly, we've taken that over and we've added our own little bit in there as well. So there's a there's a few things that you can't really do in any other games. You can't do them in Wipeout, you can't do them in 1080. Trick style fills the gap.
So you can actually do stunts on your boards?
Yeah, you can do about 40 or 50 different stunts. Things like backflips and grabs and a lot of snowboarding tricks that people would be expecting to do on this kind of game. But also you'll notice that there's a lot of tricks in there you could only ever do on a hoverboard. You know, that's the good thing about it. We can go around crazy loop-the-loops, we can jump over cars, we can smash through plate glass windows and stuff. Lots of things that you wouldn't be able to do on a snowboard.
Things we all want to be able to do.
Yeah, things that I'd like to be able to do. If I was Marty McFly in Back to the Future, I'd want to be able to do this.
Look at it, it's like a gorgeous looking game.
It does look nice when you see it running. There is actually a really solid and I'd like to think original game behind it, so there is a lot of fun in there.
Cool, he's like riding on his butt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of one of the things that you can't really do in another game. You can change the position of the surfer, so you can ride around doing a handstand, you can ride around on your back, and you can...
Can you knock people off?
Yeah, you can knock the other guys off.
So I could like skate up to you and just like shoo off?
You could join an internet game and ride over to me and knock me off my board and then, you know, have a bit of a smile on your face.
Yeah.
Gary Payton has a little back down move, Al has his crossover, I have like my all-star game move or whatever.
Oh, hey, I'm Lee from P&P Games, and welcome to Don't Blow It, a dating advice segment where I'm also going to show you how to clean your cartridge video games. While your hot, moist breath might get that copy of Duck Hunt working in a pinch, it can cause long-term...
Hey, you in there? You have to see this Lara Croft I drew. Yeah, I'll just leave it taped to the door.
Where was I? Oh well. Shop pnpgamesonline.com, join the XP loyalty program, and enjoy free shipping on all your favorite games on orders of $65 Canadian or more.
The guys who brought us Resident Evil now give us Dino Crisis. Bet you thought I was gonna get eaten by a big dinosaur, huh? Well, look at this.
I'm with Matt Atwood, who's a public relations manager for Capcom. How you doing, Matt?
Good, how's it going, Victor?
It's going great.
Welcome to the craziness.
You guys have a bunch of games coming out this year?
Huge amount. I'm gonna give you some of the high ones. We've got Dino Crisis for PlayStation.
That's Resident Evil guys, right?
No, yeah, the same producer as Resident Evil, but it's an entirely different game. It's basically you're fighting dinosaurs. The storyline is, as usual, very involving, and the dinosaurs are incredibly detailed. It's amazing.
Same kind of texture detail that we saw in Resident Evil? Is it that sharp?
Better.
Really?
Better.
Right on.
Every time we move on to the next game, the games get better and better. It's unreal. And the CG intro is awesome.
What kind of weapons are we taking on against with these dinosaurs?
Actually, the weapons are going to be very similar to Resident Evil.
Right.
Resident Evil 2. You'll have the shotgun. You'll have machine guns. A lot of different things. Also, you'll be able to mix your medicine, and so you can make tranquilizer darts and those type of things to shoot out of the shotgun. Pretty cool.
And these dinos can get killed by a shotgun?
Yeah.
You think a real-life dino would get killed by a shotgun?
Well, I'll tell you what they've done in the game, actually. Yeah. Like, for instance, you start with the handgun.
Right.
And the handgun is very ineffective.
Yeah.
The shotgun at close range, I mean, I don't know. I haven't met a dinosaur yet. The game has a lot of realism in it.
One of the things with Resident Evil is the control was picked on by some people. How's the control on this one? Is it pretty much the same as Resident Evil?
Dino Crisis expands on Resident Evil 2's control. You can do a 180-degree turn. You can walk with your gun drawn.
A little more action-packed?
This game is a lot more action-packed. I mean, zombies, of course, are slower. Dinosaurs come quick. They stalk you. They look at you. It's a great game.
A whole bunch of freaky moments where things pop out of nowhere.
Yeah. This game has more jump out of the wall than any game we've done so far.
How many levels in this one?
A lot. I mean, the depth of the game, you go back to areas, you come back and forth. All the backgrounds are 3D polygonal, though.
Yeah.
And so the load times are quicker.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last year, Kobe Bryant basketball came out for the N64. It was pretty cool. If you thought that was cool, wait till you see this.
I'm with Thumro Meyer. He's a producer from left field. Works on Kobe Bryant basketball. This year we've got Kobe Bryant too. Tell me about the game a little bit there, Amro.
It's going to be out on the Nintendo 64, and again, Kobe Bryant's doing our motion capture. We did our shoot with Kobe Bryant, and we have a ton of new animations. It's going to be just an incredible game.
What's it like to work with a young talent like Kobe, man? That guy's one of the best players in the league. He's a kid, though. He's only like 19 years old or something. Is he a good guy to work with?
Incredible. He's a really incredible guy as far as athletic ability, obviously. Yeah. And he was really helpful in doing all the motions for the game. It's going to make a really great game this year.
Everybody has their own little moves. Everybody has a special move. Gary Payton has a little back down move. Al has his crossover. I have like my all-star game move or whatever. It's definitely that. Each player has their own personality.
You guys are left field, you big ball players? You guys play basketball?
We got some guys that put it up. You know, I love to play myself, and there's some other guys that play as well. So.
Even the programmers? I mean, these guys are indoors quite a bit, aren't they?
Yeah,
time to go
we got a couple guys that are learning about basketball, but you know, what a great way to learn, doing a game with Kobe Bryant.
The creative player gives the player an opportunity to create his own guy. And what's cool about that, and what's different from a lot of other games, that you have a chance to grow with that player. If you want to improve his three-point shooting percentage or his accuracy, the more you shoot him, the better you get at it.
Let's talk a little bit about the dunking.
One thing in the old game that I thought was a problem, and a lot of people did, was it was too hard to dunk in the old Kobe.
Yeah.
In the new Kobe, you're going to be able to dunk a lot easier, and the dunks you're going to see are just amazing. You got the moves that are coming to the basket, and then you can just throw them down.
The arcade mode is more up-pace, more up-tempo, has a lot of flashy moves. Boom dunks, high flying, rim rocking, West Philly, LA type dunk. You know what I mean? It's more showtime.
You're going to see some incredible stuff in our new replay cams. I mean, that's where you're going to look at the game and you're going to say, wow. I mean, am I watching an NBA game or am I playing a game?
Does left field have season tickets for the Lakers?
No, but we've been trying to hook up some tickets, you know. So, you know, maybe for Kobe 3.
Well, good luck with the game.
All right, thanks a lot. Good
Can't wait
you.
to play it. Nice to meet you. You can have your ball back.
All right, take care.
Take your ball and go home.
All right.
Has all the plumbest lines about riding the waves, and he's very, very obscure, very Shakespearean character. Gives an overview of the whole game.
Hurry up, the Electric Playground Classic is starting. Be right there, just grabbing a chug juice.
What did David Bowie and Laura Croft have in common? Well, aside from dressing similar, they're both stars of video games from IDOS. Check out David Bowie in Omicron. Yo! Hey, I found her. I found it. Laura Croft, I'm here at IDOS. Talking with Philip. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. Tom?
Nice to see you.
What's going on? So what's this new game you guys are working on?
This is Omicron, the Nomad Soul. It's been developed by Quantic Dream in Paris. It's all a devious plot by demons and Astaroth to capture your soul. You get in there, you haven't got a clue what you're doing, where you're going, you know nothing of the story, and basically you've got to run, shoot, walk, fight.
Look at this, there's like city traffic, there's people on the streets. I mean, it's like a whole virtual world. Can you go up and talk to any of these people on the street?
There's over 120 plot-specific characters that have full dialogue, they're fully motion captured, face and body. You can become one of about 40 to 45 different characters. You can go inside every door in Omicron. It's a bit of an RPG light as well, and you have money, you can do transactions, you can go to the red light district.
Hey Tom, can you take us to the red light district, please? All right.
Actually, the red light district is where you'll probably encounter David Bowie.
Tell us about his involvement.
David's a creative force. We worked with him for 2 weeks in Paris, designing his characters, talking about the songs.
He was right in there.
He's invented his whole character, basically.
Oh, yeah?
We didn't invent it for him. It's a virtual character. He lives on the internet. He has all the plumbest lines about riding the waves, and he's very, very obscure, very Shakespearean character. Gives gives an overview of the whole game. And then Bowie also plays an underground musician. So what happens is you go into any of the bars or clubs in Omicron.
He'll be on
and
stage
he's on stage jamming.
He's doing music for the game too?
He's doing the whole soundtrack. He's actually just finished 8 original compositions for the game with singing. He's also doing all the background music.
So what then is the goal of the game?
You firstly have got to try and find a way home. When you're in there trying to get the hell out of there, the revolutionaries come because they see in you some kind of power. You're the nomad soul. They ask for your help. You could say no and go off and read a magazine in the toilet or go spend all day in the shops. But actually, if you choose to accept the dangers and the missions and whatever, then they guide you through that. You play this first character, this policeman. He has a wife, he has a life, he has missions to go on, he has a home to go to.
Now, it's amazing the way her face is moving as she's talking, like her eyes and cheeks and things. You motion captured the facial movements?
Totally motion captured from the neck up, and then basically with their body movements. Quantic Dream actually employed 3 world champion jiu-jitsu guys.
So what do you got here?
This is in your apartment. This is your virtual fighting center. And the masters in the game teach you a new move. You can come here and do it without any fear of getting beaten up.
It's not a game about going around killing everything in sight.
Absolutely not. There's obviously plenty of action. You're fighting some otherworldly demons. The thing about the demons is they can take anybody's form, so you don't know who the enemy is. It's going to appeal to a lot of people. People just want to come in and live in the world of Omicron. You know, take their chances.
Cool. Pitfall on the Atari 2600. Major League Baseball on Intellivision. You're out. If these games strike a chord deep within you, as they do with me, then you're gonna love this next piece, where we talk to the pioneers of classic gaming.
I am here with one of the original programmers from Intellivision. Was it a good experience?
It was fantastic. It was like working in a college dorm. Mattel wasn't sure that this video game thing was really going to last, so they just kind of hired people right out of college. They got them cheap, no experience, threw them into whatever spare rooms they had around Mattel and said, well, do something. And within a year, people were investing around the world based on what a bunch of crazy 20-year-olds were doing at Mattel.
For years, I've been on your television screen comparing Atari and Intellivision.
Let's look at this thing here.
Isn't this a wonderful machine? There's a plastic membrane inside. There's actually no moving parts inside of this, a nice plastic membrane that has that nice squishy feel. The computer on this inside of this was a 16-bit processor. With,
wow, that was high tech.
Right, with the games in the late 80s, the Nintendo, when it first came out, was 8-bit. So we were about 10 years ahead of our time.
And now you've come out with a CD that you can play on your PC or on your Macintosh computer.
Right, so that people like you don't have to carry all of this with you at all times.
This is kind of fun.
With another 50 games stacked in front of you. All of this material on one CD, so you can play it on a PC or Mac.
What was it like to be a part of the market when it actually just bottomed out?
A lot of these games turned out to be very bad. The E.T. game that Atari came out with, some people attribute that game alone for destroying the video game industry because it was so bad.
E.T.'s an interesting story in that, yep, it may not have been the greatest game, but it was a game, but it was the fastest game done ever. I left the challenge open to anyone else in Atari, anyone else who was willing to pick up this challenge at the time. No one else wanted to. I was the only person who would stand there and guarantee that I would deliver them a game in 6 weeks, and that's what I did.
The competition at the beginning was kind of a friendly, yeah, we want to beat the other guys, so you'd work 24 hours a day. As it went on, the same pressure was there, but now it wasn't quite so much friendly. It was kind of like, we've got to survive now, so we're working 24 hours a day.
Did you guys feel like you got enough recognition for the work that you were doing?
Oh, sure. With Pitfall and its success, 3.5 million units, when the company decided to tag my name in the commercial credit, I knew that it had gone to another level.
MTV came out, which initially just showed videos 24 hours a day with very few commercials, and kids stopped using their TVs to play video games and started watching videos all day long. Atari got out of the business, Coleco got out of the business, Mattel got out of the business, and the only person who stayed in was the former marketing director at Mattel. He's the one who kept Intellivision going through the 80s. In 1985 and 1986, Intellivision was the only game system still being sold in the United States.
You know, it's true what they say. Diamond is a gamer's best friend. Diamond is forever, forever, forever.
Oh, good shot.
We'll let
so
that go.
I'm here with Todd from Diamond Multimedia, just playing a little pool, hanging out at his offices, working hard, as you can see. Why don't you talk a little bit about the stealth card?
We have a new stealth product targeted at the casual gamer. Let's see, well, I'm missing all this here. I saw that.
We are here with the Diamond people who make this cool thing called the Rio. You can download up to an hour's worth of MP3 files from the internet or from your computer. And the cool thing is there's no moving parts. So that you can jam and shake and do all your stuff with it, and there's no moving parts. It never skips.
Great performance, all the 3D feature sets that the new games are coming out with. Games that are on the marketplace are going to be coming out to the marketplace. And all of our new graphic cards, new Viper, new Stealth support not only the existing games that are on the marketplace, but take advantage of all the new 3D features that are coming out with the new games.
Making this too easy for me. I think I was solid at one point, wasn't I?
Oh, see, look, she's still going for the win.
So Diamond as a company has a lot of competition. People like Creative Labs, ATI. How do you differentiate yourself in the marketplace?
So we kind of pride ourselves on putting out products that are leading edge, kind of cutting the envelope as far as performance goes.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about the day-to-day working? Well, thanks for your time, and
Great,
thanks for the game.
Still works. It's the best one I've ever seen in this genre. Now, that being said, I freaking hate these kind of games. Oh my God.
Okay, dig on this. Black Friday? I don't follow. It's a States thing. Day after Thanksgiving, people lined up around the block for half off a blender or a microwave or whatever. So, Boxing Day. Yeah, like Boxing Day, but like an extra Boxing Day that's a month earlier and way more aggressive. Like we're talking, there's a death toll. Working retail really perverts the spirit of the holidays, doesn't it? Yikes. I'm gonna put 1,000 items on sale for Black Friday. PNPGamesOnline.com. 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 PNPGamesOnline.com.
I'm absolutely bananas about Tarzan. If you haven't seen this yet, you have to check it out. There's like 23 levels. You get to swim, and you get to jump, and you get to swing from vines. You gotta collect bananas. You can play as Tarzan, you can play as Jane, you can play as Turk, the gorilla. The animation in this game is absolutely fantastic. The last time I was in the jungle, I was picking bananas. As you can see, I'm quite good at that. If you're a jungle fan, you're gonna love this game. Lots of really cool jungly kind of music, the cinematic feel. Tarzan has really taken advantage of in this game. You also have a couple of really cool new modes. There's a hide and seek mode that you play with your friends where you pick a character and then you hide them somewhere in the game. There's a paint and print. You can choose little icons and backgrounds and then print them off on your Game Boy printer. 7 bananas out of 10 for Tarzan.
Where are you, man? Pick up the phone.
Yeah.
So where you been, man?
I was playing Tokyo Extreme Racer on the Dreamcast.
Excellent. Okay, well then you're ready for the review. What'd you think of it?
Very Gran Turismo-ish. It looks a whole heck of a lot better than Gran Turismo, if you can believe
Gran
that.
Turismo-ish. I like that.
That's a new word in Webster's. Controls, I thought, were a little shaky. Like, you know, when I went like left to right, it just seemed a little too touchy.
You bump into something and you do these weird kind of bounce.
Hippity hops.
Yeah. What's cool, of course, is the visuals. The Dreamcast can handle these kind of very sturdy, polygonal graphics.
The lighting effects on this game are amazing because it's like you can see the little motion blur of your tail lights. My favorite thing was the high beams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I actually...
the best part of the game.
That's how you challenge them to race them.
You them off, basically, and they go, all right, you're on, let's go.
That's right.
And then you're off racing with all kinds of people.
You can customize your body parts on the fly, which is cool. So you can actually add, like, ground effects on your car or big tails, and I've never seen that before. That's kind of cool.
And it's got all that RPG style build and buy and all that stuff that you love in Gran Turismo.
Well, it's like I said, it's very Gran Turismo-ish.
But after an hour playing it, you're going to go, okay, is that all there is?
Right, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have staying power.
I'd recommend that people wait for Sega Rally Championship 2, but yeah, this is a good second choice.
It's the best looking driving game I've ever seen. I give it an 8.4.
6 out of 10 for me. What would you think of Gauntlet Legends for the N64?
If you're a fan of the old arcade game Gauntlet, you're gonna love this. It doesn't look as sharp as the arcade, but let me tell you something, this game, I like it better on the home system on the N64.
It makes a lot more sense.
than I do in the arcade. You can be a wizard, a warrior, a Valkyrie, an archer. And there's a whole bunch of secret hidden characters. Get 3 of your buddies together and play 4-player. The cool part about this game being a multiplayer game is all 4 characters are on the same screen. I always hate that with games. You know, you shrink your screen.
You got to remember to share the wealth, though, in this game.
You stole your booty.
I want my booty back, baby.
Too bad.
Give me my booty back, baby.
You really find out who your friends are in this type of game. I like some of the spells, though.
The people that are into classic games and they picked up Robotron 64, they're going to dig this one as well.
You know what I thought was cool about it, too, is the way the levels were laid out, because there is a lot of spells and a lot of things, but don't be overwhelmed by it. It really has a really nice learning curve.
There's also pop-up little windows that tell you how to do things properly, and they encourage you. And
I was really surprised. I didn't think I was going to like this game, but boy, I tell you what, it's my favorite game this week.
Wow. Yeah, I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
I give it an 8.9.
8.9. You really liked it. What did you think of Sled Storm for the PlayStation? Here's another great game.
Another sleeper.
Killer game. It's snowmobile racing.
I couldn't believe it. The engine on this is amazing.
When I first heard that they were doing a snowmobile racing game, it felt like, okay, EA Sports is just like trying to corner the market on every sport. Anytime, like, there's going to be like an EA Sports snowshoe racing or something.
It's fast. The animations and the graphics are not choppy whatsoever. You really get a sense of, you know,
Engine
it just looks great.
Solid.
It's easy to control. The tracks are not restricting whatsoever.
You got really
I was
cool
going
weather
down things. I got
effects and
snowmobiles flying over my head.
Yeah, that's the coolest. The replays are awesome too, because you can see where everybody's twisting and turning and taking their own tracks.
And you can really go anywhere, you know?
Yeah, actually, you can go anywhere. There's all kinds of secret routes. The weather effects are cool. You've got snow streaming right at your driver's face and everything. They're only going 50 or 60 miles an hour. It's not like they're wailing at 150 miles an hour or something like that, but it still feels insanely fast. Now that is the sign of good programming and a great gameplay engine.
I give it an 8.2.
Definitely check it out. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. My favorite real-time... Hold on a sec. They're asking me for...
What? I can't...
My favorite real-time strategy game ever, of all time, Homeworld for the PC. You're controlling spaceships that are cooler than anything you've ever seen in Battlestar Galactica, anything you've seen in Star Wars. You can zoom out on the camera and you can watch this enormous space battle take place with hundreds and hundreds of ships, and then you can go and zoom in on that camera and get up tight on any ship you want, and you can be right behind that ship's perspective.
If you like this kind of game, you will love this game. It's the best one I've ever seen in this genre. Now, that being said, I freaking hate these kind of games. Oh my God, they bore the skulls off of me. People might say, well, you shouldn't review games if you don't like them. And I say this, I say baloney. I should, because I am a people's man.
And you float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
But the reality is that these games are freaking boring.
No, they're
not. God.
The control and interface for Homeworld is completely revolutionary. It is going to change the way that you play these games. The aesthetics, the presentation, the world
the
that they
music's
created,
amazing. The sound effects are amazing. Don't get me wrong.
It's an incredible,
I just hate
epic
this
space
kind of
battle.
game.
I give it 9.5 out of 10. What'd you give this game?
I mean, I'd have to give it a 5.
They're asking for some more cash. I don't think I...
Hello?
I don't have...
Hello?
No, I don't have any more money.
Please hang up.
That did my body good. See you next week. Oops.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
NBA Showtime. It's a tournament sponsored by Midway. This is the trophy, signed ball by Shaquille O'Neal, and we're going crazy here.
Give me that. Oh, man. Oh, yes. Look at that action. Very close game. Good game.
I am here with Andrew from Midway. Now, Andrew, what exactly is your job title?
My job title is Gaming Communications Consultant.
What exactly does a gaming communications consultant do besides play video games?
Nice. Decides on who gets to come to our cool tournament.
So how did we get in here then?
You got in here because y'all are cool, man.
It's true. It's true.
Bam, baby.
NBA Showtime. Tell me all about it. I mean, it's like Blitz on a basketball court.
Yeah, but it's also what Tommy would want basketball to be. Just a 2-on-2. We take 5 of the best players from each team. And, we try to supply just, the high-flying dunks, the aerial shows, speed of the game, and high.
My strategy here, look into my shirt. Going down to the wire, I can take it. Yes! Playing all this basketball today reminds me of only one thing, and that's LucasArts, Indiana Jones, and the Infernal Machine.
I'm with Wayne Klein, who is the project manager on the new Indiana Jones game. How you doing, Wayne?
Pretty good.
What are we going to be doing in this new Indiana Jones adventure?
Andy starts out the game as just wanting to go back to being an archaeologist, but he meets up with Sophia Hapgood, his partner from Fate of Atlantis, and she talks him back into adventuring. This time around, he's going against the Russians, who are going towards the Tower of Babel, race with the Russians to get there first. So we now have a Russian KGB agent, Gennady Volodnikov, who's the main bad guy in this one. Sophia actually now works for the CIA, so we sort of get some spy stuff in there too. The Infernal Machine, which is the name of the story, has the ability to open up a rift between our world and another world called the Ethereum. And Indy's got to collect a bunch of machine parts, get the machine pushed back together, and then see what he can do to stop the badness.
What year is this game set in?
It's set in 1948, just after World War II, right began the Cold War. Obviously, Indy's got his whip. He can use it to disarm enemies. He can use it to swing across chasms and all sorts of adventures, otherworldly creatures that come into play too, so it's a lot of fun.
Right on. There's got to be some really cool story elements to this game. I mean, LucasArts is known for its adventure storytelling.
He starts off in Utah, and then goes to Babylon, and just ends up going to Mexico, to the Philippines, to Tibet. He ends up getting knocked out and thrown on a Russian freighter and held captive there, where he's got to escape from that. So there's a lot of cool adventure stuff.
You think it's going to push Lucas or Spielberg to get together again for another Indiana Jones movie, please?
I'd love to see it. I think it'd be great.
Yeah, I think a few other people would love to see that as well. Come on, George. Be a sport. Indiana Jones, bring him back. Is it cool to be working on a game at LucasArts that isn't Star Wars?
Absolutely. I love Star Wars, but it's just so refreshing sometimes to be able to do other games, and Indy's one of my favorite characters, so it's a lot of fun to be able to do that.
Right on. Well, thank you very much, Wayne. Good luck with the game.
My friend.
Yeah, there's that push move. I'm famous for it. Oh, damn. The problem is that I've taught him how to do it, and oh, he dishes up. Oh, 3. Come on, Cobe. Oh yeah. Woo. Needed that to take the lead.
Come on, swish it, swish it. Oh, nice rip. Oh, man, this is a close game. Close game. It's getting ugly.
This was in Japan. If you went in and test drove a Nissan,
no,
you got one of these.
Are you serious?
Very, very serious.
Okay, dig on this. Black Friday. Don't follow. It's a states thing. Day after Thanksgiving, people lined up around the block for half off a blender or a microwave or whatever. So, Boxing Day. Yeah, like Boxing Day, but like an extra box that's a month earlier and way more aggressive. Like we're talking, there's a death toll. Working retail really perverts the spirit of the holidays, doesn't it? Yikes. I'm gonna put 1,000 items on sale for Black Friday. PNPGamesOnline.com. 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 PNPGamesOnline.com.
Okay, it's looking good.
See, I wore this shirt for the competition today. I knew I'd be in the tournament, so I figured when the other guys are playing, I can just go, and it'll be, and it'll blind them, and you know.
Well, I figured you'd want to match your trophy that you get.
And the trophy matches the shirt. You see what I'm saying here?
See, we got to quit asking you guys to come. How many tournaments have you won so far?
None.
You know, the important thing to us was to make sure that the clean gameplay came through. You know, the excitement. I mean, you've been here, you see all the guys that are having a good time.
You got to keep it up, man.
What I'm saying.
You got to keep it up. I'll point out the dude you got to kill.
Okay.
This guy.
Oh, no. Now, you can actually, you can create your own player, and you can actually build up his points and everything.
But every 3 games you win, you wind up getting more attribute points. So you can go back into your create a character and build up his speed, his ball handling skills, his dunks. The more points you get, the more games you win, it'll open up different heads. Like you might be able to play as a clown, an alien, a magician. You can take a lot of the pros and put them on teams that they might not normally play on. Yeah. We've got Retro Rob that is kind of reminiscent of Afro Thunder in a way, but you know, real life characters. So there's just different things. You'll have to play the game to find out what other characters are.
Here we are in the semifinals of the basketball tournament, and you know, the guys who created Crash Bandicoot, Naughty Dog, now have a new Crash game, except it's called Crash Team Racing. It's a driving game, kart game. Am I in your way here? Am I in your way here? Am I in your way here? Hey, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? There he is. Andy, how's it going? I used to be on the Universal Studios lot.
That's right. We've moved down to, well, close to the beach.
Now, it's true that the Japanese Crash actually looks a little different from the U.S. version, right?
In the advertising and marketing, yes, he does. But in the actual game, he is identical. It's the same character.
Gotcha.
This is actually our very first cover. You can see how ugly Crash was back then. We took a while to actually get used to him. This is Joe Levan. He's working on what we call neatening. Making all the textures go the right way, and he has to work on making the world look good, the F level.
So what do we got up here?
I have textures here that I'm going to be placing on some of the levels in the new game.
She's into the Ouija board mouse pad, everyone. This is, you know.
I'm learning my letters.
Is that it? Oh, we should go talk to this guy. He's on F.
Hey.
You work on 3D stuff, 2D,
yeah, actually.
4D? You getting that whole 4D thing yet?
I do some 4D now.
Jamming with the Crash guys. We have some snacks here. What's
the cereal?
Look at this. Crash Bandicoot on the cover of Cookie Crisp.
Jason's got an even better one in his office.
Really? Hey, what you got there? Green clovers, blue diamonds, and orange bandicoots. Look at this.
This is from a Japanese magazine cover. This is a Crash from Crash Bandicoot 2 for a magazine cover.
Same people?
Same people. Same bat modeler. And this was in Japan. If you went in and test drove a Nissan,
no,
you got one of these.
Are you serious?
Very, very serious.
Crash Bandicoot Racing. Since we're all huge driving fans, right? You know, here we go. Crash and all his friends, like in karts. And this isn't any regular driving simulator with regular laws of physics or anything. This is Crash Universe physics, which are a lot more fun. Turboing, missile launching, TNT box blowing, racing fun. How many people can play at once? You can play 1 player, 2 player, 3 player, or 4 player. Really? 4 players rocking.
We have 16 normal tracks. We have at least 4 secret tracks. We also have a battle mode.
And what's adventure mode now?
Adventure mode is where you start with a normal car and you have to go through all the tracks in series. And then sometimes do a multi-track, sometimes you do time trial tracks, and slowly but surely you build up enough power and enough actually gold wrenches to buy acceleration, buy turning, buy top speed. No, you go against nitrous oxide, who's the big bad guy.
Awesome, man. Sounds great. I can't wait to get on this thing. How do you compare this to all the other basketball games on the Dreamcast?
It's good.
So, do you...
One of the things that I think is cool right now is Planet Moon and Giant.
Yeah. Maybe we should go there now. I'm here with a couple good friends of mine from Planet Moon, and we're talking about their game,
Giant Citizen Kabuto.
Last time we were with you, you were showing me tornadoes and people getting sucked up. 3, 2, 1, What's the humor level in this? Is it pretty high?
It kind of pops up in awkward little places that you weren't expecting. The thing with the humor that we don't go out with a joke right in your face. It's just an accidental thing that you kind of find funny, and it's kind of things that we find funny.
What's been the biggest challenge so far?
There's been a lot of small challenges, one after another, landscapes and animation, just getting it all together,
Right.
completely different races, getting them to interact.
Right. Now this is, of course, some guys who worked on MDK. The MDK engine, like kind of the basis of this? Or...
We've thrown everything away. I mean, obviously we have our experience from doing MDK, and that's been crucial.
Right.
But the code is all new, the artwork is all new.
Bob, this thing looks fantastic. What's the basic premise of the game?
Basically to dominate the island. In single-player mode, you'll battle through the entire island, playing all the different characters one by one.
There's 3 main characters that you'll play. The technological, spacefaring, guns kind of race. There's women who are mystical spellcaster, and there's the giant Kabuto, who's got the main title, who's 10 times the height of any of the other characters.
In multiplayer mode, you'll be able to play all the different characters separately for dominance of the island.
So there's some strategic elements, some resource management, but primarily it's an action game.
So, like, what's the object, like, of this level, for example? Like, besides killing everything that moves?
Well, in the one-player game, you get to play all the characters through some crazy convoluted plot that takes you through the mech range, Sirius and Delphi, and they all have their own missions in their own world. So at one point they kind of fight against each other, but then they go off and have their very own sort of distinct missions. So she's going off to kill the queen, Sea Reaper, and take over the Sea Reapers.
Gotcha. So it's pretty much kill everything in sight.
Well, it's fun.
This has been particularly fun in this game, designing giants. The Sea Reaper, as you've seen, is a beautiful woman, and so that's good designing that. And then we've got the space guys, the Mecharanes. We're very happy with the way the artwork's turned out, and the game in general, actually.
Who is exactly Citizen Kabuto?
We like the restaurants in San Francisco so much. There's a little guide. We go through and we look at all the names there, and there's Kabuto, there's the mechs are in there. So that's the easy way out.
Yes. 1 minute, 1 point game. You got me.
Give us one code. Give me one good one.
If you do ABA,
ABA,
and then I believe it's either down or right, you'll wind up playing with the ABA basketball. And it's kind of cool because you get to see a lot more movement of the ball, a lot more spin.
I think it's a vision of the future of the NBA. 2 all-stars being paid hundreds of millions of dollars and no one else on the team now because we can't afford them.
And we'll watch them play 2-on-2 games.
Exactly. Get down to the bare bones. You never go to see like some scrub like a Donald Foyle or anything. Anyway,
Yeah.
You go to see the stars. So 2 stars to every team. I think it's a great concept.
Do you mind being compared to Metal Gear Solid?
Of course not.
Heck no, he says.
If we can do even half of their sales, hey, I'm going to be taking off next year.
Oh, hey, Lee from P&P Games here, reminding you to check out the Electric Playground Classic every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by P&P Games. And don't forget, play forever!
How long you guys been around for? Well, we started in 1989, and I've been here for about 5.5 years.
Really? Let's talk about the big game, Win Back. See, back, and it was on my back. So that's funny. See, that's not funny. Okay. What is win back? Do you have to win back your girlfriend?
You have to win back the satellite. Your helicopter blows up, everybody gets separated, and you go at it alone. Okay. Throughout the game, you'll meet your other team members, exchange information. Some of them get killed. There's 3 different endings to the game, depending on how fast you finish the game. If you don't finish it by a certain time, the satellite is fired again by the terrorists and blows up another city.
It's like a third person. It's very much like Metal Gear. So it's not like GoldenEye.
Well, it is in the sense of the genre and the type of game it is.
Yeah.
And the 4-player deathmatch.
So there is a 4-player deathmatch. Now, in the 4-player deathmatch, do you actually see the guy on screen, or is it first person?
You see the whole person.
Do you mind being compared to Metal Gear Solid?
Of course not.
Heck no, he says. You know, most people are like, well, you know, we're not really like a Metal Gear Solid, and blah, blah.
If we can do even half of their sales, hey, I'm going to be taking off next year.
So I understand one of the really cool things about the title is that the enemies have really cool AI. AI, for everyone, that's artificial intelligence. Or is it artificial intelligence?
Some of them will come rushing towards you. Some of them will call out for their friends. Some will just run away. They're afraid, I guess.
Okay.
There's also different boss characters you run into at certain levels.
According to the back of the box, battle heavily armed boss characters. Did you write this?
Yes, I did.
He did. He wrote the back of the box. So talk to me about this whole laser sighting thing that's supposed to be really cool.
Right.
What exactly is that all about?
Well, instead of crosshairs as your targeting mechanism, we do have a laser sight for all the weapons, and it goes something like this.
Whoa, hey. Whoa. So, are there any cool moves in this game?
Pretend you're the back of a wall or something. Come up to the wall, press the button, back against the wall, you see an enemy coming, swing out, fire a couple shots, swing back without them even noticing, and you're all done. You get a machine gun, you have a pistol, you have a silencer.
Grenades?
You have C4 explosives, you have a grenade launcher.
A grenade launcher, of course.
And a shotgun.
Now, do you get more points for shooting people in the head as opposed to in the crotch?
No, you just kill them faster, so you stay alive longer.
Are there any really cute girls in this game? Because that's what gamers really want.
There is a cute team member that you work with.
There is a babe, and what's her name?
Her name is Lisa.
Lisa the babe. Is she blonde, brunette, redhead?
She's brunette.
She's brunette. See, I'm getting to the heart of this interview.
And depending
on
how fast or how well you finish the game,
yes,
she may or may not be alive at the end. So.
Really?
It's up to you.
So you really need to save the cute brunette girl named Lisa.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really
the main goal.
That's really, and you want to win her back.
Yeah, you can put it that way. Yeah.
Does she have a nice back?
You only see her fronts.
Oh. Thank you for talking with us. Everybody's been asking about win-back. They've been saying, what's win-back? Is it good? Is it sucks? Is it like Metal Gear Solid? Is it like GoldenEye? Well, now you know. And it's from Koei, the Japanese company with 3 vowels in its name right next to each other.
Thank you. You know what? First thing I'm going to do is eat some Fruit Loops out of this bad boy, dude.
We should have brought our secret weapon, Jason Wilson, but you know, I tried to hold on my own, but it was a tough loss.
How are you going to be able to hold your head up now, going back and facing Jason Wilson back in the office? Is he going to like look at you and just say, "You're a small man"?
No, I'll just lie and I say I lost a trophy on the baggage claim.
Oh, there you go.
The missions are really well designed and it's very realistic. But it's virtually the same thing in every mission. You sneak into a place, you try not to get seen.
That's fun to me.
It is fun.
Not taking a lunch break? We're all having a heated argument on what video game has the best original soundtrack. Oh, sorry, I'm just browsing the hundreds of retro classic and contemporary hit video games available now on our web store, pnpgamesonline.com. Support us while we support the Electric Playground Classic. Yeah. It's Streets of Rage 2, by the way. What? The best OST. You know, I was never able to grow my own mustache. Until now.
It's me, Mario! No, it's me, Zoe. If you like Mario Golf on the N64, you're gonna love this game on the Color Game Boy. While it's not in 3D, there are a ton of things about it that still make it a great game. It's very simple. You go out on the course, You choose a club, and then after that, it's pretty much just a matter of timing. You still have all the really cool characters like Mario and Luigi, and you can build your own characters. You even have an RPG mode. So you can wander around and you can go and you can play golf and talk to all the different characters within the game. You have a tournament mode where you can play against Mario or Luigi. You can practice any hole within the whole entire game. So if there's something that you want to get better at, you can go and practice it again. I'm giving Mario Golf an 8 out of 10.
We gotta find a place to do these reviews, man. What are we gonna do here?
Dude, right here.
What?
Huh?
Oh my. Hey, this is perfect.
Thinking?
Yeah, this is great.
Purple chairs.
You wanna sit there?
I'll sit here.
All right.
I've been looking for one of these for a long time now.
What'd you think of Crash Team Racing for the PlayStation?
Crash Team Racing for the PlayStation. Now, here's a game that done by Naughty Dog. The guys who did all the Crash Bandicoot stuff, and they did 1, 2, and 3, and they said, let's do something different this time.
You know what I think about Naughty Dog? I think they're one of the best developers in the world. I think that they've got themselves into a bit of a routine with the Crash games, but they have totally maxed out the power of the PlayStation year in, year out. Crash 1 through 3 got progressively better, and now with Crash Team Racing, they've built a game that competes with the best that Rare has done and the best that Nintendo has done on the PlayStation.
It's a lot like Mario Kart.
I actually enjoyed it more than Mario Kart. I think that
Me too. I thought it was a better game than Mario Kart.
Amazingly enough, they were able to get all the multiplayer options that you would find in Nintendo racing kart game.
You know, the graphics aren't super spectacular, amazing stuff, but the speed of the game is very good, and that's what counts on these type of racing games.
Well, you have to be realistic, though. It's a cartoon racing game, right? So these guys know how to do. They're not textured
The tracks
polygons.
are awesome.
The tracks are wicked.
The tracks are great.
The level
How many
design
different
is
tracks?
fantastic. There's like
25 or something.
There's all
different
kinds
tracks?
of hidden stuff as well. There's battle mode.
Yeah.
There's
Adventure mode.
The adventure mode, you actually have all the races. You basically go through a race, and then you have to go through a race again to earn a special coin, and you got to collect more coins, and then you can open other doors and secrets. It's a really, really sharp, detailed game with loads of playability. People will be playing this thing for months and months. Fantastic game. I'd give it a 9.5 out of 10.
I give it about, 8. About an 8.
An 8? So what'd you think of Battle Tanks 2, the sequel to Battle Tanks for the Nintendo 64?
This was a surprise. It's basically Tokyo Wars, the arcade game for the console. But man, this is just as good as Tokyo Wars.
It's really great.
Yeah.
It really is. It's super fast action, arcade tank combat.
Right.
It's exactly the same kind of style of game as like Vigilante 8 or Twisted Metal. But the graphics are amazing. The weapons are super cool. There's like 25 different locations. They've used real-world locations all around the world. So you can blow up Paris and London and San Francisco Airport. And there's tons of different styles of tanks. There's hover tanks. There's motorcycle-style tanks.
It's a lot better than the original Battle Tanks.
Oh, it's much, much better.
Yeah, the graphics are very clean. I find it a little hard to get used to in the beginning.
Yeah.
But once you get used to it, because the joystick controls all your movements plus your turret. It's kind of hard to get used to a little bit. Once you do, it's all right.
I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm in about a 7. Definite improvement over last year's graphically, gameplay-wise. Definite 7.
So what'd you think of Delta Force 2 for the PC?
Delta Force 2 is not really a huge improvement over Delta Force. Delta Force is a great game.
What they improved was all the multiplayer stuff and all the online stuff.
The best thing is play Capture the Flag online.
Yeah.
It's very cool. That's the fun. When you got like 30, 60 people playing Capture the Flag, and there's just, the sound effects are coming from everywhere. It's really great.
It's really crazy. You can see the tracer bullets zipping over your head. But you know what I found about this game, though? It's that it seemed like a very repetitive thing to me.
Well, see, that's what's cool to me, though, is that if you want to just sit and sneak, it gives you that whole ambiance of being in a real situation. And do you want to go around this side of the mountain to take the guy out, or you just want to come storming in and shooting? The only thing I was a little bit disappointed in, I thought the graphics were going to be a lot better. It's not awful. Don't get me wrong.
There's more textures on the characters, and the
I just thought it was going to be
look a little bit better.
Even better graphically.
Missions are really well designed, and it's very realistic. But it's virtually the same thing in every mission. You sneak into a place, you try not to get seen.
That's fun to me.
It is fun. I like Delta Force 2, I just wasn't blown away. I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
I give it a 9.2. I think it's a great game. I love this style of game. I'd much rather play this kind of game than the Quakes and everything else, because it's more real life. You're not shooting monsters, you're shooting other real people, and that's important to me.
What did you think of NBA Showtime for the Dreamcast?
It's Blitz on a basketball court.
Very much.
You gotta play it 2 players.
There's more finesse in Showtime than there is in Jam, I think, in some ways. I think because you have it's very, very specific single-player control. When you have the ball, you can do all kinds of fakes and jukes and spins.
What I love is the fact that you can really kind of build up your character.
Oh yeah,
you build up your
customize
player.
like crazy. It's the same guys that built the Jam and Hang Time games. They know how to do this kind of game. They did a fantastic job again. The Dreamcast port is like virtually identical to the arcade.
Yeah.
But even still, I like Blitz better. I think Blitz has come along and it's a more enjoyable title. If you're a Dreamcast owner, you're going to be a fan of this game no matter what kinds of games you're into.
Yeah.
Definitely you and your friends will like this. NBA Showtime gets a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, an 8.3 for me. I mean, this is, we got a good group of games. I wasn't really able to trash any games properly this week.
Oh, that sucks, man.
Hopefully next week we'll have some crappy games.
Yeah.
Oh!
It's getting tight. It's getting tight.
Oh! Woo! Pulled it out. All right. Great game, Mark. Man, I wish I had his D. I suck.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com.
This classic episode of The Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support The Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of The Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
It's the new game from Rare! Me and Brian hanging out in the jungle.
Chilling in the jungle, baby.
Doing what we need to do. Donkey Kong 64.
That's right.
It's about freaking time.
Hey, we had to make sure it's right.
Jeez, who's developing this one?
Rare and Nintendo.
Rare. Those are the guys that all Donkey Kong Country stuff.
That's right, they originated Donkey Kong.
Tell me about the game.
Well, it's Donkey Kong and he's back with 4 friends.
Who are the 4 friends?
He's got Diddy, he's got Chunky, he's got Tiny, he's got Chunky Kong. Chunky just gets big,
Are you talking Chunky Kong? Is that
Chunky Kong, he's the man.
What's Chunky weighing at?
No, it depends. When he uses his special ability, weighs in at about maybe 25,000 pounds.
That's Chunk.
A big chunk.
He deserves the name of Chunk.
Then Tiny Kong gets to be about, the size of your pinky. Then there's Lanky Kong. He's an orangutan. Lanky Kong. He's an orangutan that stretches out.
Hey, the graphics are amazing.
Graphically, it uses all real-time lighting effects. The game is just bad.
The characters are awesome.
Yeah, there's over 100 moves between all the 5 characters.
100 moves?
Yeah.
What is this, a fighting game?
Nah, they got all these special abilities. You gotta earn different things, do different puzzles, play all the mini games.
What are some of the mini games?
Well, you got the minecart challenge, you got the barrel bonus, so you have to shoot these melons out.
So it's not just your average run-of-the-mill platform 3D experience.
It's Donkey Kong. It's all the old stuff from Donkey Kong that you love, put into 3D.
Well, what more can I say? Tommy Kong! Why do they call this Neo Geo Pocket?
I'm with Stacy here at the SNK booth, and we're here to talk about the Neo Geo Pocket. What makes this special? Why is it different than the Game Boy?
It is a 16-bit processor. We display 146 colors simultaneously.
Right.
So you're talking twice the power, 3 times the color. Imagine 64 players possible at one time on a wireless link. And there will be software that warrants using that many players. It's already got an external link on it, so you can link up and play head-to-head combat. Play King of Fighters against each other.
King of Fighters, Samurai Showdown 2.
Samurai Showdown will be out there, Fatal Fury, Metal Slug, Puzzle Bobble Mini, which is also Bust a Move. Sports games, including Baseball Stars, will be coming back out on
That's
Pocket.
a great game.
SNK versus Capcom will be coming out winter '99.
What's the website URL so people can get it?
www.snkusa.com.
Great to meet you, Stacy.
Good to meet you too.
More realistic stadiums. The players are more realistic, and we have different body types and stuff like that. So again, going deeper into the game and making it look more and more like what you see on any given Sunday.
Haha, now you're in the big leagues. 30 times in a row? I didn't expect this when I bought Mortal Kombat 2 from P&P Games. You thirsty? Uh-huh. Get over here!
Now, of course, everybody knows about the Madden football games, EA Sports, right? But did you know that they're also doing a motocross game this year and also a new wrestling game? Check this out.
EA Sports.
Big air.
Big air.
Big air.
Big air, not big hair. Big air.
But it's not just big air, it's a racing simulation. It's handlebar to handlebar. You got to go in there in the corner
Little
together
bumping and shoving.
give them a little bit of
Little
this.
pushing.
See who the man is. You know, you got to see who the man is in the corner.
Right.
Who's going to get that run off,
Right.
get the air, look back and say,
And can you jump up and do all kinds of crazy maneuvers?
Hold the stunt in the air if you think you can land it and still stay out front. But
I can do it.
you might want to go right into freestyle mode.
Right.
Freestyle mode, you get in there, it's tracked, and the whole stadium is filled with just a big bowl in the middle. And you can jump all the way over that bowl. You can go into the middle of it, come back out of it. It's a sport that's really coming on right now.
Yeah.
It's not unlike riding a snowboard or a skateboard in a half pipe. You know,
Right,
how
right.
big are you going to go and how much style are you going to do with that? EA Sports Supercross, you're going to fly with style if you've got game, and that's going to get you points.
Right. How many bikes do we got in the game?
We got more than 20 guys licensed from the AMA Supercross series.
Tell me about the graphics.
Supercross racing's back and forth, back and forth. You get high enough in the air, you can see the whole stadium from up there.
Sweet, man.
So that 3D world, that's the first time anybody's done that on the consoles as far as I know.
All right, we'll see you out on the dirt track when you guys build that thing.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're here with Gary, and your game is called?
WCW Mayhem by Electronic Arts.
I understand there's a lot of motion capture that went into this thing.
Yeah, we had Bill Goldberg, Conan, Bam Bam Bigelow, and of course the famous Sarge.
Can you show me like some of the moves in the game?
Fire equipped. What are we going to see next? I think at this point, avoidance is about the best strategy. Where we go this way? Looks like he's hurt badly. Someone call the match off.
We're talking about Madden 2000. You got Madden coming up for 3 new platforms?
PC, of course, the PlayStation, and Nintendo as well.
How are you guys going to top last year's game? It was so awesome.
I think the key for us still is to make it a deeper and more wider, robust game. Adding even more audio than ever before. Continuing to improve upon compression rates so we get more animations in the game, more realistic stadiums. The players are more realistic, so we have different body types and stuff like that. So again, going deeper into the game and making it look more and more like what you see on any given Sunday.
Let's influence you guys.
Yeah, I think we have an arcade mode in the game, and the goal of arcade mode is to maybe reduce the amount of players that are there, which gets us to speed the game up a little bit, the frame rate's a little faster.
Right.
There could be some special animations you wouldn't see in the normal game, but you will get them in arcade
arcade mode.
Tons of competition out there. What keeps you guys at the top of the heap and at the, in the forefront of gamers' minds?
I don't mean to knock Game Day or Blitz. I think those games are actually fun and great to play in their own ways, but they do things differently. They're not as pure sim as we are, and I think that caters to the diehard football fans, and that's where our real market is.
While we're at the EA Sports booth, any new sports games that you've seen this year that you're pretty excited about?
I mean, as with every year, EA Sports is a great lineup. With the Madden, you got the NHL, you got the FIFA. Just the fact that you could put your face inside a game is just fantastic. It's phenomenal.
But the competition in sports world's heating up a little bit too, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Especially with Dreamcast coming along, it's just NFL 2000 looking great, but Madden's looking great. I mean, it's for every good sports game out there, EA Sports is something to come back with it.
What do you think of the E3 this year, man? What have you liked?
It is a great show. You got announcements from Nintendo. You got Sony's PlayStation 2. You got the Dreamcast on the floor. It's very exciting for the console in the business. PC with 3D effects, all these new Voodoo 3 cards. It's a good time to be in this industry.
Right on. What's been your favorite product so far? What have you seen that you've gone, oh my God, I got to get that?
Probably the best product I've seen is Perfect Dark from Nintendo 64.
Why is that? Why do you like that one so much?
Just they got the game running at a great frame rate. The gameplay is excellent, and they're not even using the RAM pack yet. It's pretty phenomenal.
You get to play everything?
Oh yeah, definitely get to play. What's great about, all this benefits the consumer. There's more competition for everybody. There's more games to play. It's just, there's enough room in this business for all these games to be played. It's great. It's wonderful.
So you're a pretty happy guy?
Oh yeah, loving it, loving life.
This is like Christmas every day out here, isn't it?
Oh yes, it is, definitely. Yeah. I wish it was like a week. Instead of 3 days, can't fit everything in 3 days.
Cool, man. Thanks, Tom.
Seems like gamers never get tired of the old classic video games. As a matter of fact, a lot of companies are redoing some of the old games. Games like Cuber, Missile Command, Pong, Pac-Man, Sinistar. Check them out.
Why do you think that people want to see Atari games come back?
The Atari games are classic because they're very easy to play. They're simple to play, and they're a lot of fun. Also just had a license agreement with Namco recently, so we'll be bringing Pac-Man back, as well as some other great Namco classics.
Yay, Pac-Man!
We're here with the Pac-Man team outside of Namco. Now, you're a pretty good dancer for a programmer, I gotta tell you.
I used to play ice hockey.
Ice hockey? Pac-Man was originally just like this, but now he's like
full 3D. We got him running around. He's still eating dots. He's still chasing ghosts, but now he's butt bouncing enemies. He's rolling all over the place, leaping over chasms. He's swimming. He's flying on spaceships, being chased by spaceships. Yes.
Pac, Pac. Okay, can you bounce for us? Okay. Can you spin for us? Can you fall down for us? Now Pac-Man can like bounce on things. That's how he pretty much kills people.
We call it a butt bounce.
Can we demonstrate this?
Sinistar was tremendous in the 80s with a huge cult following. There are 19 levels plus 4 bonus levels. You battle 19 huge Sinistar bosses. Each one is different on each level. Each has their own methodology of attack and own AI built in.
I love this guy. He's so cute. You're so cute.
First of all, we're updating the classic version of Qbert with new graphics and sound and animation.
How do you go about doing something new with Pong?
Pong. What we've done is taken that simple play pattern and added new colors and graphics and new playing fields. So it's actually a very fun modern game that's very accessible to everyone.
It's a really fun game. You can jump on a dragon's back and fly around and blow people away. I mean, what's more fun than that?
Hey, what's your favorite video game of all time? No way, that's mine too! Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by P&P Games. Play forever!
Hiya! If you like dragons as much as I do, then you're gonna love Draken. Whoa, whoa boy, whoa, 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 whoa.
Guys? Hey, how's it? Wow, office, man. Last time I met you guys was at E3 a year ago, and you guys were working on Draken. What have you guys been up to since then?
Working on Draken. We were in fairly early stage when we showed last year, and we've really made the ground gameplay and air gameplay really deep. We probably have a very unique and in-depth ground combat system, which is very, very fun.
We added real-time shadows, and we also added dynamic lighting effects, so you can have lights coming off fire and different special effects. We smoothed out the characters, added more animations, added more sounds. We have like almost 20, 30 megabytes worth of sound effects in the game, which is, I mean, the engine has trouble dealing with it, but we have a caching system that can handle that.
Well, what are some of the things in this game that are just going to freak people out?
A combination of air and ground combat is really what blows people away. Our technology allows us to do really organic environments combined with just a really fun game. You can jump on a dragon's back and fly around and blow people away. I mean, what's more fun than that? So it's good gameplay, it's beautiful environments, and it's groundbreaking technology.
Multiplayer. How is that going to stack up to something like Quake or Half-Life?
What we've done is taken the dragon and given him all the weapons in the single-player game and put him in a multiplayer setting. And you can cruise around in these arenas and power-ups, different effects you can get beyond just the weapons, like speed, invisibility, vulnerability.
How many players at the same time can play?
The arenas are built for 8 players and down, but there's also ground-based combat. It's the same ground combat in the single-player game, but it's kind of like Street Fighter. There's different moves you can do, but it's also like just hack and slash combat on the ground with different weapons and different spells. And then we have a hybrid mode, which is a combination of a single dragon or 2 dragons in the level and a bunch of ground players, and you can collect a soul crystal, which will allow you to get the dragon. So it's kind of like a who gets the dragon, king of the hill type thing. Cool. And then you're really powerful, but everyone else is trying to gang up on you with arrows and spells and stuff and trying to take you out.
There is something about multiplayer. Everyone really likes the idea of just flying around on a dragon and blowing the crap out of each other. And I think that's really appealing, and that's kind of the core of the multiplayer experience. I mean, it's very simple. You just get on the back, fly around, and shoot fireballs and lightning at each other.
Dude, that's some pretty up. We got the video games on all the systems. We got them on the PlayStation, the N64, and the PC. So you better come across here, or I'll kick you in your little you mother.
I'm here with Tom Bass, product manager of Acclaim, and you are working on the South Park license, yeah?
Lots of fun.
Very cool, very cool. What can we expect this year from Acclaim with all the South Park stuff going on? I'm looking at Cartman in a cart.
He's in his car. But basically, South Park Rally is one of the 3 games we're doing this holiday season. Okay. South Park Rally basically takes all the fun of the car-style games and puts it into the South Park world. So you have Cartman driving around in his police tricycle, Respect My Authority. Chef drives around in his wagon, and you have Death driving around in a big hearse. So it's a lot of fun, and it puts all the car-style games into that twisted world of South Park.
So you can play all the characters in South Park pretty much?
Play all the characters. A lot of fun is getting into the multiplayer modes. The multiplayer modes aren't just straight races. We have races, but there's also mission-based multiplayer modes. So there's one very similar to the South Park episodes. There's one called Ike's Bris, where you have to save Ike from the scaffold, save his fireman. And there's other ones where Mighty Mega Man and Cartman has to get his Mighty Mega Man for his birthday and get to all different checkpoints throughout the race and throughout the town.
So we got this on the PC, so that means we can expect some swear words in this game?
There will be the usual South Park swearing that goes on.
You're not gonna bleep out anything, are you?
We're gonna bleep it out much like you're doing right now.
Oh, that's man, that sucks. I can't believe you. Oh my God, that sucks.
It's a virgin ears. What are you doing?
Okay, so we got a cart game. I'm looking over here. South Park Chef's Love Shack? What is this all about?
Chef's Cable Access Game Show. And you basically take your friends, really strong multiplayer game, take your friends, you're answering these off-the-wall trivia questions that have to do with South Park, and some of them are just way out there. And then you jump into these mini-games, pie eating contest, there's another one, Terrence and Phillips starring asteroids. So there's a lot of fun going on here. It's a really a good, party-style game.
So is this like, is it kind of like You Don't Know Jack, kind of?
Like, yeah, you take that, You Don't Know Jack, Mario Party, put it in the South Park blender and hit pulse.
My mom always told me I was cool. Hey, what's happening? Dude, this is great.
And then this over here, of course, is South Park on the N64, but...
The one that's really popular on N64 and PC right now. Consumers are going to be very happy. It's finally coming out for the PlayStation.
Hey, South Park on the PlayStation too. Excellent. Did Isaac do any of the...
He's going to be doing a lot of the voiceover, and also Matt and Trey, the show's creators, they get involved too.
They check it all out and they do voices and stuff?
Definitely, and they supervise the script and everything to make sure it's in the South Park, universe.
What the hell is that about?
lots of fun.
I didn't have
game.
fun playing
There's lots
this.
of fun in this game. It's
Well,
just,
maybe you found some, but I didn't.
There's long stretches in between the fun.
Yeah, it's long
that's my
stretches,
problem.
right.
So you're just gonna slap full, healthy mustaches on things and call it merch? Merch? No. These are free stickers included with every purchase made at pnpgamesonline.com. Same with these. And the mug? Oh, hey, congratulations on rolling out the XP loyalty program, by the way. I've been telling everybody I know, sign up for free in store on pnpgamesonline.com. Oh, thanks. And don't forget about our free shipping on orders of 65 Canadian dollars or more in Canada or the USA. pnpgamesonline.com. Nice. Yeah. So, PNP Games merch? You know, I don't know. Maybe? Has anyone ever told you you're very frustrating to speak with?
We're talking about Paperboy for the Color Game Boy. If you were a fan of the original Paperboy in the arcades, you're gonna like this game. You're riding your bike and you're throwing the papers and you're trying to get them at the houses, and you gotta avoid cars and you gotta avoid dumpsters and lawnmowers. Now you start out on easy street and then it progressively gets harder in the game as you become a better Paperboy. There's all kinds of cool jumps in the road that you can take for extra points, and you get all kinds of bonus points for breaking windows. But it's just a little bit too small on the screen to actually play. When you think you might be picking up something that's gonna be good for you, you're actually killing yourself. Even though Paperboy is one of my favorite classic games, I can't really recommend it. I'm giving Paperboy a 5 out of 10.
So, what games are we doing this week?
Let's talk about Omicron for the PC. What'd you think of this one?
This is a very cool game. It's a complete, real life environment.
It's amazing.
I mean, you go into the city and you can there's hundreds of people, there's cars, there's traffic, and you can go up to any of these people and talk to them and discuss things with them.
It's the first game I played where you're just dropped into this other world and you're completely ensconced in this real life area. And basically you have a mystery to solve, and you've got all kinds of really cool, incredible futuristic weapons. You meet these robots that are like Ed 209 from RoboCop. And they're outfitted with all kinds of stuff. If you die, your soul can take over the body of another character.
Which is very cool.
And you can have a whole new game experience with somebody else in the game.
What a great apartment you have, too. I got to get one of these in my place.
Yeah, the virtual
you can go
training
in the
mode.
thing, and you got 3D virtual training. You can go in there and you fight. David Bowie.
And that's the coolest part.
Wrote all the music for the game.
And he's a character in the game.
And he's a character in the game. You can actually go into bars and see him on stage, and he's performing and stuff. You can go into a supermarket and buy food. You can go into a CD store and buy CDs.
Incredible production value. Bowie's soundtrack through the game is fantastic.
What do you give this game overall?
I give it a 9.5 out of 10. I think it's awesome. I think it's one of the best games of the year. Omicron rocks.
Yeah, I mean the graphics could probably be a little better. The control could be a little better. 9.3. I really liked it a lot.
Killer game. Let's rocks with this one. Let's talk about bass fishing for the Sega Dreamcast.
Let's.
Yeah, fishing. Excellent idea for a video game.
No, I don't mind fishing. I mean,
like fishing. I don't like playing
this.
video game fishing.
No. See, I love this in the arcade. In arcade, this was great. You had the pole and you're doing all this.
It's a
over like this.
Novelty game.
It's fun.
It's something you pull
that's
out for your
completely
friends
different.
and you say, look, I've got a fishing controller. Let's hook this up to the TV.
You got this cool fishing controller. You
can't go anywhere in your boat. All you get is these backgrounds. You can throw the cast, but you can't aim where you want to cast.
It's an arcade game, though. You got to remember that.
Wait there for the fish to come. It's so boring.
Here's the thing: is you'll go in, you'll play the game, you'll have fun with it for about a day, maybe 2.
It's not really fishing either, because your camera perspective on it is from the lure. So you throw in the water and then you're the lure. Basically, you get to move the lure around.
Again,
they should have called it lure cam.
It's arcade. I had fun with it. What would you give it?
I give it a 5 out of 10.
I liked it a little better than Vic. I give it a 6.7.
Donkey Kong 64.
Long and boring and not enough action and adventure. What's your take on it?
You may be surprised. I actually wasn't blown away by Donkey Kong 64.
I was expecting to get blown away. I love Donkey Kong Country. I thought they were going to make the next version of Donkey Kong Country on the N64, and it was so not that.
There's awesome graphics in this game, but they're spread out. Like, it takes a long time to get to the really cool areas. It's a game of collecting stuff, so once you've collected all your bananas or weaponry, you're just walking through empty areas. I did like the multiplayer gaming in there. I thought the multiplayer is probably the most enjoyable part of it.
I didn't like that either. I mean, 2 monkeys, there's no map, so you have no idea where your other monkey is.
I don't have a problem with the fact that they're cartoon monkeys. I think you're probably sick of these little cartoon characters.
I didn't mind that as much as just the controls. I didn't like the controls in the multiplayer. What would you give this on a scale of 1 to 10, though?
8.5. Supposedly the biggest game of the year for Nintendo. I say go for Jet Force Gemini over this one.
Technically, it's a great game. Fun factor, way low. Bored the skulls out of me. Graphics weren't that great. Didn't like the controls. 5.5.
Wow.
Very average.
It's not average.
At best.
No way. It's not an average game.
Technically, it's better.
No way.
Hey,
You're
I play
totally
games.
off base.
I play games because they're fun, not because they're technically great.
Of course, but I
didn't have fun playing this.
There is lots of fun in this game.
I didn't have fun playing
There's lots
this.
of fun in this game. It's
Well,
just
maybe you found some, but I didn't.
There's long stretches in between the fun.
Yeah,
And
it's long
that's my
stretches,
problem.
right. No.
It deserves higher than 5.5.
It doesn't.
8.5. What did you think of Spyro 2?
This game surprised me. It's way better than the first one.
It is a lot better
I
than
don't
Spyro
like
1.
these games too much, but this one I love. The characters are great. The voiceovers are amazing. The graphics. I love the controls of this game, and I'll tell you why. The camera angle kind of follows you.
It's a smart camera angle.
And any time you want to center the angle, you press the triangle button.
And it's surprising that the control is that good because it's a 4-legged creature that you're maneuvering
awesome.
around. So it's almost like a little car.
You burn people. You collect gems.
There's swimming.
It's very.
Spyro can climb ladders. They gave him all kinds of new abilities. He can spit things at bad guys.
And it's very intuitive the way they've laid out the first couple of levels. I mean, you actually feel like you're getting somewhere. You're learning stuff.
You know what I like?
I love this game.
When you compare Spyro and Donkey Kong, I like the actual adventure world, like the outer world where all the levels are.
Very colorful. The graphics are amazing.
But it's easy to navigate, and it's fun, and it's always throwing stuff at you. I give it a 9 out of 10. It's a great PlayStation game.
I give it 9.3. I was surprised. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I did, but boy, was this a fun game.
It's totally recommend
it.
It's another hot title for the PlayStation.
Yeah.
They've really kicked butt this year on that system. Can we get out of here? How do you turn these on?
I don't know.
What does this do?
Can we get some help? Can we?
Well, first off, you need one of the keys. You have to leave a deposit of $35,000 to the sales department.
Oh.
$35,000.
Vic, can you cover me on that for a second?
How much is the jacket?
The jacket's a little less expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
let's take.
Maybe we'll get the jacket.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks. Thank you. See you next week.
Hey, guess what? The show's over. The show's over. Try watching the Electric Playground next week.
I am officially the marketing weasel for EA Sports, working on.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever. This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 1999.
I'm here with a good friend of mine, Phil Harrison, who is the VP of, what's your title these days?
Third party and R&D, Sony Computer Entertainment America.
There you go. Roughly how much money has been spent in the development of the new PlayStation?
It's over $1 billion.
$1 billion, it's literally tens and hundreds of times more powerful.
Current PlayStation can do 360,000 polygons per second. Peak drawing capability of the next generation PlayStation graphics chip is 75 million flat shaded polygons per second.
The new machine has DVD.
Any kind of modem, any kind of cable modem, satellite, hard disk drives, the list is endless.
One of the catchphrases is this emotion engine.
The name for our CPU, the main chip that powers the machine. We've now got to a point with the graphics chip inside the new PlayStation where we're actually getting up to the maximum that you can display on an NTSC television. So now the challenge is to make the objects in the game think, act, and behave according to the appropriate physical dynamic properties of that world, whether it's a realistic world in the way that a car handles as you go around the corner, or whether it's some fantasy world with a cartoon character bouncing off the walls, to simulate the way that wind blows in your hair. If I was to throw this pebble into the water, the ripples that it creates could be simulated in real time. And I'll show you a demo when we get inside a little bit later on that actually shows you the ripples of water being handled in real-time computer graphics. So let's take a look. You can see the splash that it makes and the disturbance of the water. Why don't you have a go? You can throw a pebble in. Here you go. See a ripple?
I mean, this is all done in hardware?
Yeah, this is all in real time. All of the water ripples are being handled. So if I do nothing, you can see that the water settles back down. I can change the camera angle, drain the water out of the pond, out of the bath, and I can fill it back up again.
Whoa. So he's growing hair in real time, he's glowing, he's changing color. I mean, this is like morph mode or something?
This is actually NURBS interpolation.
Interpolating NURBS. We actually said that on TV and it means something.
Non-uniform rational B-spline. We're also showing here reflection mapping, where we can make the surface look shiny and can be chromed.
So you got reflection mapping on your NURBS, is that correct?
That's exactly right.
I am sitting here with two extremely good friends of mine, Mr. Lorne Lanning and Sherry McKenna from Oddworld Inhabitants. The next game coming out is?
Next one in the quintology. The next Odyssey is Munch's Odyssey, and that'll be out in a couple of years, in about 2 years.
Okay.
And we're also coming out with a real-time strategy game called Hand of Odd, and that'll be out probably in about a year and a half.
Sounds to me like you had this plan from the beginning.
When we started the company, it was our goal to build the Oddworld Quintology, which would be 5 key games that told the key parts of the story, introduced 5 central characters that ultimately would come to one big conclusion, and it would take us about 12 years to finish those 5 games.
Why is the CG in this thing so much more amazing than any other game?
Sherry has 20 years of computer graphic experience. I have 12 years of computer graphic experience on motion pictures, commercials, theme parks. So together, what we do is we bring a producing aspect to computer graphics, which is on the high level extremely difficult to make.
It seems to be more popular in Europe actually than America. Is that true?
That's because of marketing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Europe is just totally on top of the marketing. They're totally on top of who the people are that buy these games. They market to the broader public. And America has been very focused on trying to get the traditional game player and not really expanding out.
Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
It was great. It was really...
Hello, follow me. Okay.
It's a 3D third-person role-playing game. There's like 100 different levels, over 450 people you talk to, 100 monsters, 12 planets, travel to 3 dimensions.
Hey, happy holidays! You picked your game of the year yet? If it were so easy, 1999 was relentless for video game releases. Yeah, Gex 3? I mean, absolutely, but also Final Fantasy VIII, Silent Hill, DK64, Street Fighter 3rd Strike, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, DK64, Super Smash Bros., Donkey Kong 64? Oh, and you know the Sega Dreamcast is just getting started. Hey, do you ever think they'll do like an Oscars for video games? All I know is if they do, they better have Canadians involved. BeamGamesOnline.com? Hey, digging the new chair, by the way. Thanks. Grandparents' basement.
You know, the music industry has the Grammy Awards. The movie industry has the Academy Awards. But what about video games? Well, we have a new awards show, and it's put on by the Interactive Academy of Arts and Sciences. And we talked to the president, Jim Charney. The Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, www.interactive.org. Who are some of the finalists this year?
The Legend of Zelda is up for a lot of awards. We have Grim Fandango, Half-Life is up. And in fact, Tommy, you're a finalist in the Sound and Music category. They give me the envelope, but we can't open this till the night of the show.
Who are some of the presenters?
Peter Molyneux is a creator of Populous. Bruce Shelley, creator of Age of Empires. Ben Stein from Win Ben Stein's Money on Comedy Central. Danica McKellar from The Wonder Years. Kelly Hu from Martial Law. Sugar Ray Leonard. And Coolio. Coolio. It's pretty cool.
The big Hall of Fame award, which last year was won by Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
This year, Sid Meier was really a very strong choice.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that. You want to put that back. Yeah. Hey, Jim, look over there. No one has been the cause of more marriage breakups and people losing their job because they were playing his games all the time than this guy, Sid Meier.
I'm here with the legendary Sid Meier, game designer, who's just won an award, and he's been entered into the Hall of Fame for video game design. How does it feel?
It feels great. It's very exciting. We had a great award ceremony, and I'm really excited.
And what's this?
This is the Hall of Fame award. It represents a lifetime of writing computer games, and they gave it to me tonight.
So how long have you been writing computer games for?
I've been writing computer games for about 15 years.
15?
15 years. I know I don't look that old, but it's been 15 years.
So you must have started when you were like 10 or something.
I was like 7 or 8 years old.
Yeah, so you're like my age.
You know, like on a Fisher-Price computer. We did everything back in those days. We did adventure games and simulations. We could do anything.
And you are pretty much responsible for developing what they call the God games.
Yeah, I think Civilization is probably the most well-known game that I've done. It's a God, what they call a God game. You get to start with one really tiny settler and create an entire civilization and play through thousands of years of history. So there's a lot to it.
And it's not just Civilization, it's Sid Meier's Civilization. What's it like to have your name attached to a title?
It's great to have your name on a game. I think it tells people, you know, who the designer is, what type of thing to expect in the game. And people come up to you at parties and want to interview you with cameras and stuff, so it's great.
You love it.
I love it. Yeah.
Alpha Centauri, your latest project. What made you want to do this?
We'd really never done a science fiction epic type of game. Kind of took the ideas we'd had with Civilization, added some new things. We let some time go by so we could think of a lot of new things, listen to our players. They told us a lot of features that they were looking for. Again, put that all into a new game, and Alpha Centauri came out.
Are you guys working on anything right now?
We're always working on some cool stuff, yep.
What are you working on?
Some really cool stuff.
What are you working on?
I can't tell you.
Oh, come on, Sid.
It's cool. It's very cool. Very, very cool. Did I mention it was very cool?
Do you think I could hold your award for a second?
You might. You can hold it. It's very heavy.
Wow, these are heavy. All right, well, thanks for your time, and I'll see you later. All right. Okay, bye.
He's talented, he's funny, he's quirky, he's Tom Hall.
and he's got a new game coming out called Arkanoid, what's that? Anachronox. And from what I understand, it has absolutely nothing to do with spiders.
I'm here at the IDOS Interactive booth at E3, and I'm waiting for Tom Hall, who happens to be late.
Hi.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
That's great. It's a good show. Things are going well.
Do you get the feeling we're gonna fall off up here? Feel the wall moving?
Now that you mention.
I forgot I had a fear of heights.
Yeah. No, I'm fine. Yeah, Necronox is doing great at the show. Wow, that's about 30 feet. A Necronox, N-O-X, means poison from the past. And if you play the game, you'll find out what that means. Anyway, it's a 3D third-person role-playing game. There's like 100 different levels, over 450 people you talk to, 100 monsters, 12 planets, travel through 3 dimensions. There's a whole bunch of stuff you get to do in the game. Also, we provide all the tools so you can make your own planets to extend the universe, and that's what I'm excited about, because then I get to play the game and not know what happens.
Will there be a lot of Anachronox playing?
Oh, yeah, it's getting to that really cool stage where everyone's really excited about it. I mean, you can also like make games within games, so people can make I actually just wrote in 15 hours Galaxian, that kind of game. So I mean, it's exciting how much you can create.
You can play Galaxian in the game?
You can play it and you can write your own. So we actually have a little scripting language that has enough power for you to write your own little arcade games. And
I'm gonna make Joust.
Okay, well do that. Joust.
Why didn't you make Joust?
Well, maybe I don't want to make Joust. Okay,
Maybe you should.
You got a problem with that? I don't make Joust.
I do have a problem with that. What games could you compare it to?
Let's say you took Final Fantasy VII or Chrono Trigger. Now combine that with Blade Runner, throw in a little bit of Half-Life and a little bit, just a teeny bit of Super Mario 64, and then I think you pretty much have Anachronox.
Now we all have the secret recipe to make Anachronox.
I wasn't supposed to...
You're over! It's over! It's okay. We can cut it out.
Okay.
Well, I think you should go now.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Bye.
It's very important to us to be able to do virtually everything you needed to do to make a game in-house. That way, if we made mistakes, we could go back and correct it.
Hey, what's your favorite video game of all time? No way, that's mine too! Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by P&P Games. Play forever!
We went to Monolith.
I'm here with Jason Hall, the CEO of Monolith Productions. So why don't you tell me a little bit about how Monolith got started?
Myself and a group of friends decided that making educational children's software wasn't mentally challenging enough. So we started to put together little neat demonstrations of our technical ability, and we compiled them onto a compact disc that we called the Monolith CD. Microsoft got a hold of one and they said, hey, this is really cool. We have a job for you.
Give me the list of all the games you guys have done.
Claw, Get Medieval, Shogo, Blood 2.
So what do you do, Israel?
I do the art for all of our games.
So what's that behind you?
That is my 3D Softimage studio computer. It's very nice.
Who's the guy with the big googly eyes?
Little Frankenstein character here. But we're going to use this guy for one of our LithTech intro things.
What's LithTech?
I like to refer to it as a 3D game operating system.
Oh. Can you make any kind of 3D game?
Yeah. Sports games, third-person perspective, first-person. You could do top view, God-style perspective. It's very flexible.
It runs Blood 2, it'll run Sanity, it did Shogo, and it'll do pretty much all of the other games we're doing now.
And this is all using LithTech, Photoshop, and Softimage.
Pretty much. We also have the motion capture studios. We have the sound. That's all very important.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about the music department at Monolith?
I'm James and Cass take care of all the sound effects. So it's a small but efficient department. We take care of
all the sound and music for our internal games. We have another hot game coming up called Sanity. And
What's that about?
magic, lots of spells. It's kind of an action but RPG style game.
And how does that affect the type of music that you produce?
Well, the music is going to be very fantasy-like, but I'm going to kind of go for a big orchestra feel.
You have a full production facility here.
It was very important to us to be able to do virtually everything we needed to do to make a game in-house. That way, if we made mistakes, we could go back and correct errors.
Thanks for the interview.
No problem.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
The team that created GoldenEye is now coming out with a new spy action-adventure game called Perfect Dark, coming April of 2000. So I'm sitting here with the Perfect Dark team. So tell me about this character. What's her name again?
Her name is Joanna Dark.
Joanna Dark,
Yeah.
and she is Perfect Dark.
She is Perfect Dark.
What exactly is her job title?
Well, she is a Special Forces op for the Carrington Institute.
So she's kind of stealthy. She's like the female James Bond.
Kind of stealthy.
Okay, she's very stealthy.
She's very stealthy.
Very stealthy. And she's like a female James Bond kind of thing?
Except better.
And there's some like aliens or something in it, right?
Well, basically what the plot is, you're Joanna Dark. It is your first mission. You work for the Carrington Institute. What you need to do is you need to sneak into Datadyne and steal the alien technology that they've stolen. Because the aliens are mad now and they want to start a world war, but we ain't gonna let it happen.
You were the lead programmer on the project, correct?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's amazing what you've done with all these polygons.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Multiplayer?
Definitely. In the 4-player mode, you can take the transfer pack, stick it in your controller, and use the Game Boy camera to take a picture of your face and map it on one of your characters.
Get out of
You
here.
can actually be the character you play with.
Are you
Really
serious?
cool.
Have you done this yet?
Yeah, I've done it, and it makes you look really good.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you have like options of having like blonde hair, brown hair, or whatever.
I want to see her face in the game, not my own. How do I get that?
Well, you just have to go around with the camera and start taking pictures, huh?
All right, me and you, photo session a little later?
You got it.
Every level is more surprising, bigger, more enemies. Sometimes they're just mentally tough. The puzzles are just gonna get to you and strain you out.
Do you have different levels?
Definitely, there is an easy level, medium level, and then there's the hard level, which is just insane. Yeah, I mean, on the easy level, it's pretty good. The characters, they got some good aiming. But when you get up to hard, they'll take you out real quick.
What's your favorite level in the whole game?
Multiplayer.
Multiplayer?
Multiplayer, by far.
Okay, well, hey, thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll get together later. I gotta go. This is a great game.
What? Has
You don't
anybody
like
played
this game?
Double Dragon before? Because
Double Dragon is awesome.
Yeah, Double Dragon was awesome in 1985.
So this is
We're
a
at
game.
2000
Bouncer on
here.
the PlayStation 2 is going to be just like this too.
Oh, you're really not here then. Sometimes you just need some peace and quiet and a good game. If you're in need of a good game, visit pnpgamesonline.com. Browse our selection of thousands of retro and contemporary video game hit titles. Thank you for supporting us. We support Vic and the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever.
So we're talking about Ballistic from Infogrames for the Color Game Boy. Now the game's set up in a big spiral, and then there's like a gate at the end. You have to match the right kind of bubbles to get rid of them in certain patterns. As you match them up, they disappear, and it gives you more time to play the game. And instead of in games like Bust a Move, where you have a hard time distinguishing between colors on the Color Game Boy, they use patterns. There are 3 different modes. There's a panic mode, a checkmate mode, and a time attack mode. You can set up 2 Game Boys to play against each other. After you get bored of doing time attack or panic mode, you can go into checkmate. You start out having access to 5 of these puzzles, and as you solve them, you get access to more and more, and they get progressively harder. I may be a little bit biased because I really do like puzzle games. I give this game a 9 out of 10.
Okay, what do you think of Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, man?
It's Indiana Jones, and everyone loves Indiana Jones. I love Indiana Jones.
I love Indiana Jones.
It's like Tomb Raider, except you're Indiana Jones.
You're Indiana Jones. They used almost the exact same model for the engine. You're going through ancient temples like the Temple of Babylon, and you're looking for all kinds of artifacts. You run into the Soviets, because the Nazis are long gone. It's 1947, so we've moved up ahead a little in the story. I'd actually like them to make another Indiana Jones movie. I think this is a nice sort of interim step until they actually get off their butts and make another great movie.
I've been waiting a long time to play some kind of Indiana Jones game.
In 3D. There was a couple of older Indiana Jones games.
I would like to have shot more guys, whipped more guys.
You get action. It's an incrementally more challenging game, so all that stuff starts to pop up as you get further into the game. You start off with a revolver, and then you can find a handgun and machine guns. Of course, your whip, and the whip is awesome because you can whip across crevices and stuff like that, and you swing, and the Indiana Jones music comes up, and that's the coolest part.
Above average, like most Lucas Arts games are. Didn't blow me completely out of my seat, but hey, it's Indiana Jones, and I give it an 8.5.
Yeah, I'd give it about an 8. I'd definitely pick it up. I'd rush out and grab this. What'd you think of another single-player action-adventure game, Rayman 2 for Nintendo and PC?
Rayman 2. Beautiful. Amazing graphics. Beautiful game. I mean, on the N64, it's probably one of the best graphics I've ever seen on the N64.
You got to climb over things and jump and swim and leap and do all the same kinds of things. What separates these games is the design elements and the heart that goes into making these things. And Rayman 2 has got a lot of heart.
Well, my favorite part of the game, I think, was all of the voices in the game. They came up with all these different languages. So
instead of giving all these characters little cutesy English voices, they just made up a language. Very tastefully done.
You look funny.
I look funny.
You look funny.
Yeah, you look great.
The music on the N64 was but the music on the PC, though.
For the PC music. For cartridge, it was pretty good. On the PC.
PC was
on the
phenomenal.
PC, it looks amazing and it sounds incredible. It's world-class action-adventure gaming on the PC.
I mean, I don't know if I really like playing this type of game on the PC, to be honest with you. Kind of a kiddie platformer
but it's different.
Game.
It's different for the PC. You don't have lots of choices here. Rayman 2 is a great choice that way. I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Oh.
Rayman 2 is incredible.
That's a little too high.
I think
it's a good game, but it's not a great game.
And then Rayman 2, 2 best games for Nintendo this year.
I give Rayman a 7.8.
7.8?
Yeah, I thought it was above average, but I don't think it's a 9. I got to play it every day. I mean, I'm not excited to go and play
phenomenal.
it again. It looks great, don't get me wrong.
Switching gears from Rayman and the cutesy platform stuff, what do you think of Medal of Honor for the PlayStation?
Oh, this is a great game. I mean, where else can you shoot Nazis in the head?
Where else? Not in Rayman.
Not in Rayman, you can't.
It's basically GoldenEye.
GoldenEye on the PlayStation.
Awesome textured worlds, like incredible textures for the PlayStation. DreamWorks Interactive made this, and you can tell that they've been influenced by Spielberg. It's very realistic. You're brought onto the front lines of Germany in World War II, and you've got to go and do all these missions and battle Nazis.
Multiplayer mode was great.
Multiplayer is a blast. It's only 2-player though. That's one, but it's it's really cool. They did a great job with 2-player. The thing about this game is it really sets up a mood, an atmosphere, tension that you just can't escape.
There might be guys on the balconies trying to shoot you, and you're like looking around.
Sniper, there's grenade launchers, there's rocket launchers.
The sounds are awesome.
Another major production value, extreme.
You run, you can crawl, you can
jump. How about the guys where you throw the grenade at the dude?
Picks the grenade up and launches it back at you.
Medal of Honor, 9 out of 10, man. It's a great game.
Yeah, 9 out of 10. I'd 9.2.
9.2?
Very much up there.
What'd you think of Dynamite Cop?
Are you kidding me? This is a great game. What?
Has anybody played Double Dragon before? Because
Double Dragon is awesome.
Yeah, Double Dragon was awesome in 1985.
Yes. So this is a game. Bouncer on the PlayStation 2 is going to be just like this too.
Well, I'm bored of this stuff. There's no mobility. You can't go anywhere.
This is a great game.
You're going to finish it in one day. You're never going to play it.
You can pick up anything in the entire game and throw it at people, including cake.
Same maneuvers.
You can pick up a cake and start hucking it at people. I mean, how great is that?
Okay, I'll give you this. Good graphics.
Great graphics.
I mean, it's arcade perfect.
You have to play it with like 2 players. You know, you and your buddy go in there kicking butt. You can actually pick up somebody by their feet, start hitting other people with this person. How many times have you ever fought a giant octopus in the game?
Not enough.
What would you give this game?
I'd give it a 5 out of 10. It's an average game.
God, no way. One of the most fun games.
Don't listen to this guy. Absolutely.
I give it an 8.
An 8 out of 10.
Yes.
Man, that's
very
ridiculous.
fun game. Very fun
only
game.
a rental. Don't spend your money on this thing.
Are you done there?
I think I'm done. How does my hair look? Are you done?
Am I done?
No, you're not. It's not purple
Is
enough.
it purple?
No. Yeah,
I was going for the Sonic the Hedgehog look.
you need a couple more hours, I think.
Okay,
Just
bye.
Stay in there. I'll come back to get you.
Okay.
All right, buddy. See you later.
Ah, nerves, nerves, nerves. Nerves, nerves. Nerves, 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 nerves.
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony Computer Entertainment, publishers of Jet Moto 3 for the PlayStation. Activision, publishers of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now everyone thinks they can skate like Tony Hawk. And Computech Media, publishers of Insight Video Gaming, Insight PC Gaming, and InsightGames.com.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by P&P Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever.